came the banks. Their job is the long arm of the regulation to multiply money and create the economy in an extremely controlled way. And we now know in a very irresponsible way. Then banks start to be able to speak with each other and move money across each other. And customers start to travel the world more and find more convenient, secure, controlled way to spend their money. So a new layer emerged, layer 2, the networks. Visa, MasterCard for consumer spending, intrabank networks like SEPA, ACH, SWIFT, IBAN, faster payments came and emerged all over the world to enable banks and customers to move money around in an efficient and secure way. And even private companies like Plaid and Finicity came to this space, connecting the entire layer 1 ecosystem of banking. At the same time, a whole new ecosystem, creating the first layer 1 as the blockchain. Then we had to make it more scalable and faster and cheaper. So layer 2 emerged, the Lightning Network, to make things better for us as customers. But if we truly want to be the customer at the center, we have to be able to bring both the ecosystems and merge them together so the customer is able to access them seamlessly, making everything fungible, eventually merging them to the way we want to see them. And to do that, we have to build a whole new layer. Imagine is our extremely walled gardens. There's a reason a layer 3 has not been happening to this date, and it's not because of lack of trying. We fought hard for the past 5 years to get this access, and we won. We won thanks to this community, and we won thanks to innovators who work in some of those companies and enabled us to start achieving our vision of bringing money to Bitcoin to the masses and free our money. And that's the outcome. One card to rule them all. Let's take a minute. Now, in everything I told you, just one central problem. A few days ago, the account of Satoshi Nakamoto came back online. And he came up with a call to action to all of us, that we have to go faster and innovate and take care of our digital identity. You see, as a layer 3 company, we hold the verification of the identity of the customer. And the Bitcoin standard speaks about decentralization and ownership of the identity. And we believe the identity needs to be owned by the customer and used by the customer wherever he wants in their own terms. So how do we achieve that? It's a real problem, and we're working hard on the solution of how can we decentralize the identity while still maintaining the fabric of society. Because money laundering and funding of criminal activity and terrorist activity is a real problem in our society. But we believe there's a way. We believe there's a way to keep identity decentralized while maintaining the fabric of society. And we're not the only one who work on that. Jack Dorsey recently started to talk about what they're doing at Square to be able to solve that identity problem. But identity is also the reason why Curve is a unique advantage. You see, to bring Bitcoin to the masses, we have to achieve two things. to solve two problems. First is accessibility. Most customers are afraid of Bitcoin, don't know about what Bitcoin is and how to onboard into Bitcoin. It requires over 12 steps to onboard to a new wallet, exchange, and buy an asset they're not familiar with. They're scared being on risk. So we have to find a way to bring Bitcoin to the masses in a much more accessible way. That's the first problem. The second problem is that we need to make Bitcoin more sellable, ubiquitous across space, so customers can spend the Bitcoin anywhere they want, online and offline, in the real world or in the Bitcoin world, across the globe. And that's why Curve is in a unique position to do that. Because we're coming from the traditional finance world, because we're luring people for traditional finance product that they know, familiar with, and attracted to, and because we're a regulated entity, it means that we are verifying all our customers. And that means that we can on-ramp them and off-ramp them with a tap. Very, very simply. So how do we bring Bitcoin to the masses? How do we orange pilling the next billion? Well, we start with a taste. And we're introducing the first ever product in the world to achieve that. Curve, from this day, is enabling anyone to earn Bitcoin cashback on any of their cards. What's unique, being on top of everyone else, means that you can keep using the products you love and trust, wherever they are, whether it's in fiat or in Bitcoin, whether it's an account or a wallet. And that enables us to basically provide our customers double the benefit. They no longer need to choose between their Bitcoin wallet or the bank account. They can now bring it all together and enjoy double-dip rewards. They keep earning rewards from the underlying card, but now they can start earning rewards in Bitcoin. They're not on risk. They don't have to provide any further information. We already have their KYC and verified them, and we bring them slowly into the Bitcoin ecosystem, letting them a taste of the orange peel. But I mentioned there are two problems to solve. The first problem, that my deck doesn't work. Sorry. A second. The first problem was that of accessibility. And the second problem is that of sellability. For Bitcoin to be a truly immutable peer-to-peer monetary system, we have to find a way to spend Bitcoin everywhere we want. And we thought hard about this problem. How can we solve this problem? How can we make Bitcoin sellable across time and space very, very quickly? Well, we found a way. We're doing something that has never been done before. We're going to enable customers to connect any of their wallets or exchanges to Curve and spend their Bitcoins anywhere they want in the world, at any merchant, any retailer, online or offline, without any integration required. And if you don't want to, you don't even have to sell your Bitcoin to spend it. We don't intend to become a new wallet or a new exchange. There are many of those, and they're great. We're going to connect them all together and enable you to get access to the ubiquitous world of payment in the traditional finance world. And with that, we have solved the sellability of Bitcoin across space, the ubiquitous of Bitcoin as a spending method. And doing that ensured we are dropping all walled gardens behind us and truly accelerating Bitcoin adoption by the masses. So to summarize, the world of money as we know it is a walled garden. To free our money, we need control over our finances, our identity, in a peer-to-peer manner and on our own terms. To achieve that, we must bring Bitcoin to the masses, and we must do that fast. We don't have time. It needs to be accessible to everyone and extremely sellable everywhere you'd like to spend it. Only then will Bitcoin serve its true purpose of becoming a currency, an immutable peer-to-peer monetary system that brings control and power back to the people. So join us in the revolution. Thank you very much for the time.
Check it.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2022 here at the Miami Beach Convention Center. I'm your host, Nolan Bowerly. I host a daily show on Bitcoin Magazine called The Breakup, a show where we look at the financial relationships that we create in this world, those relationships that might make dollars contrasted with those relationships that make Bitcoin. So it's kind of like a relationship show. And today we're talking a little bit about those relationships. You know, we've got this tenuous relationship now with the media, and you guys are really lucky we're even coming to you today because we were deplatformed last night. They canceled us. They canceled Bitcoin Magazine and this show. So luckily, we're reinstated. But Preston, what did you think about it?
About the deplatforming?
The deplatforming.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Like you just yeah, it's almost, it just takes the words right out of your mouth. To think that because, I have no idea how that was triggered, right? Was it because words were said that put it through an algorithm, it got triggered and it got turned off? Who knows? Was there a person there in this centralized process of media creation that said, I don't like what's being said, let's turn it off? I don't know. But I know one thing, free and open anything, whether it's media, markets, or whatever, is at risk, right? It's very concerning.
And, you know, we see the censorship happening. We can't even explain what's happening, as you said. We don't know what's going on with this subject, even if it's a pandemic and the most vital thing in our lives. It seems like we don't really know what's going on. There could be a war going on. We see problems, but we don't really understand the fault lines. And you see these things continuing throughout, you know, almost all facets of media, finance, markets. You know, when you see this kind of censorship, do you see the potential for any other platform to come in here and challenge these guys, or do we have to just politically go after them?
I think it's kind of it's a constant struggle. Like, it's a constant fight back and forth between eras of re-centralization and decentralization. Like what we saw with the rise of the platforms and the internet was actually disruption of far more centralized physical giants that have been around for a century, right? I think we're in this constant 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And with the age of the internet, we still have underlying decentralized protocols. We still have an underlying decentralized infrastructure, but we've re-centralized onto these platforms and they've become arrogant. We're in the 1 step back phase of this. And I think Bitcoin is kind of kicking us off into another 2 steps forward. And so things will get their peak crazy, peak clown world during that transition. And, you know, we've reached a point where the platforms have just become arrogant. That they just think that because they're 20 years powerful and 20 years grown, that there's no actual shift back. And now it doesn't even matter. They deplatform people arbitrarily. They have an algorithm, and it doesn't matter if there's like 90% collateral damage of people that didn't even, you know, violate anything, because it doesn't matter. They're the platform giant. Everybody's going to use them anyway. But I think we're entering a phase very quickly, and there are so many different teams in Bitcoin working on exactly this sort of thing, where the social sphere and the content creation sphere go back to a sort of RSS feed sort of arrangement, where you pick your own host. You like my podcast is an RSS feed. I have changed host 3 times. I haven't lost a single listener because they don't know. It doesn't matter who I'm hosting with. And I think our quote-unquote social followers and social group will begin to migrate like that because those tools are being built. And I think the decentralization of the payments infrastructure, which is where so much of their power lies, you know, when you get deplatformed, you don't make money. And when that is decentralized, you've really changed the game. And I think we're going to do another 2 steps forward.
Yeah, you know, I think of that cycle, you can think of it almost like America and Bitcoin share this polarity, revolutionary force, imperial power, right? There's a certain tension with that and a bouncing back and forth.
I love that how you set that up, because absolutely true. Because Bitcoiners right here, the people that are watching right now, we are here to overcoming the eroding of the American way of life. And I say it as a German dude, right? Like, you don't think I'm from Alabama right now, right? So this is happening, right? So people are getting deplatformed. There's a mob out there trying to get people to shut up, you know, and that is really, really anti-American. Give you an example. Thomas Jefferson was very adversarial to John Adams. These guys hated each other. But if you go to Thomas Jefferson's house, he had a bust of John Adams there. He had him there because he valued somebody who was pushing back against him, because they tried to build a nation, make good policy, make good governance. And that's what we need to do as well. We need a back and forth, and we cannot just deplatform people just because we don't like what they're saying.
Love that.
Great. You heard it here. Can't deplatform people. You know what you're saying? And the simulation winked at us with the John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. They died on the same day and started their correspondence at the last minute of their lives saying they loved each other. Amazing. We can all come together again. Thanks. We'll see you again after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all ready for a good panel? Right on. You guys get better looking each time I come out. I like it. Now, real quick, I want to share, a lot of people have been asking me about the bracelets, a lot of confusion. I'm curious, raise your hands if you don't have a whale on your bracelet. Cool, so people have been asking me, what does that mean? So if you find someone with a whale bracelet, then it means they're better than you. So now that I've got a whale bracelet, it's great to be up here looking down on you guys. It's beautiful. I'm excited for this next segment. It's called the Annual State of Bitcoin. And first, I'd like to welcome to the stage the lead at Spiral, Mr. Steve Lee. And next, the CEO of Blockstream, Dr. Adam Back. I also identify as a doctor. And last but not least, moderating the panel from Bitcoin Magazine, Aaron Van Weerdum.
Hello. Welcome. Glad you made it. This is the annual State of Bitcoin. My name is Adam van Weerdum. I work at Bitcoin Magazine. I want to start off this panel with a very short history lesson. So back when these annual Bitcoin conferences were first organized, they were organized by the Bitcoin Foundation. So that's back in 2013, back in 2014. And at these conferences, there was an annual State of Bitcoin. And the person to deliver that was Gavin Andreessen. At that time, he was the lead developer of Bitcoin. He was the chief scientist of the Bitcoin Foundation. He was very much the public face of Bitcoin. And I think for many people, it felt very natural that he would be the person to do that. And I think today, we don't really have anyone in Bitcoin like that anymore. There's a lot of influential people, but not really one person that would be the obvious candidate to do something like this. So instead, we're mixing it up this year. We're reintroducing the annual State of Bitcoin, but now we're doing it as a panel. So I'm very glad to be joined to do this by two of the top technical experts in the field, I think. So it's mostly a technical overview of where is Bitcoin today. So I'm joined by Steve Lee, the lead of Spiral, and Adam Back, the CEO of LIVESTREAM, also the inventor of Hashcash, which is the basis of proof-of-work mining. Yeah. So in a way, this panel, the fact that we're doing it as a panel, it kind of already represents a form of decentralization, that Bitcoin has sort of decentralized in that sense over a year, I think. And that's also going to be the main theme of this panel. So we're going to discuss, at this point in time, 2022, how decentralized is Bitcoin really? What are the decentralization pressures? And what are the how's the technical community thinking about these things, and how are they trying to address potential centralization issues? First of all, before we start, I think a lot of people will at least have an idea of what the answer to this question is, but I think there's probably also a lot of new people in the room, maybe. So I want to kick this off by asking Steve and Adam, why does decentralization matter? Why is this an important point? Do you want to take this, Steve?
I'll start.
Yeah.
Well, I view Bitcoin as money without masters. And why is that important? It's really an amazing economic empowerment tool for individuals around the world. Decentralization is key to keeping that money without masters. And decentralization does not come for free. It's not simply a switch that you can flip on or off. There's actually dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of factors that go into a decentralized cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. So I think today we're going to talk about a few of those factors and just some improvements that have been made recently in both technology and products, and some things that are coming down the road.
Adam, do you want to add something to this?
Yeah, I mean, I think just very briefly that decentralization is a technical mechanism to achieve some properties that are key to Bitcoin, namely that it's permissionless, bearer, unseizable, and survivable, so that it's very hard to shut the network down. Any participants can leave the network and they can continue robustly. We can depend on it.
Yeah, so we're going to tackle this topic. We're going to divide it into 4 main topics. That's custody, mining, lightning, and development. So let's start with custody. So right now, what's the status of custody right now? Are people holding their Bitcoins, or to what extent, and how has that developed over the years?
Well, I mean, I think data from like Glassnode and other sources show that a significant portion of Bitcoin is self-custodied. I haven't seen good data on as a percentage of users, though, and I suspect that's much worse. There's still a lot of people that leave their coins on exchanges and third-party custodians. And it's very important to the health and long-term of Bitcoin that people self-custody.
Yeah, so there are fairly reliable statistics that Coinbase, for example, has 1 million coins in custody, other exchanges hundreds of thousands. So there's definitely a lot of people using custody solutions instead of holding their own keys. So why do you think that is?
I think, so it's improved a lot over time, but I think a big improvement that still needs to happen is just peace of mind. People need to be comfortable that they're not going to lose their coins and their keys because they might not be used to that type of responsibility. People are used to self-custodying their dollars, their spending dollars, like in their purses or billfolds, but not their life savings. So I think people need more peace of mind, and that leads to better recovery options in case you make a mistake, in case you lose your hardware wallet or you lose your phone. Multi-signature technology, I think it's going to unlock a lot of improved products and user experiences. There's both new technology, like Taproot was just activated last fall. That's going to lead to better products. There's new development tools. So there's like the Lightning Development Kit and the Bitcoin Development Kit that will make it easier for developers to create great products. And there's more and more multi-signature products like from Casa and Unchained, and Block and Blockstream both have new wallets coming out as well.
Adam, do you think the custody problem, if we call it that, is this mainly a technical problem? Is this something we're going to have to solve technically, or is it also a people problem? Do people prefer to just not have to deal with that themselves?
Yeah, I think like Steve said, it's a confidence problem because not everybody is an IT specialist who feels confident that they can make a really secure backup where they won't lose it, it won't get stolen, they won't make a mistake. So it's partly a usability problem. And I think there is room to have safer backup options. So Blockstream has a wallet called Green Wallet, and it has a novel form of multi-sig where there's a time lock. So your ability to access the funds becomes easier over time if you accidentally lose some of the information. So there's probably opportunity for even more assistance like that, where ultimately, after a long period of time, if you really lose all your backups, you'll be able to get your money back, your Bitcoins back using a different route.
Yeah, these are fault designs I think you're referring to?
Yeah, like a time lock, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do think we'll see a moment in time where the question flips from why should I self-custody to why should I not? Like the default experience will become self-custody when the user experience reaches a certain point.
Right. Yeah, we don't have a lot of time. We could talk about this a lot longer, but let's move to the next topic. So mining centralization. Now this is a big issue in Bitcoin, or a big topic, and I think you can sort of divide mining centralization itself into 3 subtopics. So the first one would be pool centralization. So that's hash power joining into mining pools. And how do you feel about this right now? What's the status of pool centralization, Adam?
I mean, it's there's a kind of technical challenge with pool decentralization. So the reason that there are pools is if you're a small miner, it's not, you'd have to mine for a long time until you find a block. So it's economically beneficial for you to pool. So it's kind of like a lottery pool. You join in with some other people, your expected payout is more predictable. And because of that, a mining pool really needs, maybe 5% or something like that to start to provide a reasonable assurance of finding blocks regularly. And so maybe there's only really space for like 10 or 20 mining pools, so it's not very decentralized. And there's a new technology that shifts the decentralization from pools to individual miners, and maybe Steve can talk more about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a mining protocol called Stratum v1 that's used for the pools to talk to the miners. A new version of that, Stratum v2, has a number of benefits, but I think the most relevant one to this discussion is that instead of just a handful of mining pools that can run Bitcoin full nodes and do transaction selection, instead all miners can participate in that. And so that would increase, by 1 or 2 orders of magnitude the number of individuals and entities that can do transaction selection.
Yeah, I think in general, and I wonder if you agree with this, I think of the 3 subtopics, I think this is probably the least of my concern, because the important thing is not so much, like if you look at a chart and you see how much pools there are, I think that's actually less important than how easy it is to start a new mining pool and start competing. And that is relatively easy thanks to, for example, we kept the block size kind of limited, and that makes it easy to run a full node, which you need to do as a mining pool, and it makes it easy to send blocks over the network, and there are technical solutions there as well. So it is actually possible, if a mining pool would start to misbehave, to move your hash power to a new pool, and that is an important form of decentralization as well. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I still think it's super important that miners be able to run full nodes.
Yeah,
I think the ultimate vision is that we'll see tens of millions of home miners, and all of them will be running Bitcoin Core full nodes.
Yeah, so that's the next subtopic. So that's a good tie-in. So the next subtopic is, so we mentioned pool centralization, and the next subtopic is how many people are actually running these machines that are doing all this hashing, that are burning this energy essentially. How decentralized is that right now, and how has that developed over the years? Adam, do you want to take this?
So the question is, how is the decentralization of the hardware?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course, before ASICs, people were mining with CPUs and then GPUs, so that was much more home-based or garage-based, and became increasingly industrialized due to economies of scale. Basically, people with data centers can negotiate better prices or locate their miners to a place where the power is cheaper. So I guess it's a reasonable concern to say, are the individual machines consolidating in bigger and bigger data centers? And of course, we also have public market mining companies now. Blockstream is relatively large, though a private company in providing miner hosting as well. But there is a trend of people, a relatively new trend of people buying miners for home mining and some scale. I think the other thing about mining is that miners are not actually that powerful in their influence in the protocol. We saw this in the past. They basically have to follow the market.
Yeah, I think, just to expand on that, I think we're starting to see a big shift from what I would consider a very closed mining ecosystem to an open one. Historically, there's only been one or two major chip manufacturers.
Right. So,
yeah.
I'm going to just pause you for a second. So this is kind of the third subtopic. So we've mentioned pool centralization and how many people are actually running these machines, and then who's producing the chips.
Yeah.
And that's also a potential choking point. So go on, yeah.
Okay. And it also helps answer number two, though. I think
Sure.
we'll see a lot more individual miners if there can be a lot more innovation and new mining rigs and mining products put on the market. So I think a big bottleneck today, there's only a couple chip makers. They sell their own mining rigs. They don't sell the chips individually.
Yeah, right now there are 2
innovation.
or 3 major ones, is that right? Something like that?
I think there's two major ones.
Right.
And already we've had, Blockstream and Block and Intel have all announced getting into the chip business and mining rig business. I suspect there'll be many more over the next year or two. That's great news for Bitcoin. It's great news for miners. It's more options, more innovation. But the huge unlock, I think, will be companies selling chips, taking a mining rig, breaking it down into individual components, and more suppliers of those individual components will allow new startups and new businesses to create custom industrial designs, electrical designs, cooling designs. That will open up many more new applications of mining. Home mining being sort of the holy grail and the ultimate space, but even more sustainable energy mining, and even just improving existing industrial farms.
Yeah, and you're going to open up the chip design, is that right? Or that's a project?
Yeah, currently the chips that are in the market don't have there's no open data sheet. So anyone trying to improve the software or firmware has to reverse engineer it, and it's a lot of extra work. The chips that Block produces will have an open published data sheet.
So what's the vision for that in 5 years? So we mentioned right now there are kind of 2 main manufacturers or chip producers. What does that look like in 5 years from now? Steve?
So my hope is certainly geographical dispersion, not just China, but having in the United States and many other countries. I think we'll see that, and I think that's very important for decentralization. And then, and like I said, hopefully many suppliers of those chips as well.
Do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think one of the forms of decentralization, because we've seen whole countries ban mining, China, for example, that it is potentially a little bit of a risk that today much of not the ASICs themselves typically, but the actual finished miner, the boards and the power supplies are actually manufactured in China. So there's a bit of risk there, but it's also almost all in China. So it would be good if there were some manufacturing in other locations, in Europe, in the U.S., in Mexico, and Blockstream acquired Spondulus, which is a miner that's been around mining manufacturer that's been around for a number of years.
They're in Israel, right?
Right, and they're based in Israel.
Okay, next topic, Lightning. So Lightning in itself is sort of a decentralized answer to, so we had the whole debate on how to scale Bitcoin a couple of years ago, and some people wanted to increase the block size. The problem with that is that it becomes harder to run a full node and harder to become a full part of the network, really. And an alternative solution that's being worked on is the Lightning Network, which moves transactions to layer 2. As a very general question, how is that going? Is Lightning being adopted? What do you guys think? Adam or Steve?
Yeah, I mean,
Adam?
I think it's, if you look at the metrics, it's growing at very high percentage rates month on month. And, there are dedicated Lightning development conferences now, been to a few in Europe. And so there's a lot of activity in the startup, in the development, in the adoption. And I mean, I think about the block size discussion that, apart from bigger blocks being problematic for decentralization, they're also not enough. They're not plausible to actually achieve scale where, hundreds of millions or even billions of users could use the network. Now, of course, Lightning itself is improving over time, but yeah, I think Lightning is a pretty good way to accelerate blockchains. Blockchains at the base level are generally hard to scale.
Steve, the status of Lightning, very generally.
I mean, if we just look at this week and really the past few months, we see an explosion in larger services adopting Lightning. Bitpay and Robinhood this week, Cash App and Kraken recently. There's also a lot of open source smaller projects too. There's at least 50 different Lightning wallets that are small open source projects as well.
So and then on the topic of decentralization, are there centralization pressures on Lightning itself? Is this an issue?
Well, making Lightning work in a perfect way is really hard technically, especially on mobile phones. So there's definitely difficult engineering trade-offs when building a Lightning wallet. Some of the functionality, it's just it creates a better user experience if you put it on servers instead of on the phone. And so that does create privacy and security and scaling trade-offs. It's good to have a lot of experiments, though. We're not going to instantly have the perfect solution. So I think over the next 5 or 10 years, we'll see each of those areas improve and more be able to move to the user's device instead of a server.
Yeah, and when you mention server, do you, in this context, mean custodial solutions or not necessarily?
No, even non-custodial. I mean, so custodials, obviously, but even non-custodial, if you look at the best user experiences today on mobile Lightning wallets, they have achieved a pretty good user experience, but they use what's called a LSP or Lightning service provider, in which the wallet does connect to their own server and is providing some functionality, such as it helps hide the Lightning technology. The user doesn't have to manage their own channels anymore, but it does shift some power back to the wallet.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a spectrum between hosted and the full client, which is a bit heavy on the mobile. Another model is, and Steve mentioned one, which is kind of remote control. You run a Lightning node on your own hardware. There's another model which Blockstream has been working on called Greenlight, and it's kind of a hybrid where you have server assistance for reliability, performance, latency, and you do give up a bit of privacy from doing that, but it's non-custodial, and the keys remain on the wallet. So it provides a more reliable, faster, pleasant experience. There is a bit of a trade-off, but it's definitely non-custodial.
Actually, if you just sort of walk through, I think if you look at something like a Cash App where it's custodial, it's easier to deliver a great experience than it is a great experience today, but it is custodial. Blockstream has Greenlight, which is non-custodial and definitely more self-sovereign, but it's still hosted, but it's a more practical solution today. What my team at Spiral is working on, the Lightning Development Kit, we're really aiming for pushing everything onto the mobile phone, which is technically the hardest. I think you need to have a long-term view for that to become a reality, but I think that's where we ultimately want to wind up.
One last question about Lightning. One of the issues that might be a centralization pressure as well is the liquidity. Do you have any insights on how that has been developing over the year? Is this indeed a centralization pressure issue, or?
Yeah, there's risk for centralization there. The current status, there's a number of wallets that have created their own LSP solutions that that are working. But it's early innings. Those solutions can become much more advanced. Also, I think there's an opportunity for a standard API between wallets and LSPs, which will reduce switching costs, which will help decentralization. And there's probably opportunity for open sourcing some of the LSP code as well.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, Blockstream's core Lightning implementation has been working on a few more peer-to-peer versions of liquidity. So peer-to-peer liquidity ads, where users can provide liquidity and advertise them on the network without the centralization. And another challenge with Lightning is channel rebalancing. And so we created something called peer swap, which is a way to efficiently rebalance channels, basically.
All right, we do need to move on to the last topic, so that's development centralization. Now lastly, recently Greenpeace put out this ad campaign against Bitcoin, and one of the suggestions they made is that like 20 people can change the protocol. Now I think that's just not true. As long as people can run full nodes, they decide if they want to upgrade or not. So even if the core development team will want to make a controversial change like a proof of stake change, that's not going to happen because people won't upgrade their nodes to that. Presumably, I don't hope so. But in a more general question, this idea that 20 people are, how many core developers are there today? Are there 20? Are there more? What's the realistic sort of idea of how many people are competent enough to work on this technology?
I mean, you can see on the release notes for each major release the names of the contributors, and there's usually like 100 to 200. But of course, some are much more active and do most of the code, and others are doing review or making smaller changes.
Has this grown over the years in your view? Is that grown? I think it's definitely not grown as parabolic as Bitcoin itself, but is it grown? Are there more developers?
Certainly, I mean, I think the number of developers have grown. The number of developers who are funded to make it more sustainable has grown. And most importantly, the number of entities funding developers has grown. Like when I got into the space in 2017, sort of the meme was actually Blockstream, or the criticism was Blockstream was funding all the developers, but that's certainly, that wasn't the true then, and it's certainly not the case now. Blockstream still contributes a lot, but Spiral and Brink and HRF and many other companies in the space are now funding developers. B-Trust was announced about a year ago, an endowment from Jack Dorsey to help with Bitcoin open source development. So there's many, many funders in the space now too.
Right. Well, that's our time. Steve, Adam, thank you very much for doing this with me, and thanks everyone for being here. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2022 here at the Miami Beach Convention Center. I'm your host, Nolan Bowerly. I host a daily show on Bitcoin Magazine called The Breakup, all about your relationship with money. We like to contrast relationships. If you're still into fiat, you might be in an abusive, unhealthy relationship. And the other side of that relationship, Bitcoin. Today we did kind of the state of Bitcoin. What I heard was kind of like a health check. And by health, our measuring stick really is decentralization. And what I saw was that decentralization measuring stick put against three pieces. And luckily, I think I've got the three people to talk about those three items. Now, the first person you might not recognize because he's not wearing his signature trademark hat. Jimmy. Jimmy. We heard a lot about the state of the developer toolkits. And you've been really at the beachhead of that movement. You were doing some of the earliest education platforms for folks to come at conferences like this to learn about Bitcoin. And now we learned a little bit about the Bitcoin Dev Kit, the Lightning Dev Kit, and how that's being propagated and shared. Can you give us a sense of that? How organic is this? How many people are learning? Where is it happening in the world, and where is it going to lead?
Yeah, there is a tremendous amount of different toolkits and things that people are able to use now to build apps and things like that. Certainly, there is BDK and LDK, which Steve, of course, from Spiral is promoting because that's something that they do. But there's a lot of different open source projects. We have like 4 different Lightning implementations. Adam mentioned Lightning service providers and how you can have different kinds of ways to run a node, basically. And you have everything from running absolutely everything to yourself to hosting a lot of it and having your keys on your phone, or having it completely hosted and so on. So there's a lot of development tools that are out there now.
You've seen people come through that door coming to learn for years now. Has it changed at all? Are the new reasons, or are the reasons the same?
Well, the reasons are similar in the sense that most people that take my course or something like that, they want to learn the Bitcoin protocol so that they could go get a job in it, or contribute to open source, or contribute to the network, or understand something better. And that hasn't changed. What I am finding though is that because the companies are growing so big, they're sending me their developers saying, "Hey, Jimmy, come train these guys because we need to scale up this stuff." And there's certainly a lot of demand for that.
Great. So developers pushing the protocol ahead, creating new products. Some of those new products, custodial products, how we manage coins. And we saw a lot of discussion here about new products that could help decentralization of possession of Bitcoin, so more self-custody. What did you hear that stood out to you? And please give your own, let's say, health check on that piece.
I like how you're saying that health check, because it's a health check on decentralization. And whenever I look at what Adam was talking about, he was talking about the green light solution that Blockstream was putting forth. And although he's giving up some areas of self-custody in order to provide more performance, I think the most important point of all of that is the optionality that developers have to go down that path. If they want to do a completely centralized route, they can do that. Or you can keep going in, I'm running my own full node and I want to control everything. It's not that everybody needs to run their own full node. It's that they can run their own full node. And when you look across Bitcoin versus all the other ones that are acting like they can provide that optionality to the ultimate users, it's laughable. And they were talking from a very technical standpoint that was just amazing to listen to, but that optionality is still there, that anybody can run their own full node.
So they talked a bit about optionality and let's say some of the hardware that can now start to developing this stuff. And they talked a lot about chips. So we can imagine there's innovations like those time locks on the wallets, putting power back in the wallets, but the actual mining rigs, the devices, also have some issues when it comes to geopolitics now. The creation of them may be too focused on one continent, maybe dependent on maritime trade, for example, to create new rigs. So what did you hear here from this piece on the actual hardware and decentralization force?
So in relation to like the big moves that have happened in the mining space, like the China ban and re-decentralization of mining power was one of the most bullish things to happen, in my opinion, since the block size war. But moving into, like, really, I think chips and actual manufacturing are the next focus, since we've seen the re-decentralization of the actual hardware across the world. And chip manufacturing and like fabrication is going to be a big one. And it's actually, I'm really excited. It's still at the beginning, but I'm really excited to see that being a major focus and people actually making investments in that direction.
Great. Well, sounds like Bitcoin passed a health check. Looks like the state of Bitcoin says growing in healthy directions, nice and full, nice and blossoming, let's say. We'll be back after this next panel on the U.S. Constitution and Bitcoin. Thank you for joining.
Orange-pilled people. Hey, I've got a next question for you. For our next panel, the U.S. Constitution and Bitcoin, are you kind of interested to hear what they have to say? Yeah, me too. So I'm grateful to introduce to you partner at Hogan Lovell and chair of board of advisors at Galaxy Digital, Mr. Neil Katyal. And next, head of legal in North America for Crypto.com, Mr. Justin Wales.
Well, thanks everyone for joining us. I want to give special attention to the man sitting next to me, who is the former Solicitor General of the United States, a partner of Hogan Lovells, a renowned Supreme Court advocate. And my first question for him is probably what everyone has on their mind. What the heck are you doing at a Bitcoin conference?
So first of all, thank you for having me. I know this is the lawyer panel, but we'll try and make it interesting. We're not going to be your usual boring lawyers. So I'm actually a Supreme Court lawyer, actually, a little by accident. I was a law professor at Georgetown in constitutional law and criminal law. I was writing articles on cybercrime. I was like the first series of articles on cybercrime. And then I just, President Bush did something that really outraged me. He set up these Guantanamo military tribunals. And he basically rewrote the entire law and created a legal black hole. And I was so outraged, I decided to file a test case against it. I wound up representing Osama bin Laden's driver. And I brought the case all the way to the Supreme Court. It was my first Supreme Court argument. Everyone thought we'd lose, and we won. And that then embarked me down this path of being a Supreme Court lawyer. And basically what I do is I try and look for places in which a story isn't being told well, I could tell it better, and in which the public sentiment right now is questionable around something, and there's a way to tell that story, not just to courts, but to litigators to make it better. And I've done this on gene patents and voting rights and the Affordable Care Act and all these different things in which I create this long-term strategy about how to think about something. So I have this nonprofit which does that, stands up for people's individual rights, and one of the main funders is, one of the main funders is a guy named Mike Novogratz. And Novo and I started talking, not just about all the work we were doing in criminal justice and other things, but about crypto. And I realized same kind of thing applies there, in which there's a story, particularly around Bitcoin, but more generally, that I think needs to be told. There's a legal architecture that needs to be developed and thought about in a responsible way. And that's why I'm here, because I love Bitcoin. I love all of you. And you guys see something really important. And I want to help tell your story. And I want Galaxy Digital to help tell the story that needs to be told.
What about the Bitcoin story do you think is not properly understood by the judiciary, the legislature of our nation?
Like all of the above. I mean, I don't think that right now Washington, where I live, has a handle on how important these technologies are to our economy, to national security, to individual freedom and individual rights. I think that they view it instinctively as they just got to say no. It threatens a lot of existing arrangements and institutions, and that in Washington is, of course, the kiss of death. On the other hand, I feel like the community sometimes advocates for no regulation and for a hands-off approach, which I also don't think is sustainable. So I think we want to think about how to do this in a long-term sustainable way. I've been thinking a lot about how in the law we sometimes can win too much. By asking for too much and actually winning, it can set the cause back. So I've been thinking about this a lot in the context of the George Floyd murder. I'm one of the special prosecutors in that murder against the 4 cops. And the whole name of the game, we have public sentiment on our side, obviously, but the whole name of the game is to make sure we're responsible in our wins. Because if we win on something that is tenuous, and then at the Court of Appeals, they say, hey, that's wrong, prosecutors, you shouldn't have won, the case is not just thrown out, we can't prosecute again because of the double jeopardy clause of our Constitution. Similarly here with Bitcoin, there's a double jeopardy problem. If we push for too much, win too much early on, I'm worried that that's not a long-term sustainable solution and will invite entrenched interest to backlash.
So let's dig into that, because I think early on, these types of conferences, the question was, will the government ban Bitcoin? And I think we have completely, passed that question. And now it seems, we had the executive order, we had Janet Yellen just the other day talk about, a recognition that this is all here to stay. There seems to be two specific attack vectors that are in play. The first is privacy, and the second is regulations around proof of work, around mining. And I want to kind of address each. So the first is privacy. We're all talking about code. I heard code as speech. What do you say? Is that an overstated argument or oversimplification of where the law is right now?
On privacy?
On privacy.
Yeah, so look, I think to think about constitutional backstops to avoid crypto regulation is in general going to be really hard. Look, I'm a constitutional lawyer. I love it. But the reality is when you say something is unconstitutional, you take it off the table in a democracy for government regulation, government lawmaking. So take, for example, one of the cases I had called Citizens United. That's a case in which the Congress, in a bipartisan way, said we're going to regulate campaign speech so corporations can't give unlimited amounts of money. The Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional. It violates the First Amendment. So that means we can't actually have campaign finance regulation over corporations. That's a really tough position to be in a democracy. In general, we think that our elected representatives, for better or worse, are going to regulate a particular space. So whether we think about privacy, or whether we think about the First Amendment and free speech, or whether we think about due process or equal protection, which I think are the four kind of main constitutional categories, I'm worried in saying the government has a constitutional backstop that they can't regulate against. Yes, there will be instances of that when things go too far, but for the most part, particularly with this judicial system, very unlikely to think that you're going to have a lot of success in challenging regulations as unconstitutional. There's been a little progress on the privacy front, particularly if you think about like the Bank Secrecy Act, which I know you've written about, Justin. So that act from 1970 requires banks to have all sorts of controls, know your client, and they've got to file suspicious activity reports and the like. And in 2020, the Anti-Money Laundering Act made that, extended that set of protections or restrictions, to crypto in general. And that's led, for example, to the BitMax fine of $100 million. Now, people challenge that. They say that's vague, that's a violation of our privacy. Unlikely, I think, for those challenges to win. Indeed, a court of appeals recently rejected a lot of these arguments. There are narrower things, though. If the government just has a fishing expedition against you under the Bank Secrecy Act, those might be places in which you can say there is a privacy backstop. And indeed, Coinbase, I think, successfully did that a few years ago.
Well, let me ask you maybe a foundational question on your take on Bitcoin. Is a Bitcoin transaction a purely financial transaction, a commercial transaction, or are there expressive elements to it?
There was a guy named Justin Wales who wrote, I think, the seminal piece on this, actually. And it's a great law review article, if any of you are interested in it. And I think you make the case that it's both. I think it's going to be hard to say that Bitcoin transactions are protected by the First Amendment. Now, it is true that some might be. So, it is speech. Code is speech in a way, but just being speech alone doesn't make it subject to First Amendment protection. So, Progressive Magazine wants to publish how to build a nuclear bomb and the blueprint in 1979. That's undoubtedly speech, but nobody thinks they should have the right to publish that. And I think there's other, kind of lots of different examples of when speech, speech isn't permissible even if it is speech. So I agree with you to insider trade or to conspire to rob a bank. That's speech, but it's obviously not protected speech. Now sometimes, and I think this is where your article so smartly goes, sometimes you can use code in an expressive way. Like for me, I wrote a white paper once about digital algorithm, Google search results, and how that is speech, because the algorithm itself was preferring certain conduct to other conduct, certain speech to other speech, curating it basically. And whether it was done automated or by a human, to me didn't matter much. That was expressive. I think what you say in your piece is sometimes Bitcoin operates that way. You're actually expressing a certain commitment to decentralization, to not using fiat currency. In a way that's expressive, but it's only expressive, I think, to a small point. And I think, at least with these courts, which tend to be quite conservative and pro-government regulation, I think it's a really hard argument to win.
I wonder, and I won't ask you to predict the future, but I wonder what the Bitcoin network looks like 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now. And as it becomes potentially a new layer of the internet and starts to adopt these new expressive tendencies, if the way to access that uppercase B Bitcoin network is through a lowercase b Bitcoin currency, if that analysis starts to change and whether we have to really look at what does the Bitcoin network allow for and what is the predominant use now versus where it can go in the future and how much we want to stifle innovation.
Yeah, it's possible, but I think just the act of wanting to join a community that has expression isn't enough really to give it a First Amendment protection, because I think the way the courts would look at it is how much of this component is expressive versus other things. And I think they're going to see it more as the other things. They're going to see it more as money and financial transactions. But I agree, look, I think these are all things that should be explored. I think my central message to everyone today is I think we need to be telling the story for why some regulation in the space is okay. Because if we don't, if we say, hey, this is all off the table, it's First Amendment or privacy or the like, I think that's an unlikely winner. And instead, we need to tell the story for why Bitcoin is so important. So, if we just take Galaxy Digital right now, we are regulated by so many different entities. I didn't even know there were this many entities in Washington, D.C. I mean, we have the SEC regulating our asset management, the SEC regulating our capital formation, our commodity pools are regulated by the CFTC, Prime Services is regulated by Treasury and FinCEN, and I haven't even mentioned the 20 different states that are regulating the space. And look, I'm saying we get the point of regulation, but if it's all overlapping and not done in a coherent way, my real concern is that this stuff moves abroad, as the audience here just demonstrates. I mean, Bitcoin is so international, and the United States government, and I think they're starting to get this a little bit, but needs to understand how important this sector is for our economy, for our national security, and indeed for our individual freedom.
One of the things that's interesting about the last year in Bitcoin, yeah, please. The last year in Bitcoin is we've seen a shift of miners leaving China, coming and domesticating the United States. We've also seen an uptick in criticism about proof of work and energy. A lot of it misunderstanding, I think, the realities of what it is to mine, especially with renewable energy. But are there any constitutional backstops for regulations specifically targeting energy use, specifically targeting participation in the Bitcoin network, separate from financial transactions utilizing Bitcoin?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, look, first I'll say there is obviously a legitimate piece to the ESG criticism of Bitcoin. It could be done in a bad way, it could be done in a good way. Amanda Fabiano at Galaxy is really thinking hard about this and trying to do it in the right way. And I get why governments, NGOs, and others are concerned. So I think that some attention here is really important. Having said that, I think if the government does try and regulate because of the ESG stuff, I think it's very hard to say that that's unconstitutional. The government regulates all sorts of industry, take the petroleum sector or agriculture, in all sorts of ways. So there is something we have in the Constitution called the Bill of Attainder Clause, which prevents government from singling out a person or indeed even an industry for special disfavor. But it's got to be truly punitive in nature, much more akin to something criminal, and it can't be justified by some industry or person-specific problem. And so I think here the government's going to have a lot of latitude to regulate, at least as a constitutional matter. And that's why my message to all of you is, if you care about this and you're worried about onerous government regulation, the best thing to do is tell the story for why it's onerous, why it's wrong-headed, why it's counterproductive, and don't put your chits in the constitutional basket, because that's a really hard win in today's judicial system.
So I guess let's take a step back on that. Would you say that there is an associational right guaranteed by the First Amendment to participate in, let's call it the Bitcoin social network, joining a node, maybe running a mine, but likely just, participating, non-financial, just supporting the network? Is that protected as an associational right?
Yes, I think that if you're participating without more of a financial piece to it, yes, it's like joining a social club or whatever. Yeah.
So what would be the role, or let me maybe put it this way, you're hired to refute regulation on participation in proof of work in favor of something proof of stake, right? A proof of stake validation method. What arguments are you making, and are you at all addressing the Constitution at all, in court?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess I'd want to think about that more. I'm not sure exactly what those arguments would look like. I get that there can be non-financial participation, which looks a lot more like conventional speech. And in that place, I'm likely to say, hey, there is actually a constitutional argument there. That's interesting. But I think for what lion's share of what people are concerned about is obviously also the financial side, or a mixed dual use. And it's in that space that I think the government is going to have more zone to regulate. Now, having said that, we've only been talking so far about the constitutional backstops. There's also just statutory ways in which, so just ordinary laws and how they're being interpreted that I think are stymieing Bitcoin and more generally the crypto community. So take, for example, this question about what is a security. Now, Bitcoin, the SEC has said, doesn't have to worry about it, but basically everything else is governed by this 1946 Supreme Court case about orange groves. I mean, it's completely outdated, and the way in which it's thought about by many people in the government is outdated. So one of my tasks at Galaxy is to think through what that long-term litigation strategy looks like, so that we can make sure that the government, while deeming some things appropriately securities, isn't throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So applying the same kind of techniques we did to Guantanamo or the Affordable Care Act or gene patents in this new space of this question about what is a security. And so while I'm down on courts, you've heard me be down on courts on some of these constitutional challenges, I'm absolutely optimistic that if the government continues to take some very broad positions about what is a security, that we can win in the courts on that.
Well, so let's maybe dive into that just a little. What is the role of decentralization in the Howey test, and how do the courts need to adapt to that? Because we have this Hinman presentation from several years ago, which basically introduced a very vague standard of sufficiently decentralized. How does one determine whether something is sufficiently decentralized? And also, it seems to me that nothing is decentralized until it is, right? It's not a binary idea. How can the courts grapple with that binary idea? Is there a safe harbor, like Hester Pierce has suggested that you would recommend?
Right. So I do think, one, I would love to see the SEC come out and create a safe harbor, because doing it in courts, the problem with court adjudication is it's so incremental. It's going to be fact-specific. And one of the things we're trying to do is think through what's the right first set of facts to bring to the court. And so to me, one of the big areas is, it's not a security if it's consumptive. If there's some purpose that you can use beyond simply as what would look like otherwise like an investment. So if you take something like helium, for example, in which it has an obvious use case, even to old judges who barely can use the internet, they can understand that if you buy this token, it's going to have a consumptive purpose above and beyond any speculative ability. As you get further, in your question about decentralization, as you get further into it, it's hard to think that litigation alone is going to provide the kind of clarity we need, which is why I do think Pierce is right to say let's have a safe harbor that's general and speaks in broader terms than any one case. But we're preparing for at least the possibility that that doesn't happen out of Washington, and that we do need courts to start clarifying things. And so you try and architect a strategy taking a case with good facts and trying to draw broader principles from that about consumptive purpose, about decentralization.
Well, we have about 3.5 minutes left. We have a new Supreme Court justice from Miami who was just confirmed yesterday. What's your take on the makeup of the current court and where they would come out on these types of arguments?
Yeah, so I mean, shout out to Miami girl Ketanji Brown Jackson. It's historic, it's awesome. I clerked for Justice Breyer, as did she, and now she replaces Justice Breyer, and she is loved by the Breyer family, and she's going to be an extraordinary justice at a very difficult time for the Supreme Court. So, I've argued 45 cases there, started my first case on Guantanamo in 2006, and I have to say this court is the most conservative court in our lifetimes by far. And indeed one of the most conservative courts in United States history. And I say that having supported, many of them, including Neil Gorsuch, to the Supreme Court, but it is really much more conservative than the Supreme Court we've grown up with. Now, what does that tell us about Bitcoin and the Supreme Court? Well, I think this is a court that generally isn't that familiar with technology. When I clerked on the Supreme Court in 1996, I was the only person who had an internet connection in the building. I had an America Online laptop with a dial-up connection, and the justices, we had this big case about the Communications Decency Act and regulation of pornography. The justices all hunched over my computer to use the web for the first time. So it's really, it's changed a bit, but it's still pretty unfamiliar with this. So I think they're going to have an instinct to go slow and be cautious and not to mess things up. And I think that's generally good news. So in that sense, they're conservative. They're being prudential, careful. When it comes to technology, they're ones who don't want to announce broad holdings because they say industry is doing this, the government regulators are doing this, who are we really to get in the way? And I think a little bit more of that judicial humility is needed on the regulators in Washington.
Yeah, great. So maybe I am going to ask you to make a slight prediction. At its core, I view Bitcoin as a democratic tool. It is, in my view, expressive in that it says that we, as a community, want to opt out of a system that is governed completely by federal monetary policy. It has, and we've seen this in Ukraine, we've seen this elsewhere, the ability to save people from tyranny. Yeah. Is there a path with responsible regulation where we can keep these fundamental principles without throwing away the baby with the bathwater? We start to regulate it so much that it essentially just becomes a very, easy tool for the state to control and for it to just essentially become a light CBDC.
Right. Nobody wants that. And I think those use cases you talk about Ukraine, or I think a lot about Afghanistan and the ways in which Bitcoin's been sent to them, and 88% of people in Afghanistan having smartphones, which enables them to have Bitcoin transactions, and NGOs even using the Lightning Network to get money to people. I think all of that is so important. I do think there's a way in which you can have some modest regulation without throwing out what is the essential promise of Bitcoin, which is to be decentralized enough to provide individual freedom in our transactions to people. I think both can happen.
Well, amen to that. That's all of our time, but thank you, Neil, for taking the time. Yeah.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2022 here at the Miami Beach Convention Center. I'm your host, Nolan Byerly. I host a daily show on Bitcoin Magazine called The Breakup. Please subscribe. We got, canceled last night, and the more subscribers we get, the harder it is going to be to cancel us. Now, I was a lawyer at one time in my life, or played one on TV, and what I just saw from another lawyer got me real perked up, energized, and a little angry. But I don't think it got me as angry as my friend Jimmy here, who I have to give the floor to first, because there was some triggering going on, real triggering.
This is why I hate lawyers. No offense, no, but I hate lawyers for this reason. This was lawyer masturbation. Okay, that's what they were doing. They were just continuously thinking about what regulations exist, thinking nothing about the actual rights of the people, instead saying, well, this regulation exists and this might happen, and this, it's not at all about what we have the right to do. It's okay, well, these things exist, therefore we have to comply to them. We have to submit to the state. This guy is an altcoin apologist at the core. He's trying to figure out ways to argue that things are decentralized enough. I'm sick of people like this. This is why I hate lawyers. I hate them.
Well, what I saw was a lot of, let's call it word thinking, as if the words you use define reality, right? And that reality is perhaps beyond the mere words you string in order. A bit like why, law is code, and then they think just like a computer that sets out a protocol, you're bound by it. Well, law is not really the same kind of code. It's just words that go in your brain, and words that I did hear on ESG, words you don't normally hear on this stage at all. ESG, Marty. I heard ESG a lot there, and when we talk about reality, defining, energy bills are one way to find out what is real and what isn't. What did you hear from his speech on the ESG piece?
Well, I mean, it's typical catering to a narrative that is not based in reality. Like you said, it's just words. They use words like sustainable, green energy, renewable energy. We're for social justice. We're going to save the world. But at the end of the day, they're hypocritical. These people don't care about social justice at the end of the day. They don't care about the environment at the end of the day. What ESG is about is control. And that's a lot of what was just discussed there, is how we work within the framework of the legal system in the United States to make sure that they don't ruin Bitcoin for us. And like Jimmy said, I think that's a bad framing. We should be attacking. He mentioned the Bank Secrecy Act specifically. That's something that should be abolished. The Bank Secrecy Act thrust a dragnet surveillance system onto the financial system in the 1970s to prevent money laundering and crime, and it has not done that at all, objectively. People who want to launder money or commit crimes are still doing that, and yet the everyday common man is put in significant amount of risk because of all the data they need to give up because of the Bank Secrecy Act. We shouldn't be talking about how to work within the Bank Secrecy Act. We should be, as an industry, trying to figure out how we can abolish the Bank Secrecy Act.
Yeah, and I think you're onto something here, because look what we've already done. Apparently there is no money laundering in the world because they don't actually prosecute or catch people with the existing laws that they have. It gets even worse. It looks like we sacrificed Hong Kong as Western worlds to this exact law, because the excuse for deportation was from FATF. When FATF took control, it was their turn in the shared presidency of it, gave Carrie Lam, the Hong Kong governor, her talking points to say, this is why we need extradition to mainland China, because of the potential money laundering liability. Now, I want to ask Preston about this, just because what I saw with that word thinking, not questioning whether laws can change, is, let's say, missing the real point here, that this is a change that goes beyond the words that we put in our brain. It's a change that almost comes from the show that you hosted the night, Thank God for Bitcoin. And what I saw there was someone who just didn't acknowledge that the force behind this goes beyond the plans of all this, legal stuff. And the real piece that I wanted to ask you about was, federalism. He kept going on to the U.S. Constitution. U.S. exists within states. It exists within other pieces. And, tell me if you saw a part there where American federalism can come and play a role.
I just look at it, you can get caught up in all this fancy jargon and terminology, but at the root cause of it, from a first principles thinking kind of way, you can implement as much policy as you want. You can put all these different restrictions on it, but you're just doing it to yourself. It's the equivalent of me living in a neighborhood and saying, well, we're only allowed to park one car in the driveway, right? And all of you are going to obey that same policy. And everyone's just looking at you like, no, dude, that's you who's coming up with that policy. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want, right? And so you're going to see that game theory play out on a global scale, that you can become as constrictive, you can read into whatever legal jargon you want, but at the end of the day, you're just going to be doing that to yourself. And you're going to see other countries that are going to get out of the way, and you're going to see the Bitcoin flow straight into those jurisdictions, right? So we can get as fancy as we want, but I think at a first principles level, it's get out of the way, watch the Bitcoin flow into that nation state, and it's going to be extremely beneficial for those citizens.
So it's a think for yourself situation.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah.
You heard it here. Think for yourself. We'll be right back with an announcement from Bitpay. Thanks. See you later.
Hey, I'm curious. I just want to check in real quick, make sure everybody's doing okay. Make a little noise if you've learned something yet today. All right. Make a little noise if you're just ignorant enough and arrogant enough that you came here not to learn everything because you think you know everything already. Truth comes out. I love y'all, my people. Before I bring up the next speaker, Tony Galippi, co-founder of Bitpay, we have a video announcement from Bitpay about the Lightning Network. Take it away.
Right. All right. Hello. So if you're not familiar with Bitpay, as the name implies, we do Bitcoin payments. We've been doing that for almost 11 years now. You know, and 11 years ago when my partner and I, when we read the white paper, we didn't see digital gold. We didn't see a speculative trading instrument. We saw a new payment network. And we wanted to create a business that would bring this payment network into real commerce and make it usable by real businesses. And so that's how we started our company. And we've been live for over 10 years. We've got a lot of mainstream merchants now accepting Bitcoin, such as Microsoft, AT&T, Newegg. We recently added Rooms to Go, Wrist Aficionado, WeWork. Some of these guys are even here today. And you know, we've learned a lot in these 10 years. And when we were at this show last year, there was a lot of conversations around Lightning Network and how it can really be used to scale Bitcoin. And so probably our biggest takeaway from the show last year is to really dive deeper into Lightning. Maybe it's time. And so we set a goal that we wanted to be live with the Lightning Network for our entire database of merchants by the next time this show came, which is less than a year. It's only about 10 months. And we did it. We went live with Lightning Network on Wednesday, 2 days ago. Thank you. And we enabled it for all of our merchants. And actually, this is good because we now have 2 days of stats and data that I can share. You know, the different Lightning wallets that are now able to pay, these are the ones that have actually completed transactions with our merchants. Cash App, Strike, Zap, Blue Wallet, Moon, Phoenix, Electrum, Zeus, Exodus, OKCoin, Wallet of Satoshi, and SBW. So the Lightning Network is, I think, you know, and the companies participating in it are doing real transactions, and it really works. Interesting, some of the merchants that have been receiving Lightning payments, Namecheap, Wikipedia, eGifter, Takeaway.com. That's a good one. Somebody actually ordered food online with Lightning and had it delivered to their house. And also, somebody bought an Amazon gift card from Bitpay. So let me talk about that real quick. If you're
not familiar, we have a browser extension that is basically an interactive merchant directory where you can see all the different websites that you can do something with Bitcoin. You can either spend it directly on their website, or you can buy a gift card using crypto and use the crypto on the website. So if you go to our website at bitpay.com/extension, you can download that and install it in Chrome. And you can see, again, a list of all the websites, including Amazon, where you can buy a gift card with Bitcoin and use it directly to immediately spend it at Amazon. So all of our merchants are now enabled. Some other stats, our average Lightning payment is around 82,000 Satoshis, or around $35, compared to our average Bitcoin transaction, which is about $800. So as you can see, it's facilitating that use case for smaller value payments. So that was our announcement. If you have any other questions or want to talk to us, our booth is in the main exhibit hall. We are behind the volcano to the left. Thank you.
Ouch. All right, so I guess I'm here.
All right, not too empty.
Guess I'm
no,
here.
Not bad at all.
You guys have a lot of stuff. Right out of bed.
All right, welcome to probably the most important panel on this stage this week, in my opinion, not just because of the guests, but because of the topic. We're talking about energy grids and Bitcoin mining, and these lights are very bright. How Bitcoin mining sort of is a force to improve and expand the energy infrastructure that we all rely on, but don't necessarily understand all the intricacies of how it works and how it can improve with mining. So I'm honored to be up here just to ask questions of these preeminent minds in mining and explore a little bit about the things that they're building and dig a little bit into how grids work and how Bitcoin mining can improve that infrastructure for us. I want to start off just with Harry and then go down the panel. Give each of these guys a chance to introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about what they're working on, who they're with, and then we'll dig into some questions. Harry.
Awesome, thank you. Harry Sudak, VP of Strategy with Grid. We mine Bitcoin.
Love it. Zach Bradford, CEO of CleanSpark. We also mine Bitcoin. So
there's a theme here.
Yeah, excited to talk about the topics today.
Yeah. I'm Sergey Gerasimovich, CEO of Easy Blockchain. We're not only mining Bitcoin, we're co-locating customers as well.
Paul Prager, TerraWolf CEO, controlling stakeholder. We mine Bitcoin. We're zero carbon.
So, thank you, by the way. The grid, in my mind, is a little bit like the internet. We use it every day for 100 different things, and most people don't really understand how it works. So I want to start just with each of these guys pitching in a little bit to explain what the grid is, and I guess how it operates on a day-to-day basis, or maybe hour-to-hour basis. Not really sure who wants to take a stab at it first. Maybe Harry, you want to just lead off, and then we can sort of go around and put the puzzle together?
Sure. So the first thing to keep in mind is that the grid is not one thing. The grid is really just a big patchwork of clusters of three kind of pieces of the puzzle, which is generation, transmission, and delivery. And so at a very basic level, what that means is that on one side, there's a turbine spinning. There's lots of different ways to make the turbine spin, but that's what produces the power in the first place. And then the power gets transmitted over lines, high voltage lines typically, all the way around to the different kind of pockets of substations that are sitting out there. And then the power gets brought to a lower voltage and can get consumed and then dispersed out on a delivery basis. So like when you see the power lines like by your house, that's the third form of that energy that started by spinning, then it got moved, then it got delivered.
Paul, I don't know if you have anything to add there. I just want to preface any comments you might make with the fact that you guys are a little bit unique in that you don't only own your mining operations, you also own the power you generate. So you work with this stuff all the time in a way most miners probably don't. Anything to add there to explain, what the grid is?
Yeah, the grid is basically what connects the demand to the load. And where there are imbalances or where there are great opportunities for miners to not only mine Bitcoin, but to serve the grid. So we've owned power plants for the last 30 years, energy infrastructure, all kinds. And, we were early adopters of Bitcoin mining. We built out Marathon's facility in Montana. And we decided the right way to go about mining Bitcoin was to focus on zero carbon assets. So that for us is right now hydro and nuke.
Zach, Sergey, anything else in explaining the grid?
I think what is important we need to understand in the grids that it's not only power generation, but it's users. So there are multiple users on the grid, like regular people like us who turn on the switch and just make coffee in the morning. Also, there are crypto miners like us as well who actually mine Bitcoin on a large scale. And both of those users participate in the grid. And that's important to understand that when cryptocurrency miners are using power, they just participate in the same grid as everyone else does. Of course, there are some specific cases where we build microgrids, but I think we'll talk more about that.
Yeah, and that's really maybe somewhere that I'd hit on. That's how we got into the space, actually. CleanSpark was a microgrid company. That's what we were focusing on. And something interesting about the grid is, there's all this power being produced and consumed all the time, but it's very intermittent, the usage. People go to work, you go into the office, you turn the lights on, you turn them off. And so we were very involved in energy storage. So in a microgrid setting where you maybe produce power, you consume power, and you store power all on the same site. And as we got exposed to the Bitcoin side, we always talk about this store of value in Bitcoin, but that's really what we're doing is we're storing the value of that energy in Bitcoin. And so that was kind of our aha moment. And I think if you ignore the storage component and what's happening on the grid, you can really miss out. And instead of storing it directly in a battery, we're putting that value in Bitcoin, and by default, we're therefore consuming instead of storing. So there's some really interesting things in how Bitcoin is interacting with the grid to really add value, like everybody's mentioning. So.
Yeah, on that idea, there's the term thrown around that sort of, Bitcoin is energy money, and I think it fits exactly with what you described. I want to dig a little bit deeper on that, though, and have you guys explain, so we know basically what a grid is. There's generation and there's consumption of the power. On the consumer side, like what makes Bitcoin miners unique, I guess, compared to like just merchant power consumers or other types of, I don't know, just general energy consumers anywhere in the stream? What makes miners unique in terms of their flexibility or maybe lack thereof? Just anything about the process of mining and consuming power. Zach, maybe hand it back to you first.
Yeah, I think what makes us unique is the fact that, we can consume a very flat load all the time, and then we can drop it off almost immediately, and then bring it right back on. And I think that that's important because what a lot of people don't realize is how fragile our grid is. We have all this infrastructure, and a lot of this infrastructure is not only, old, but, it's seeing a dramatic change of what's happening. You look at electric vehicles are now being added. You look to all these different things as we work to decarbonize our grid that are all great, but they're also very hard on the grid. So, we can interact in a way that actually improves grid health. And that was one of our focuses when we were a microgrid company, was in improving grid health through energy storage. And now just seeing, how us as Bitcoin miners, we're just big batteries. But also it allows a method for new infrastructure, whether it's renewables, whether it's power plants, to actually be paid for and funded. And I think that's what's incredibly important too. The age of our grid is a problem, and somebody's got to pay for it. And I think Bitcoin miners are very well positioned because of the profits we make and the incentives that we have to keep power up all the time to run, to be well positioned to actually improve the grid across this whole nation.
Yeah, Harry. Yeah, no, definitely clap for that. Harry, you talk about this a lot, like how Bitcoin miners can, very practically improve grid infrastructure. I mean, it's on your shirt too. Can you explain that a little bit more? Like, what does it actually look like? How do miners, materially improve our electricity infrastructure?
What Bitcoin miners have done is, what we haven't done is we have not provided a revolution in computing. We haven't reinvented how computers work. We have reinvented how power gets bought. And so if you look at a traditional large-scale manufacturing load or industrial load, and you look at the business that sits behind that, so we'll use a Toyota manufacturing plant or whatever, and you look at their income statement at the end of the month, their power bill is maybe 20, 25, 30% of their income statement on the cost side. For a Bitcoin miner, we want that number to be well into the 90s. So we want to spend more money on power each month than anything else, because each unit of revenue is directly correlated to a unit of power. And so what that means is that we have a unique level of sensitivity to the power price relative to any other piece of the ecosystem of the business that we are in charge of running. And so if we're able to provide a benefit to the energy system, and that benefit is able to be priced in our business model, we are much more incentivized to provide good behavior into the energy consumption profile than any of these other large-scale power consumers. And so we have a unique flexibility, which means that there can be contractual and business model innovation, not just the technical innovation in how do you run a Bitcoin mine. And that's the point, is you're able to introduce a new, really special customer who's able to provide net new benefit to a system that historically hasn't been able to realize these opportunities.
Yeah. Now, Paul, I want to add a little bit onto that, because a key piece of this is what type of power, I guess, what source of energy this power is being generated by. And you guys fit into this whole conversation, which has sort of risen to the fore of the whole mining industry pretty strongly. I guess the best way to phrase this question is, do you think like long-term mining will favor one or a few particular types of energy over others? Or how do you guys think about, and I don't want your guys' other opinions on it too, but how do you think about the spectrum of energy that could be produced to power Bitcoin mines?
Sure.
And long-term, like, will mining favor one or a few of them over others?
Yeah. I think Bitcoin mining requires three big resources. The first one is quality talent. And I think we're getting more and more fantastic people coming into the space. That's number one. Number two, capital. Capital is required. I think we're starting to see more institutions come into the space. We'll start to see a little bit less predatory, lending practices, more realistic commercial terms consistent with the kind of institutional industry we represent. But three, I think the most important is energy. And I think energy will be a game changer in the sense that, one, there'll be a price risk. There is a operational cost difference between a fellow who's got zero carbon versus a guy that's got a fossil fuel resource and he's buying carbon credits, or maybe he's suffering the volatile price of gas today. The second issue is it's just a risk issue. As you look at the regulatory environment, and I think we should all welcome regulation because it's coming, and we should embrace it and help be part of of the team that writes it. But I think some of the low-hanging fruit of regulation is going to look at the fuel resource, and so it's another risk element to a miner. And so I think the business will evolve to the greatest level of capital efficiency and energy efficiency. And from our perspective, that was zero carbon.
Gotcha. That'll make sense. Sergey, did you want to add something there?
I think when we're talking about the grid, it's very important to understand that it's not properly balanced. And Bitcoin mining nowadays is mobile. So we can take a mobile data center, like, for example, built by Easy Blockchain, and drop it anywhere where you can see that there is not enough load, especially in West Texas, where there's a lot of folks are putting stuff, or you can put it anywhere else. So the important part is that now you don't bring energy to the Bitcoin mining. It's vice versa. You bring Bitcoin mining to the source of energy. And thus, you go to locations where you would never believe have so much power. Like, for example, in Midwest, there are a lot of projects that have been abandoned, specifically in manufacturing. And there's all this electrical infrastructure sitting there, and no one goes there. Those towns are empty. So what, for example, we do, we take our mobile data centers, we fill them with crypto mining equipment, we just drop them in the areas regardless of economy level, regardless if there are people or not. We'll just drop it there. We're going to start generating crypto. We're going to start generating revenue for the city, for the county. We're going to generate that revenue for state, and people will come. Because before the town or the small area didn't have anyone. So now it's a resurrection of energy in general. So we're resurrecting energy in the areas where it was dead. So that's the beauty about Bitcoin mining and it being mobile.
But I also think it's important to emphasize, it's great. I think it's very important to emphasize scale, right? As Bitcoin mining becomes more institutional, you want to be in a place where you could take the advantage of scale. And second of all, long term, right? When you take a look at the energy infrastructure markets, and Bitcoin mining is energy infrastructure. That's what it is. So the fellows that have succeeded in energy infrastructure ultimately had matching resources on both ends. So they were able to find a long-term fuel resource and a long-term electricity offtake. All that we're doing today is taking that local resource of electricity and storing, as you said, in Bitcoin, which is very important. So I think it's important that you can take a long-term view that enables you to scale if you're really going to be a profitable miner.
That makes sense. I want to get back to scale in just a minute, but I want to talk about what you both just mentioned, mining as energy infrastructure. When you're sourcing this energy that's out in the middle of nowhere, has basically a market value of zero, and when you're dealing with the companies that own these resources, do Bitcoin miners and these energy companies always speak the same language, or are they always on the same page? What is that relationship like, I guess? And if not, how do you navigate and negotiate maybe some of the difficulties in those conversations? Harry, maybe you want to start with that and go down.
have a few wide-ranging thoughts on this. The first is that the question that we received the most was, is this real? Can you actually do this? and the look of disbelief lasting months. So like this is fundamentally an innovative approach to consuming power relative to what has happened for the last 95 years. So this is a step function increase in the type of relationship that a miner is able to have with a power producer. The second is just we're going to take a little trip down Bitcoin memory lane, which is in 2019, nobody was taking the call. Like this was like you were the crazy person. You want how many megawatts? We've only signed a deal that big like once in the last 30 years. End of 2020, beginning of 2021, they're calling us. Mm-hmm. And so this is here, and this is winning, and the people who are going to build the community of off-takers for the future are at the leading edge, and they are being proactive about having relationships with miners. So that's kind of where we are now today. And so when you talk about kind of the language, I think that the language between the energy company and the Bitcoin miner is adjusting to be kind of the same. I think that the overall rate structure regime and how does the energy get priced and sold, that's where the next level of translation and education is happening now. So I think everybody kind of gets what we're trying to do, but I think that the mechanics of achieving it are still maturing. And so I think that there's still a lot of energy that should be bought by miners today that isn't yet because of mechanical and structural reasons, and those barriers will get broken down over time because there's nothing more exciting than an economic incentive. And so that's where we're headed next. Is some of these rate structures are going to break down. And you know, if I were the CEO of a power company, I would be pitching my board to put in place a Bitcoin mining rate structure to attract us to your region, and we will be able to innovate on that process together and get there.
Absolutely.
No, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would say that's actually the biggest hurdle right now is, you know, the education has happened and things have progressed really well, but the rate structures, nobody knows how to price in that much power for that consistent of a load, because a lot of times when in the price structure, it's based on this variability and spiking. And the other thing that's happening too is, you know, to your point, going into jurisdictions where, you know, the people running that power department, you know, are maybe 30 years behind the curve because these are cities that haven't been getting the right attention, right? There's infrastructure that has kind of been sitting idle and ready to go. And as you get into these, understanding how much technology has changed, that's where we're also seeing education, is teaching them how they can better control their loads, about demand response programs that don't exist in certain states that do exist in others and have become commonplace. So I think there's a lot of education that's coming. But the other thing that I think is really interesting is really the financial conversations. In the last 2 years, now Bitcoin miners are seen as really good anchor tenants to large-scale PPAs, whether that's solar or wind. I think that's a big part of this is the new infrastructure that has the opportunity to be built on the back of Bitcoin miners. And that's been a big education piece for us, because that's what we want to play a big role in. Really educating them on the staying power of Bitcoin, and have some interesting conversations where suddenly difficulty is something that now power producers know something about, and they're trying to predict themselves. So I think we've come a really long way in just 2 years. But yeah, that financial component where we're seen as the creditworthy backer to make new projects happen. The government's not paying for it right now. We've seen how the bills aren't passing, but we know that we need it. And I think that it's going to get more interesting in the future, and Bitcoin mining is going to play an ever more important role in that.
I'm kind of where Harry is. I think the language is not quite there yet. And I think there's more to drop here, because when some of the early PPAs to miners start to expire and roll off, and they see the new increased pricing, or the new, hey, you got to help me improve the grid, or hey, this is the fuel price now, people are going to, get a little bit anxious. So I don't think the language is the same, and it's why we are sort of vertically integrated, why we like to own our own generation. But I can tell you, the power space is not some dinosaur out there. They had competition from IPPs for 20 years that helped bring them forward. And they have other sophisticated clients, whether it's in machine-based learning or, and so I think they're quick to learn and quick to respond. We have a site in upstate New York, Lake Merida, which was, a legendary coal-fired power plant in upstate New York. It was the last coal-fired power plant in the state of New York. We had families that worked for me there for 3 generations, which is remarkable. And we had to let those guys go when we shut down that plant and mitigated the facility. But we now have those employees back, union employees back, retrained to mine Bitcoin and to repair Bitcoin miners. And I think it's a really huge win for the space. And I think that's happening all over the country. So
that's awesome. Yeah. That's pretty, yeah. That's pretty counter to the narrative you hear about mining, that story you just told. And I think, I mean, I know it is happening in other facilities all across the U.S. And we'll expand as companies like your own and others continue to scale up. I want to circle back to scale, though, and talk about, I guess, what mining looks like 5 to 10 years from now, and give just a brief moment of time for like critics and critiques that we hear in, from politicians or journalists or what have you, and try to, I guess, achieve kind of like a steel man of things that they think about when they look at mining. Because sure, with everything, especially mining, there's risks and benefits, upsides and downsides. Like with what we expect to be massive expansion of hash rates, specifically in the US, but across all North America, what are some of the risks or potential concerns that you have and think about and strategize ways to mitigate as you continue to expand your operations? Starting with you, Paul, then I want to go on the panel to hear from each of you. What things could go wrong and how do you think about ways to mitigate those?
Right. Obviously, I'm a big believer in zero carbon, so I think that there'll be a continued explosion in that direction. We have nukes in this country, massive spinning reserves. Bitcoin miners are the anchor tenant for those guys, the absolute anchor tenant. So I think we'll see more of that. I think some of the risks we'll see for existing miners that are vulnerable to gas pricing, that is something that we have to be mindful of. And I think folks are truly worried about, how do we get into hedging programs for our fuel resources and all that. I'm not worried about regulation. We think regulation's coming. We think it will ultimately start here, go there, end up in a place that is sensible. And we think that as an industry, we should focus on helping to embrace it. I think, again, part of the early stuff will hang around transparency and what your fuel resource is. For us, it's an intensive capital business. We're trying to change the language to, but do you have the plugs? It's an energy infrastructure business. So if we were successful in financing a great energy infrastructure industry in the United States, we should figure out how to finance a Bitcoin mining industry in the United States. And Bitcoin mining must be here because of the rule of law, because of the transparency. And so we're pretty excited about it. I have clear visibility on 800 megawatts to mine. I got to execute on the business plan. I have to find the best people that can help me do it. That's where my focus is.
Love it. Harry, did you want to jump in there on risks and how you think about them?
I want to talk about risks to the grid, not risks to the mine. Because I think Bitcoin mines are a very straightforward, phenomenally positive business that bring prosperity to everywhere they're set up. The risk to the grid is the duck curve. So for those of us who are not energy wonks in the crowd, maybe some of you, the duck curve is how the map of renewable generation overlays on top of the map of intraday demand for power. So maybe you run an air conditioner in your hot state, or maybe the washing machine and whatever. Like, we know that within the course of a day, 10,000 households are going to use energy on some reasonably similar basis. The problem is that the generation assets, when they're intermittent, do not generate the power on the same shape. And so you have higher peaks and lower troughs, and that means that there's a bigger gap. And so what that does is it drives down the overall revenue provided to baseload providers. So there's a nuclear plant. We're huge nuclear fans. I totally agree. I want to talk to you about it after. But what a nuclear plant does is it provides 99% capacity factor 93% of the time. And that's incredibly important because it means that the light switch is always going to work. But it's hard because how do you off-take something with such high uptime? So you've got these two ideas. One is that you have peaker generation, and the other is that you have curtailed consumption. And that's how you map the demand side to the supply side in a grid context. The risk is that we lose our incredible base load because the dislocation around price has pulled the revenue away from the base load provider into the intermittent provider. And so if we do not have a healthy relationship between our base load generation and our intermittent generation, we're going to lose access to reliability. Who maybe is from California and has experienced lack of access to power or prices in the $400 per megawatt hour, 40-cent kilowatt hour type of range? The reason that happens is because there's a power company in California that signed a contract with a household. They are obligated to deliver the power to that household. If the power is not getting generated in the locality there, they've got to go import that power from somewhere else. And so they've represented that they are now a forced buyer in order to make good on their contract to the household. Forced buyers typically don't underpay. And so what we've done is we've created an environment where there are a lot of forced buyers in order to make good on contracts. And so the instability in the mapping of base load and intermittent load into the household consumption has created challenges in the grid. The good news is we've got Bitcoin miners who can really help change the story and the narrative here so that we're able to deliver more power at lower cost to more people, which is highly correlated to human flourishing over time.
That's awesome. I'm not sure if everyone here expected to come in and get a Energy Markets 301 course, but we just got it. So Zach or Sergey, anything to add?
No, I'll hit on that, and I appreciate that because actually that's where we've been doing business is largely been in California on the energy side, and the grid health over there is just a disaster. Yeah. And it's become the perfect example of what not to do from a long-term setting. Yeah. So I agree with what everybody said so far, so rather than reiterate that, I want to focus on a different risk and something I think that, thinking long term, I think what's important to us is to be an active participant in the communication of what's being said, out in the market. To make sure, we already know we need to be, good corporate citizens and citizens of the world and behave and all these things. But, making sure we're taking a very active role in communicating these benefits that we're talking about today. I think a lot of people, the narrative is, oh, consume, consume, consume power, but people don't realize the grid health benefits and things like that. So it's about owning the narrative in a positive way. We're seeing people throw, money at counterintuitive narratives, that are largely misleading. And, we, I think as a community, just need to do a better job, or, we can do a better job of further bonding together and making sure that message is really clear. Making sure, all the secondary social benefits of Bitcoin are also well known. And I think the more we can get that positive message out, for the unbanked and everything that, a lot of people are here today to talk about in some of the other panels, but we just have to do a better job of getting the message out because there's so many positive things both on, at all levels, whether it's power, whether it's social, whatever it may be that Bitcoin is doing. And I think as long as we take a very proactive role as an industry, I agree. I think the future is very, very bright with what we have ahead of us.
I think there are two major risks in Bitcoin mining, and I'm going to be talking more, not a grid part, but actually the Bitcoin side. Specifically, the price of Bitcoin, it is not controlled by us. We're just farmers at the end of the day. It's like the same guys who are farming corn, right? They are just expecting the CME to open with good prices, and there's demand, supply, and that's all. So they do not control that. However, what they control is, how they work with the ground, with the land, and how much water they can put in that ground. The same on our end. We work hard. We invest a lot of money into cryptocurrency mining facilities all over the place, and then there is some trader on FTX or somewhere else just opens a huge short position. And the price goes down, or even other stuff, like some political risks. Someone says that we would like to, seize some governments will say they seize a bunch of cryptocurrency, a bunch of Bitcoin because of someone, did some bad thing. And that influences the markets, unfortunately. And the people who are actually struggling on that are us, because we do not control that. We produce one Bitcoin, let's say the price $30,000, and we sold it at 45. That's it. That's all we would do. And that's a problem. That's how people look. That's how all we would do. Because we do more than that. We actually control. We do a lot of work for local communities. As Zach mentioned, we work a lot with the economic development departments. We create jobs at the end of the day. Why no one is talking about how the Bitcoin mining actually create jobs? That was a very, very wrong argument that Bitcoin mining doesn't create jobs. You just started from your conversation that talent is one of the most important things in Bitcoin mining, because those people are retrained, they are technicians, they are actually paid rather well. And it's not only like one person can run a facility of 10 megawatts, you need actually, up to 10 people though. So I think this is something very important that we need to talk about. And the political risk is, specifically on local level, is that, in New York, they keep talking about, those poor fish in those lakes. And in Wyoming, Cynthia Lummis is praising everyone. So I would go to Wyoming. That's it. And that's what I think is good about Bitcoin, that we can go anywhere, right? So we can go anywhere. You don't like us here, we'll go to other state. And that's the beauty about this distributed network of microgrids that we hear to talk about, that we can build anywhere, and we build infrastructure around it. In order to build a cryptocurrency mining farm, you have to build a road, you have to build an office, you have to build a substation, a transformer, and a bunch of other stuff. So it's something that we need to pay more attention. But I believe those specific risks about the price and political risks, they're going to be mitigated at the end of the day, if we have more events like this, where we can talk more about this, and actual experts go and talk about the real problems, not just the folks who have, more political influence.
Yeah, I wish we had more time to talk about the political risk, because, you definitely see the interstate competition to attract Bitcoin miners, or in some cases, kick them out, definitely heating up. Very interesting dynamics there. We're under 5 minutes. I kind of want to wrap up the panel by giving each of you a chance to explain where you see Bitcoin mining, I guess what Bitcoin mining will look like in the next 5 to 10 years, whether it's the types of companies that will sort of merge with Bitcoin mining or become Bitcoin miners, what the industry will look like from a political or regulatory perspective within the U.S. or outside the U.S. Pretty much anything's fair game. I just want to know, like, each of your visions for where the industry is headed, and from like a 10,000-foot view, what it will look like. Harry, maybe start with you.
I think that the governing principle that I work from first is just that Bitcoin mining is fundamentally optimistic. We are fundamentally optimistic that we can deliver more revenue to places that didn't receive revenue for selling power, revenue for bringing a new large business to that region. And the great part about bringing new revenue somewhere is that that revenue gets recycled many, many, many times within that community and provides benefit at many, many levels. So I think that the 5 to 10 year vision, we could talk about the business and that side of things, but just I think we're going to wake up in 10 years and the towns and counties and cities and communities that have Bitcoin mines are going to be thought of in this incredible, positive, optimistic way, and that the towns that don't have them yet are going to be recruiting Bitcoin miners to be building there.
That's awesome.
No, I agree with that. And I think something else that we're going to see is we're just going to see greater community partnerships, because, to your point, the interactions that the miner has in the community, like in the 2 mines we've set up, we are grid connected there, but we have paid directly to upgrade the infrastructure. So that benefits not only us, but the communities around us. So I think you're going to see communities that embrace Bitcoin mining thriving. From a state of the industry in 5 years, I think that there's going to be, very large mines, but I think we're also going to see quite a few small mines where, once grid balancing gets fully embraced and adopted, we're going to see that far and wide. So there's going to be a couple meg here and a couple meg there, and then there's also going to be a 200 megawatt facility, down the street. And so I think that as we as miners also get better at managing these mines in a different way, I think you're going to see really, instead of hearing about a Bitcoin mine down the corner, there's somebody that is a partner with a grid operator that is balancing it throughout a whole area. So I think it's going to be a really good interaction with the energy business and energy industry as a whole. But I do think that they are going to look to us as the mining companies that develop now to be those partners. I don't necessarily see that they're going to try and jump in on their own. Over time, will they consolidate? Will they acquire? Will they do all of that? Yes, absolutely. But at least 5 years from now, I still think that all the miners that are building up now are just going to be really good partners. And it'll be interesting, though. It'll be interesting to see how it really works out.
I believe there are a couple areas where Bitcoin mining is going to thrive. Well, of course, energy. In my opinion, in the next couple of years, every power plant is going to have a Bitcoin mining on its backyard. So they can balance the energy that they produce. That's number one. Number two, natural gas sector. Every oil and gas company has a tremendous opportunity to utilize Bitcoin mining as a tool to mitigate the risk of natural gas prices going up or down. They can install a cryptocurrency mining facility, put a generator to work, and if natural gas prices go to $6 and you make only $5 by mining Bitcoin, you will just sell the gas. If the Bitcoin makes less revenue than selling the gas, you would just do the opposite. So they can mitigate, and now when in the midstream industry, you have different markets where you can sell your carbon, sell your gas, right? So these are the two sectors. All of them are energy. Of course, incentivizing renewables is a big deal. Today we had, I believe, an announcement about Block and Tesla doing a project in Texas. So same thing, you can install, I think there are going to be more and more facilities coming like that online.
Yeah.
Because you can install solar panels, you can install wind panels, and you can install battery and cryptocurrency mining facility, and it will just break even way sooner than it would before.
Yeah. Well.
So last night, New York State Legislature passed a law that basically said that Bitcoin mining is going to be covered and assessed by the Department of Revenue and Taxation in New York State. And that's fantastic, because it means that the future that we're all talking about is here, because it put Bitcoin on the same level as the insurance industry and the fintech industry, okay? And what it also means is that when you're contemplating taxation and revenue on a commodity, it means you're not thinking about mandating that it can't exist. So for me, the future of Bitcoin is there'll be consolidation in the space amongst the miners. There'll be consolidation in the space amongst miners and generators. I think you'll see a greater level of vertical integration. We should go back to where you started. You'll see massive improvements in the grid, because transmission is today a regulated thing. And so nobody wants to invest in it because they're going to get a regulated return. Miners will invest in it because they want quality electricity so they can mine all the time. So we're going to see greater infrastructure, which will serve not only all of us and all of you, but our moms, our kids, their friends, anybody that is connected to the grid. Grandma too.
I love it. Thank you. Please give a huge
Welcome back to the Satoshi Nakamoto stage. Hello, I am your MC, Natalie Brunel. I'm the host of the Coin Stories podcast. And I have to say that this is a very full circle moment for me being at this conference, Bitcoin 2022, with more than 25,000 people from around the world. Because last year was my first conference. I was out in the audience. Nobody knew who I was. My podcast really didn't exist. I had dropped a couple episodes. And I came here with my best friend and handed out business cards in the long line for the boys' bathroom because there's so many men here and not enough women. So here I am. I'm now somehow on stage. I appreciate all of you for welcoming me into this community because I was a reporter and I learned about Bitcoin and I realized that our financial system is broken, our money is broken, and if you fix the money, you fix the world, right? Yes. Oh, yeah. So I'm super excited to announce our first speaker. The house is full here. This is amazing. So please give it up for psychologist and professor Dr. Jordan Peterson, one of the greatest critical thinkers that we have today, moderated by Tur Demeester.
Oh, I see. Welcome.
Thanks. Appreciate it. I don't think my mic is on. I don't think this is on.
We're just having a moment, hooking up the mic.
Am I on? Yes. Good. Okay.
Wow. You made it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for the invitation.
How are you doing?
I'm not on fire, and so that's good.
That's wonderful. So we're so excited to have you here. We know that you've ventured into Bitcoin fairly recently, and we want to ask you all about that. I'm really eager to do that. But I thought before we do that, I thought of asking you a few questions about some things that I think a lot of people here can relate to about your background. And the first thing I thought of was to ask you about entrepreneurship, because this place is brimming with it. 10 years ago, almost none of the companies that you can see here at the conference existed. And so entrepreneurship really runs deep in the Bitcoin space. And for a person who's generally introduced to audiences around the world as a clinical psychologist, as a best-selling author, as a professor emeritus, it seems to me that you have an unusual fondness for entrepreneurship and unusual appreciation for it. And so I was curious to ask if you have any thoughts about how that might have started for you. Like, I know you grew up in a small town in Alberta. I believe the town didn't even exist until the year 1928. So I was curious, maybe that has something to do with it, but just curious about your thoughts.
Well, I think I got interested in entrepreneurship fundamentally because I'm curious. And the most appropriate way to understand something is to try it. And so when I was a junior professor, I needed some money, so that was part of it, and I tried to figure out if there was anything I knew that might have any commercial value. So there was just a practical driver, but at the same time, there was a lot of noise in the academic community, a lot of it coming from business people, that the university should do more to transfer their knowledge into the domain of practical economic utility. And one of the things I learned is that most of the people who make those sorts of noises are people who never discovered anything scientifically and never started a business. And so because they know nothing about either, they think that doing both would be easy. And it's not. And so part of the reason that so little knowledge generated in the research community transforms itself into entrepreneurial activity is because it's actually really hard to start a business. And the idea, and this is one of the things I learned very painfully over a long period of time, and I'm sure many of you are familiar with this, is that, you know, you hear this idea, cliche, because it's not an idea, if you build a better mousetrap, the world will beat a path to your door, which it won't, because first of all, we don't need a better mousetrap, really, so it's foolish just on the face of it, but more deeply, if you have a good idea, and even if it in principle is a saleable idea, and you produce a product that's in keeping with that idea, you've probably solved 5% of your problems. No, and I produced my colleagues and I produced a series of tests that were aimed at helping business people hire better employees, and we had very good scientific data indicating that these tests produced a tremendously positive return on investment. So by investing a little bit of money in the screening process and thereby improving the quality of your employees, you would gain substantively on the economic front well, I think our calculated return on investment was something like 500 to 1, right? A no-brainer, you'd think. And so armed with that, I went out into the business world trying to sell these tests, and that's when I learned, at least in part, what it meant to be an entrepreneur. And the first thing I realized was, oh yeah, product, that's, 5 to 15% of the problem at best. A huge part of the problem is communication, and so that would be marketing, advertising, all of that's communication fundamentally. What good is a product if no one knows it exists? And then, of course, sales, that's an unbelievably difficult problem. And, you know, business people and academics tend to be contemptuous of salespeople, which is a huge mistake because it's very difficult to be a good salesman. And if you're a really good salesman, you're very good at fostering long-term relationships. And that generally means that you're an ethical player. And so, in any case, I was driven by two factors, by two motivations. One was, could I take some of what I knew and make it into something that was profitable for practical reasons? And the second was, could I learn how to run a business? And I did. I run the businesses I started. I have a lot of them now, but that business I started 20 years ago, and it's quite successful for a variety of reasons. And so what did I learn about it? Well, as I said, one of the things I learned was that communication and relationship building is an immense part of the problem of producing a product that's potentially profitable.
Right.
On the ethical front, I just did a interview with some business professors at MIT. I think the topic was the ethics of capitalism. And I believe, and I think this is a reasonable takeaway perhaps for those of you who might want to consider what you could take away from this discussion. Starting a successful business enterprise is a profoundly ethical endeavor in the deepest sense, as far as I'm concerned. This is part of what makes me interested in Bitcoin too, because, you know, the cynical view, and many academics share this because they're jealous and they tend to sit on the left, both of those, They like to think of the capitalist enterprise as something that's fundamentally predicated on exploitation. And I think that's wrong on so many levels of analysis simultaneously that it's only possible that someone intelligent and resentful could possibly believe it. Because that isn't what you do when you run a business unless you're a parasite. And if you are, you're not going to last very long. If you're running a valid business in a free market system, you have to offer people who could choose otherwise freely something they value freely. Then you have to deliver it. Then it has to work reliably. And all of that's ethical. You promise to pay me, I promise to deliver, I do deliver, the thing I deliver works. If it doesn't work, I solve the problem. And if I don't do that, I'll develop a very bad reputation very, very rapidly, because there's nothing that destroys you quicker than unhappy customers, because word of mouth spreads exponentially, and the whole bloody thing shudders to a halt. And so one of the things I would suggest to all of you burgeoning entrepreneurs is that you don't be defensive about the ethics of your capitalistic enterprise. Quite the contrary, you should be on the offensive, claiming, like forthrightly, that what you're doing is profoundly ethical, in that you're providing free people, free customers, the option to make free choices about what they value. It's like, what's wrong with that?
Wow. Cheers to that.
You know,
Thank you.
I
Yeah.
just got one more thing to say about that. You know, people are easily set back on their heels ethically when confronted by those kinds of accusations. You know, this capitalist system is nothing but a system of exploitation. And what's the proof? Well, look at your profit, and all that profit is the exploitation of others. It's like, no, that's not true. First of all, you can't run your enterprise profitably unless you run it efficiently and intelligently, because there's nothing that slips through the hands of a fool faster than money. And so if you manage to run it profitably, then that's actually an indication of your care and conscientiousness and dutifulness and ethical orientation. And then if you have even 1/10 of a clue, you take that profit and you don't do something narrowly, selfishly, and pointlessly hedonistic with it. You invest it in your enterprise, or in in a parallel enterprise, and you try to make more goods and services available to more people. And if people accuse you of nothing but greed in your attempts to do that, then I would say that says a hell of a lot more about the accusers and their worldview than it does about you, because all of that turns out to be really hard.
Thank you. Thank you. So I wanted to ask you about your Bitcoin journey. Like, I think about a year ago, I think is when the first time you started talking about it publicly. You mentioned you had read the article by Alan Farrington, Bitcoin is Venice. And then you followed up with in-depth conversations with several prominent Bitcoiners, Robert Breedlove, Seyfedin Amos, and then you ventured deeper even into Austrian economics. And so I was curious to ask you, I assume that before that, at some point, Bitcoin came on your radar somehow. And I'm curious, what was that initial impression like for you? And when was that?
Well, I think the same thing applies to my desire to understand Bitcoin as applied to my desire to understand the business world, which is the best way to understand something is to jump into it, in some sense, feet first, because there's no substitute for the real thing, or there's no valid substitute for the real thing. And, I try to stay on the technological edge insofar as at my advanced age, I'm capable of that, which is, decreasingly the case. And the Bitcoin phenomena attracted my attention for a couple of reasons. One was partly because the story of its development is so unbelievable that it sounds like a fairy tale, right? It's so strange, you can't believe it's true, but it seems to be true insofar as anybody can tell, and so that attracted my attention right away. But then the idea of a decentralized monetary system Well, that is a revolutionary idea, and the more I thought about it, and it actually it makes me wary, which is something we could talk about. I mean, one of the lovely things about cash is that it is a decentralized monetary system in large part. It's not that easy to track cash, thank God, because you could be bloody certain that if it was possible to track cash, that every agency with some ethical notion, any ethical notion whatsoever, would be tracking absolutely everything you ever purchased, trying to nudge and tap and compel you into making the decisions they regarded as ethical. And that would be fine if they were right, but they won't be. And so that's a big problem. Yeah, well, I mean that technically too, because the reason they won't be right is because you actually can't make those presumptions a priori. You know, one of the fundamental axioms in some sense of a free market system is that the only way to properly compute the value of the emerging horizon of the future is by sampling and perhaps summing the free choice of a multitude of free agents. That's actually the only way you can do it. There is no central planning way, even in principle, that can substitute for that. And I believe that that's true for a whole variety of reasons, some of which are psychological. We can't compute the future algorithmically from the past. And so we have to use mechanisms other than deterministic algorithm to plot our way forward. And part of the way we do that is by using the entire economic system as a massive computational device that uses the array of choices that everyone makes as the mechanism that values new things as they emerge. Now, central planning types, they think they can just jump over that and say, well, no, you know, we need to save the planet, let's say. That's the ESG monsters are on beating that drum at the moment. And so they think they can subordinate that computational mechanism to some sort of ethical or procedural algorithm. And I think that's complete bloody nonsense. And worse than that, I think it's extremely dangerous because I think all the evidence, especially from the 20th century, suggests very strongly that as soon as you subordinate free market mechanisms to central planning ethical dogmas, you catastrophically affect the economic system in a detrimental manner, but you destabilize the entire society and tilt it towards totalitarianism. And we haven't learned that yet because, you know, there's always a new generation of people that think they're smart enough to plan the world. And Bitcoin, in principle, stops that from happening, right, by decentralizing it.
And so that's what fascinated you, is that like the kind of stepping down from the hubris of central planning towards something more humble in terms of an entrepreneurial, like building something that is, I mean, like the cypherpunks say, like, you know, you just write code and you test it and you suggest it as a white paper and allow for discussion. Is that what attracted you, the humility in it?
Well, curiosity, first of all. I thought I would be motivated to try to understand Bitcoin if I actually invested some money in it, because I do believe the proposition that you don't really make genuine decisions if you're sampling a domain unless you have skin in the game, to use another cliche. And so I was curious on that front. I was curious about the idea of a decentralized ledger of accounts, and then curious also about the notion of competitive currencies, because as someone who regards the free market as an existential necessity, the idea that alternative currencies might be produced that could give the fiat currencies a run for their money, so to speak, that seemed to me to be attractive. And then I was also attracted by the revolutionary element of the idea, which makes it not humble in some sense, and which is one of the things that worries me, because it looks to me like if the Bitcoin theorists are correct, and Bitcoin does take priority over the other cryptocurrencies, which, you know, we don't know if that's the case, but it could be, that could take the monetary system permanently out of the hands of the political establishment, or the political system. Yeah, so that's not humble, but it's also, as a social scientist, that also worries me because, you know, when you do something complex, you think this is the problem with the central planning mentality. You know, you have this notion about how the world might be a better place, and so you do something complex, like change the basis of the currency, and you think, well, here's a whole bunch of good things that'll happen because of that, and you might be right about that, but there's going to be an immense number of things that happen as well that you didn't predict at all, and you have zero idea and zero evidence about whether those things will be positive or negative. And so this experiment that you're all running, I'm running, all the people who are involved in the cryptocurrency world are running, is like, well, okay, we're going to take money out of the hands of politicians, but that also means out of our hands as voting agents, right? Because it's not just politicians, that's you guys too. We have no idea what would happen if money per se was actually decentralized. And we also don't know, like, if we manage that, let's say Bitcoin attains primacy, is it irreversible? Like, is that permanent? And then you think, well, what if it's a bad idea and it's irreversible? I'm not saying it is, you know, and I'm not even saying I'm necessarily pessimistic about it, but the probability that you invent something extremely powerful and it only does the things you think it will do and all those things are good, it's like, no, that never happens. So
I appreciate the words of caution. I think, you know, sometimes in our enthusiasm, it can be easy to lose track of that we do need to heed caution for, you know, what might happen. If not in the long run, then at least in the short run, like, we're rattling some cages and you know, who knows what that's going to bring about.
That's for sure.
So I was curious to dig a little deeper into, like, how you look at this phenomenon of Bitcoin from your unique worldview perspective. And I wanted to read you a quote from that Bitcoin is Venice article, because I think it might link to something else you've said about Bitcoin. So the quote goes, quote, "Bitcoin may be magic internet money, but more importantly, it is money for the internet. Prior to 2009, you could send any information you wanted to anybody, anywhere in the world, instantly, except the most important information of all, value. Now we're all caught up." And then later, I heard you comment that maybe Bitcoin could be defined as an incorruptible language of value. So I'm curious, like, could you share a bit more, like, from your point of view, what does that mean?
Well, I don't think that's a particularly revolutionary observation on my part. That's the sort of thing that especially the real Bitcoin enthusiasts, the ones who are delving into the phenomenon from a philosophical or even a theological perspective, weirdly enough, are insisting. Well, it's incorruptible because there is no central agent of control. I mean, I'm just bringing coals to Newcastle here. I mean, one of the things that all of you object to is the ability of central bankers to inflate the currency. And I do think you can make a pretty credible argument that you can interpret that as a form of theft. And I'm not saying it is, because that's complicated, right? I mean, in a free society like your society, and until recently mine, yeah, I wish that was funny. You know, the people who are managing the monetary supply are elected, and that means that we do have control over the process, or at least as much control as any of us have over any political processes, and we're gonna take that away. Now, the argument is that, well, we should take that away because money's a ledger. You know, it's an exchange of labor. It's an exchange of productivity. It's an exchange of value. That's a better way of thinking about it. It's a way of tracking the exchange of value between individuals. And it isn't obvious that once you and I enter into a contract of value, that a third party should be able to alter the means by which we track that exchange for their purposes, whatever those purposes are. And again, I think that's a rational argument, but that doesn't mean it's right. These are very, very complicated issues. I mean, most of us assume that taxation is acceptable, or at least we don't, strike up the revolution because it occurs. We seem to think that there is a role for government and for the determinations that government make outside the free market per se. Obviously, the government has to exercise some control over currency, over money, in order to make its functions possible. If we take the control of currency away from the government, we don't know what that'll do, for example, to taxation. If we could all of a sudden do all of our transactions in secrecy, like in real secrecy.
Well, you could argue the world was on a gold standard, and that limited the control of governments over money, and still taxation existed for many hundreds of years.
Fair enough. I guess what I would point to from the devil's advocate perspective is that, well, we shifted away from the gold standard in the 70s, and all hell hasn't broken loose. Now, I do accept the proposition that currencies have inflated, and perhaps in a counterproductive manner, but the last 60 years have been pretty damn productive economically, and so that system did work. Now, you could say, well, it could have worked better. It's like, yeah, maybe, but it certainly could have worked a hell of a lot worse. And so, well, this isn't a criticism of Bitcoin. It's just, I've watched over the years as social scientists have tried to mount large-scale social experiments with the best of intentions, and generally, almost invariably, that doesn't work.
So are you cautioning to maybe not throw the baby away with the bathwater, like how, I guess with the Reformation, the revolt against Catholicism, that huge changes happened, or in the Napoleonic era, huge changes happened, and people seem to blanketly wanting to delete entire institutions. Is that what you're cautioning for?
Well, maybe things are unfolding. I'm not really suggesting that you do anything as a consequence of this caution. I'm just saying that unbridled enthusiasm predicated on the assumption that your new system will only do the good things you think it will do, that's not wise. That isn't what will happen. Now, this currency revolution might be proceeding in as positive a manner as we could expect, because at the moment what we have is, in some sense, unbridled competition between a variety of currencies. We had that before, because you could hold currency from different countries, and that was analogous in some sense, and so that possibility existed before. But you have the cryptocurrencies now, and they're competing with fiat currencies, and maybe that's the right way to settle which one is more valid, is to let the competition proceed apace and let a multitude of people make their free choice and, accept the emergent winner as the valid winner.
Right.
And since I believe the market is the only way of making those sorts of calculations, then that seems like a fair approach.
It seems fair to me too, yeah.
Yeah, well, I suspect that there'll be a lot of obstacles along the way, because I think Bitcoin is now worth more than silver. I believe that's the case.
I believe that's true, yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. So that, silver has been a standard of value, not as reliably as gold, but maybe second or third place. And so the fact that Bitcoin has knocked it out of that position is really something. My suspicions are that there's going to be a lot of kickback at the governmental and bureaucratic level over the next 10 years, and it's certainly possible for government agencies to put a stick in the spokes of a very well-functioning bicycle. And because Bitcoin does present a real threat to the centralizer types, they're not going to take that lying down. Now, whether they can do anything about it or not, that's a different question. But, recently in Canada, some of the trucker protest activity was financed through Bitcoin donations, and the government went after the Bitcoin purveyors, and they capitulated. And so, that didn't mean the government had direct access to the keys, but they did manage to get access to the records of the what do you call them? The intermediary.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and from I guess my turn for devil's advocacy in the Bitcoin world, the view on those kind of things tends to be, over the long run, these kind of things are beneficial because they help improve the immune system of the ecosystem of this worldwide phenomenon. It makes it more robust.
Yeah, could well be.
But I appreciate the caution, the words of caution. I wanted to ask a bit more about some of the other things you've encountered during this Bitcoin rabbit hole, because people tend to call it that way. Once you kind of go down it, there's, sometimes you don't know how deep it can go. And you had and I don't know if you'll agree if this relates to your Bitcoin journey, but you had a long conversation with Dr. Bob Murphy, who's an expert in Austrian economics. And in that respect, I thought it was fascinating when you both were talking about the Austrian business cycle, which is their theory of the boom and the bust in the economy and their explanation of why it happens. And you brought up that it reminded you of the theory of your theory of the biblical flood myths and the Tower of Babel. And so I was curious if you could, share some of your thoughts about that, because in the video, and I recommend everyone to watch it, it's fantastic. To me, it's like a masterclass of how to be a student, because you're so methodical in exploring this new school of thought. But so yeah, I wanted to ask you specifically that analogy between the boom and the bust in the economy and the flood myth and the Tower of Babel, like how you see that.
That's a very, very hard question, that one. So I have to wrap my head around that conversation again.
I remember the Tower of Babel. You mentioned that the superficial cause the flood superficial cause seems to be some kind of storm. Like, of course, the dikes give in, but the more profound cause is the corruption and the hubris that preceded it, that then eventually became inevitable. That the flood became inevitable, which
yeah, well, there's two. Okay. So I'll see if I can make that intelligible in a relatively short period of time. At the end of the biblical narrative in Genesis, you have two types of catastrophe, and one is a flood, and the other is a Tower of Babel. And we could start with the Tower of Babel because I think that's, in some sense, what the Austrian economists criticize, and also perhaps why the Brits voted to leave the EU. And so the idea would be, and this is kind of a conservative idea, that the best level of governance is the most local level possible, right? And so
I think the Swiss will like to hear that.
What's that?
The Swiss will like to hear that.
Yes. And the reason for that is that as your system develops layers, this certainly happens in business. Imagine that one of the problems you have as a business person is that you have to be aware of your customers and what they want. Obviously, you have to be more aware of that than anything else because you're trying to deliver what they want to them. And so if you're well informed about what they want, then hypothetically, you can deliver what they want and you succeed. Your salespeople are the ones who are in the most direct contact with your customers. And then you can imagine building an enterprise that has so many levels of intermediary processing that by the time you get to the decision makers, none of the signal from the salespeople is left. Well, that's a Tower of Babel, is that the system doesn't even know what problems it should be solving anymore because it's got too internally complex. And you heard that mantra back in 2008 over and over, too big to fail. And when I heard that, I thought, no, you got it exactly backwards. It's so big, it will inevitably fail.
Like gigantism.
Right, yeah, exactly. And that's the Tower of Babel problem. And I think part of the reason the Brits objected to the EU was because they intuited, because in no small part it was a working class phenomena, not necessarily a complex philosophical realization, but a sense that those bureaucrats in Brussels are just too far away from us. And I think that's exactly right. I think part of the problem that the Austrian economists pinpoint is that there's going to be corrections in any complex process. As any complex process unfolds, it's aiming at a target, and there's going to be corrections on both sides. And the non-Austrian economists think that they can smooth out those corrections, and the Austrians think that you should just let the corrections happen as locally as they possibly can and leave them the hell alone, because your attempts to smooth out the corrections are actually going to amplify them and make them worse. You know, I mean, one of the things that happened, for example, when we started to prevent forest fires was that, well, we had fewer forest fires, but when we did have them, they were way worse. And forest fires got so hot because so much undergrowth had built up that instead of just burning down to the soil and stopping, they would burn all the way down to the bedrock because they got so hot, and then the forests couldn't even regenerate themselves. And so it turned out that, you know, you needed some small forest fires so that you didn't have really, really big forest fires. And that's another problem with central planning, is like, you think you can get rid of the forest fires. It's like, well, no, you can't. You should let controlled burns occur. One of the things I really admire about,
sorry to interrupt, but it's something I think we're familiar with in the Bitcoin space, where, you know, there is no central fire suppression mechanism. There are no bailouts for exchanges. They just go bust. If they get hacked, either it's over or they figure out a way around it. And so we've had our mini crises over the years. And I think the good thing is that it doesn't build up in the way that it does in the traditional system, because there's no last resort lender. There's no sugar uncle.
Yeah, well, and so, well, so in principle, you know, you guys are addressing the problem of, what do they call that? Privatizing the profits and socializing the risk, which we've certainly had no shortage of, especially since 2008. And maybe that's a good thing. It could well be. I tend to suspect that it is. One of the things I think that's made America so robust, say compared to Japan even, you know, back in the 1980s, some of you aren't old enough to know this, but back in the 1980s, it wasn't China that was regarded as the economic prime economic competitor to the U.S. in the West. It was Japan, because Japan had, you know, had an economic trajectory like this. It was really quite remarkable, and people believed that, you know, projecting forward into the future, that Japan would be the world's predominant economic power. And one of the things that happened was that Japan wasn't willing to let things burn. And so they propped up all sorts of institutions too big to fail. Right. And then they just limped along like three-quarter dead corpses, and, you know, and
the lost decade.
Dragged everything down with them. And, you know, sometimes it's more merciful to let something die than to let it linger on in a three-quarters dead state forever, you know, killing everything around it. And partly because you.
No wonder we talk about zombie banks and zombie economies.
Exactly. It's a very good metaphor. And so the advantage to not being centralized is that no one has to make those death decisions, right? They just happen. And that sucks if you happen to be one of the people who's dying. But the problem is, and you might think, well, wouldn't it be great if no enterprise failed? And the answer to that is, well, no, actually, it wouldn't be great, because you don't get success without failure, right? Success is a relative thing. So,
thank you. So we're getting close to wrapping up. I wanted to ask you. You know, you're very involved in education. I think you're involved in a reform of education together with other individuals that do long-form content on the internet. You know, traveling teachers. Maybe even you could argue like the new sophists who laid the basis for, you know, classical Greek philosophy. You know, this idea that if you're fluid, you can question things better than if you're embedded in institutions. And so I know you have some things in the works. You recently resigned from your position at the university. I guess it's a twofold question. I want to ask, like, what are the things you're working on? What are you excited about? And also, what gives you hope? What gives you hope for the future?
Okay, so I guess that's three questions. So, no, that's fine. I'm just getting them straight in my mind here. Well, we have two projects that are coming out very soon. The first one is an app called Essay. And you can find out some more information about it if you want on my website, which is jordanbpeterson.com. And when I was a university professor, I found that I had to teach my fourth-year undergraduate honors students to write, because despite having been in the education system for 16 years, and despite being bright and academically able, because it was actually a competitive position to be in the psychology honors track, the students, their writing was abysmal. And you might think, well, that's not so bad because they know other things. It's like, no, not really. If you can't write, it's because you can't think. And if you can't think, then it doesn't matter what you know, because you're like, you've got all these tools, but you don't know how to use them. So, you know, maybe you're going to hit, what do? You hit your watch with a hammer and fix it that way? It's not very sophisticated. And so I tried to figure out what I was doing when I was teaching people to write. And so generally what you do is, to teach someone to write, is you have them write something, and then you criticize it, you know, in detail. And that's actually unbelievably expensive, because, well, imagine what it requires is, well, first of all, you have to write, and that's labor intensive. But more to the point, I have to read it if I'm the grader. And if I'm a grader who could actually help you, I have to be able to write and to think myself. And if I can write and think myself, I probably have better things to do than read your damn essay. And so that's a big problem, because you can see that there's an economic problem there that's really quite intractable, because you can't pay people enough to do work that difficult if they're competent, because, like I said, they could go do something else. And what I eventually ended up doing in my fourth-year class was I had students write a 4-page essay, and then the same essay again, but 6 pages, and then again, but 8 pages. And the first time they handed it in, I told them, you know, prepare yourself, because I'm going to tear you into pieces, but it'll only be like 5% of your grade. So, you know, I'm going to cut you off at the knees, but there won't be any long-term consequences of that, so maybe you can tolerate the criticism. And then I tried to figure out how I went about criticizing their writing. And so it's like, what are you looking for in good writing? Well, you have to pick the right word. And I don't know how many of you have spent any time writing, but it's certainly something you need to do if you're an entrepreneur, because you have to communicate with your clients, let's say, with your customers and your employees, and the people who loan you money and the people who invest in you, all of that. So you better know how to write. But you want to pick the right word, and you want to organize the word into the right phrases, and you want to organize the phrases into a coherent sentence, and the sentence is sequenced into a proper paragraph, which should be the repository of approximately one reasonably well-developed idea. And then you want to sequence the paragraphs so that they make an intelligible whole. And so when you write, you should be trying to answer a question that's of some importance to you, and then you need to tackle the answer at every single one of those levels of analysis simultaneously, like at least by the time you're finished. And so I told students that that's what I did. I graded them on their word choice and their phraseology and their sentence structure, all of that. And then with regards to the impact of the essay as a whole. And I wrote a guide to writing that emerged out of that analytic philosophy. And then I worked with my son over the last 4 years to build that into a piece of software. So this is a writing, it's a word processor. Not really, it's really more like a sentence processor, but it has tools built into it that help you. For example, imagine you have a paragraph, you've written a paragraph. The right way to write something would be pick a question you're interested in answering and try to answer it. It has to be one you're interested in answering, because otherwise the whole bloody thing's a lie. So you got to start off on the right foot. It has to be something important to you. And so you have a question, now you're essaying to answer it. Essay means attempt. And so imagine that you write out your thoughts, you do your research, you write out your thoughts, you make a first draft that's 2 or 3 times as long as the finished product will be, which is what you should do to begin with, although no one does because they don't want to throw away what they've written, but that is what you should do. And then imagine you have a paragraph in front of you. You want to break the paragraph down into sentences, and so you can see each sentence separately. Then you want to write variants of each sentence and pick the best variant. And then you want to reshuffle the sentences within the paragraph so that you get better and better variants of the paragraphs, and then you want to pick the best variant of the paragraph. Anyways, this program has tools that first of all, teaches you that you should do that, because you need to know how to think about writing.
Wow, sounds fascinating.
And then, so that's what that program does. So hopefully it'll be out in about a month, and then, because we were trying to figure out how to scale.
I'm sorry, we're just close to having the wrap up.
Okay, I'll finish 1 minute.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay, so that's available, and it'll be out and ready within a month, I hope, and hopefully it'll help people write and therefore think. And the other project is my daughter called Peterson Academy, which isn't a name I'm that thrilled with, but works well on the marketing front. We've organized about a dozen professors now. Everyone we've talked to has said yes, which really surprised me. A number of them from Cambridge, some good evolutionary biologists. They're going to do relatively brief courses, 8 hours, something like that, lecturing only about what they really love. And we're going to make those publicly accessible. And so those are 2 of the projects that I'm working on in the background at the moment.
So still very much an entrepreneur.
Yes, yes. Oh, and I'll close with this then. This is on the ethical front, once again. Here's 2 other justifications for capitalism and for free markets. The first is that it gives warlike people something to do that isn't destructive. Right? And okay, that's worth thinking about, because that desire to expand, that desire to build empire, let's say, that's not all pathological. And capitalism does allow people to generate their own kingdom, right? And hopefully one that other people want to partake in. And so that's a really big deal, you know, that's a mechanism that enables us to productively harness the aggressive and assertive element of the human personality. That's to be able to transmute that into something positive. That's an unbelievably useful enterprise, and capitalism doesn't get any credit for that, and that's sad. And then the other thing is that I run every single project I am involved in on a for-profit basis. And the reason for that isn't so much that I want the profit, although I'm not averse to that, and maybe I can do some additional interesting things with the money. But one of the things that I have learned is that it's really good discipline, you know. If you can't make your idea attractive enough to other people so that they're willing to give you money for it, it's possible that it's a stupid idea or that you're doing it badly. And you actually need to know that, because it's back to the zombie problem.
Right.
You think, well, we shouldn't subsidize zombies. It's fair enough. Do you want to be one? You know, well, I can limp along and someone will support me. Well, that's not life, you know, and if you run your enterprises by the profit maxim, it disciplines you and stops you from makes you fail when you should fail. And you think, well, I don't want to fail. It's like, it's better than limping along half dead. So, all right. Good.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Jordan Peterson, give it up.
Check it.
Welcome back to the Marathon News Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Q Kahimi, host of Bitcoin Magazine Live. I am rejoined by Alex McShane and Zuby, and we have a special guest with us for the next hour and a half, Michael Saylor. Michael, how are you doing today? And thank you so much for joining us.
Awesome. Great Bitcoin Friday.
Happy Bitcoin Friday, everyone. We just heard Jordan Peterson give an excellent fireside chat. There were some concerns that we were having amongst ourselves right here, and one of the things that I took away from his conversation over about tearing down sort of existing and large systems was, it sounded to me like he was hedging against the Bitcoin standard, almost warning us that there could be things that we're not thinking about that could be a byproduct of us tearing down this established system. To me, it sounds like he needs to read a few more Bitcoin books, but are these valid concerns to you, Michael?
I'm going to send him a pair of laser eyes. Look, I think if you have a good idea and 99% of the world doesn't understand it, you ought to pursue the good idea, and you don't got to worry about hedging because you'll go to 2% understanding it, then 4, then 8, then 16. The world has a way of hedging itself. You don't need to hedge yourself.
Love that. Zuby, I'd love your take. Do you think Jordan Peterson was being too bearish?
No, I don't think he was being bearish. I think he was just ushering in a sense of caution, right? Because when you've got this hyper bullishness on anything, right? When people get too bullish on a policy, people got bullish on lockdowns, people got bullish on mask mandates, people get bullish on everything, and it means that they're not thinking about the potential repercussions of it because they're so focused on that one thing. So I don't think he was being overly bearish. Another great point he made is that if you have something that offers value to the world, it is the ethical and right thing to do to promote and sell it, right? So a lot of times people have issues with people being salesy, but if you're selling something that is good and is of a benefit to the world, you've got something such as Bitcoin, then it's our duty to tell people about it. It's our duty to spread this message.
Absolutely. And one of the other statements he made was, what good is a product if no one knows it exists? I wanted to add to that, and knows how to use it. We in Bitcoin are facing that adoption hurdle right now, trying to onboard as many new users, explaining it to them in any way possible. Michael, what are your thoughts on his statement then?
I think the way you deliver any product to billions of people is put it on a mobile app. And I think that Lightning is the transformational technology that's going to bring Bitcoin to the billions.
Color me surprised that the author of the mobile wave talked about the mobile push. Zuby, would love your thoughts as well.
Sure. On
marketing Bitcoin to
marketing
the masses.
Bitcoin. Yeah. Well, I think we discussed this a little bit yesterday, saying that it might need different approaches for different places as well. Because of course, the first point is people learning what is this Bitcoin thing, right? So certainly, developed markets, even some aspects of some parts of developing countries, mobile app, great way forward. But people need to be, importantly, people need to be having conversations. People need to be talking about this. And also, it's important even to highlight some of the issues with the current system. Oftentimes, people are not that on board with Bitcoin because they don't understand the issues with the current system. If you're in a place where inflation is 100% per year, it's much easier to be sold on this concept rather than, we've got bad inflation here, but it's not at that insane level where it's a complete easy sell.
On that point, one of the comments that Jordan Peterson did make was that sometimes it is more merciful to let something die. We're talking about killing the current financial system, breaking down the banks. Alex, how are we going to do that? How are we going to see the death of the current financial system we have?
Look, competition, it makes us all better. Competition is good for Bitcoin. Keep it coming. Bitcoin has a way of circumventing, and it's decentralized enough to eat up everything, including the current fiat system. So,
Michael, I'd love your thoughts as well.
Free markets are going to evolve faster. New banks will arise that embrace Bitcoin. Old banks that reject it will shrink. It'll be a very evolutionary, progressive process. I don't worry. Some governments will embrace it. Some governments will reject it. The world will work out its differences, and Bitcoin will rise above all.
Awesome. Zuby, any last words?
Yeah, I would just add in that we just need to make sure that they, when they die, they don't get bailed out and resuscitated once again and again and again, because that's the problem. So let them go.
Let the free market operate as it should. Guys, coming up next is going to be the unwinding of the Petrodollar panel, something that I've been looking forward to immensely. Curious, what are you expecting out of this panel, Michael?
I think they're going to talk about the consequences of the Russia sanctions and the fact that everybody in the world is questioning their treasury strategy and wondering whether they can settle their difference in something that is fair and equitable, like Bitcoin.
Awesome. Well, down with the petrodollar. For those of you guys who are watching, please smash that subscribe button. 100K subscribers by the end of conference day, guys. Stick around. We'll be back.
Now we're ready for the next panel. I'm Natalie Brunell. I host Coin Stories. I also do 90-second hot takes on financial news, if you've seen those. And I was talking earlier about how Bitcoin has so much brain power, some of the smartest people, I think, on the planet. I'm so honored to introduce this panel today. I've had the honor to interview some of them. I watch their interviews. I read their articles. So without further delay, first up, Lynn Alden. She's the founder of Lynn Alden Investment Strategy. Matthew Pine, National Security Fellow, Bitcoin Policy Institute. Welcome to the stage, Ovik Roy, President of the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity. And next up, Fred Thiel, Chairman and CEO, Marathon Digital Holdings. Thank you for that amazing live desk yesterday, Fred. And this amazing panel that's going to be on the unwinding of the petrodollar is going to be moderated by my colleague and friend, Stefan Livera. He is the managing director of Swan Bitcoin International and host of the Stefan Livera podcast.
And thank you everyone for joining us. We've got an excellent panel, some really intelligent and great analysis has come out of our guests on the panelists today, so I'm looking forward to hearing what they've got to say as well. So we're talking about the petrodollar, and I think perhaps for me, the question that I would love to ask and understand your perspective, how do we get here? Is it down to a loss of trust, or is it perhaps a relative economic diminishing in the US economy relative to the rest of the world? What do you all think? Let's start with you, Fred.
Well, I think it's a factor of when you start weaponizing the dollar in financial systems, all of a sudden countries have to look at how they're going to hold their assets, how they're going to sell their commodities, and try and diminish risk. Because just the fact that you hold your reserves in gold, if those gold reserves are held in a bank in a country that all of a sudden is antagonistic to you, the US has now proven, and the Western powers with Russia, that nothing is off the table. If you have an asset in a country, if you're doing trade with a country, you can weaponize all of that. And that's now created a certain amount of risk around everything to do with holding assets and trading in the dollar. Doesn't mean that the dollar is necessarily going to lose its position, but its position is at risk because people need to mitigate that.
For sure. Ovik?
Well, we should remember that Russia invaded a sovereign country. That's also a breach of trust, right? So I'm not completely convinced that freezing Russian assets is going to create this complete breakdown of trust, because what Russia did was also a breakdown of the international order, right? The way I think about this whole situation, yeah, let's cheer for Ukraine, maybe, some of us. I'd break it down into 3 T's. It's trade, technology, and treasuries. So trade. You think about China, the news that Saudi is trying to maybe trade in renminbi denomination for oil. And that was very interesting to this crowd and many others, right? That's a portion of global trade. I mean, trade overall is still pretty dollar denominated, but here's the key thing. China does not want to be the global reserve currency, because if they are, they have to let the renminbi float against the dollar. If the renminbi floats instead of being pegged to the US dollar, that means it appreciates. If it appreciates, Chinese exports become more expensive and imports become cheaper, which is what the US does. The US allows its exports to be more expensive and its imports to be cheaper, which harms domestic manufacturing. China doesn't want that. So they don't want to be the global reserve currency, and that's going to put a damper on a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. The next piece is the technology. As Jack Mallers talked about yesterday, at the end of the day, if there's a merchant who's trading in euros and a buyer who's trading in dollars, it doesn't matter, because the payment rails are independent of what currency the buyer and seller want. So that gets us to the last point, and this is the part about the petrodollar that really matters, which is treasury bonds. And who owns them and who wants, what is the store of value, right? Like if Saudi trades with China with renminbi, but then sells the renminbi to buy US treasury bonds, it effectively doesn't matter that they did the trade in renminbi. So the real question is the Chinese sovereign debt going to start competing with US Treasury bonds. That's gradually starting to happen in the sense that there's some lightening of the regulations of foreign ownership of Chinese government debt that allows it to compete with US Treasury bonds and German Bunds and Japanese sovereign debt. So that's something that's happening. Chinese are actually owning less Treasury bonds themselves, which is also very important. But at the end of the day, the Chinese debt is also growing. In 2014, the debt to GDP ratio of the government in China was 40%. Now it's 72%. So they're on the same trajectory as the US in terms of rising debts and deficits. So even if they start to take market share from the US, I think the bigger problem is that the industrialized world has unsound money. And that is the broader context for all of this.
Yeah, some very excellent comments there. Yeah, that's fantastic. Matthew, I want to hear, what do you have to add there?
Yeah, I guess I'll step back and say, look, what is the petrodollar as a monetary regime that we've been living in for 50 years or so, and what's its geopolitical context? In a sense, monetary regimes are essentially downstream of geopolitical regimes, and those are defined by state power structures, right? Who's the leading power? Who can set the rules of the road for the global order? And then whose money is seen as good? Whose money is seen as trustworthy? Whose capital markets and sovereign debts do people hold their savings in? And so these questions are essentially all downstream of where do we think the geopolitical order is going to head, and what are the potential strains and fractures in that order that could lead to a shift in a regime, right? That could undermine the structure of the current petrodollar system. And so that order, geopolitical order that generated kind of the eurodollar system in the 50s was an order that was defined by American military hegemony, right? The rest of the world was destroyed after World War II. We were essentially the sole creditor to the global system as it was rebuilding. We could control most of the marginal pricing of commodities because we controlled most of the industrial production and most of the raw commodity imports. And that allowed us to essentially write the rules of the global order that really sustained US power through the 20th century. The key sort of friction point we ran into is because we were still essentially on essentially a quasi-gold standard, and our trading partners realized they could keep redeeming dollars to get their gold, and that broke down. Basically, started in the 60s, and it reached a crisis point that forced a new system to emerge. But we still had enough power to essentially rewrite the rules of a new system to our geopolitical advantage. And that was essentially engineered by the Treasury Secretary Simon going to Jeddah in 1973 and working out an arrangement with the Saudis and then the broader kind of OPEC countries eventually to solely denominate the sales of their oil exports in dollars. And then the key piece to OPEC's point was to recycle those surpluses back into our sovereign debt. But also into our equity, into our real estate, into our broader capital markets. And that was like sort of the beginning of this kind of recycling system that was then broadened and expanded, essentially was what drove globalization throughout the 20th century was euro-dollar recycling. Because everything is priced in dollars, everyone has to accumulate dollars, exporters accumulate dollar surpluses. Where do they take those surpluses? We have open capital markets, they came here. So they bought up our real estate, they invested in our equity markets. And that, was net good, you could say, over that time period. Really what shifted the sort of strategic landscape was really in 2000s, we brought in China into that system. And so it gave them, they brought into the World Trade Organization, gave them most favored nation status, and then they got brought into this recycling system. Because they're an industrial powerhouse, this is where we outsourced all of our manufacturing, and then we ran structural trade deficits in order to drive our economic growth and sort of arbitrage the labor differentials there. And so that really kind of turbocharged that system. And in 2013 was sort of the big pivot point that brings us to today, where China started to net stop accumulating US treasuries. So instead of taking the dollars we gave them from running these trade deficits, buying all the goods they produce, and then having them take those dollars and recycle them into our debt, which helped us finance a lot of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, kind of keep our sort of military hegemony kind of financed cheaply. They took those dollars and started re-lending them around the world as part of the initiative called the Belt and Road Initiative. So taking the dollars and essentially weaponizing them to secure hard assets and strategic influence around the world. And they've been doing that systematically for the past 10 years. And the final point sort of brings us to present day, situate kind of Russia in that context is, Eurasia as a landmass is sort of strategically, geographically critical to the world system. And whoever kind of can control that sort of a larger supranational entity can have an enormous influence on the global order. And the American strategic imperative post-World War II has been to prevent a single power bloc dominating Eurasia. So when the Soviets were strong, we tried to peel China off of the Soviets, which we did with the Nixon trip, to essentially keep Eurasia divided. And then when China was growing, Russia was very weak. They collapsed in the 90s. What we've seen in the past 20 years, but really in the last 5 or 10 years, has been both of the key rising powers in Eurasia, Russia and China, rising together, but also politically aligned. And they just announced, about 2 months ago, a no-limit strategic partnership. And so that's, I think, the broader kind of strategic context for a Eurasian power bloc, a kind of axis of authoritarian systems that control the marginal price of goods and commodities, namely Russia, and now bringing OPEC into the alignment, and the production out of China. So that's like the current challenge to the existing petrodollar system that's kind of emerging from this context of sort of state competition.
Fantastic. A lot of excellent insights there, Matt. Lynn, I want to throw it to you now. You wrote an excellent article, very prescient and insightful article. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, called "The Fraying of the Petrodollar." So, in your own view, how well has that thesis held up?
Well, so basically, the whole premise of that piece was that we're kind of moving towards a more decentralized reserve and payment system. And there's a number of things that kind of contribute to that. So one way to, we had excellent summaries here. And one way to take a step back is to say that this system has essentially run its course. It's not really serving anybody anymore. So the United States has had decades of structural trade deficits. Those are kind of coming back to really haunt us now. We're kind of deindustrialized. We have a deeply negative net international investment position. And the other side, because we've seen the weaponization of reserves, the weaponization of payment channels, you see other countries want to move away from the system over time and basically spread their bets out to some extent. And so when you have new technologies, new alliances, new relationships, and then you combine that with the fact that, going back to World War II, the United States was like 40% of global GDP. We were like a hyperpower. We're the biggest commodity importer by far. And over time, as you've seen kind of the resolution of that, as you've seen the rise of Asia, as you've seen kind of the recovery of the war eras, the maps become more spread out. So the United States is down to something like 20% of global GDP. We're the second biggest commodity importer. And so it's really hard to maintain that system for basically anybody, for the United States, for the rest of the world. We're essentially too small to keep our treasury as pretty much the only real reserve asset, the percentage of the market that we have. And so I think it's inevitable, due to technology, due to geographic realities, to see a broadening out of that system. And I think the key trend is whether or not policymakers want to realize it and kind of fight every step of the way against it, and therefore kind of lose out harder because of that, or if they want to see that it's happening, see that it's inevitable, and then more graciously exit from the system and kind of capitalize on the system as much as they can and kind of have that more graceful exit, which is, I think, a lot to wish for, but I think that's one of the reasons to bother talking about it and kind of understand that with technology where it is and with inflation and debt and all that where it is, that we're kind of moving towards neutral reserve assets and a multi-payment channel world. And policymakers and investors have to be mindful of this.
Yeah, and obviously this is Bitcoin 2022. I think I would be remiss not to ask if your thoughts on what role you see for Bitcoin coming out of this. So let's start with you, Fred.
So I think one of the key things is a reserve currency, if it's controlled by a country in this society or this era we're entering into with less trust, Bitcoin is not controlled by any country. Bitcoin as a currency, as a way to settle accounts between countries, can't be controlled. Nobody can affect it. Yes, you can prohibit use of it, but you can't kill it and you can't debase it. And I think Bitcoin becomes an ideal currency in a multi-currency world where you can price commodities. You can also use it as a way to store assets. And I think we will soon see countries using Bitcoin actually as a reserve asset, as a place to hold reserves. And the challenge is, what happens in a world where all of a sudden countries start putting Bitcoin on their balance sheet? It has really interesting impacts and implications. And I think as we all look at Bitcoin and where it could go, Bitcoin is going to evolve into something much bigger than I think most of us have envisioned over time. Its adoption is going to continue to creep into every aspect of trade, every aspect of commerce, finance, savings, investing, et cetera. And I think because it's a finite supply, it can only go in one direction, and at the same time, it is the most secure form of money that there is, and it is going to enforce people to move towards more of a hard money standard, which I think is critical for the economies and for the countries of the world.
So, Ovik, do you fundamentally agree? Do you see maybe people might be thinking in their minds, okay, Bitcoin is really volatile. Maybe it's not ready yet. How are you thinking about that?
We're conditioned, and certainly if you think about the white paper and everything else, we're conditioned in the textbook definition of money to really focus on medium of exchange. And you hear people say, well, I can't use Bitcoin to buy my Starbucks, so is it really money, right? You hear that critique, and of course that's less and less true as technology and payment rails improve. But I'm here to argue that medium of exchange doesn't matter anymore because of technology. What really matters is what can be a store of value. The US dollar is not a store of value. Even at 2% CPI inflation, in a generation, your wealth has declined by half, right? That is not a store of value by definition, and that's the Federal Reserve's official policy. The Federal Reserve's official policy is to destroy your wealth by 50% over a generation. Now, how is that a store of value? So the important thing to remember is the euro is not really a store of value either, nor is the renminbi, which is pegged to the US dollar, or the Japanese yen, right? So the entire system of fiat currencies is the problem, and I do think that we'll start to see balance sheets start to evolve. This is why the fate of the Treasury bond, the US Treasury bond market, is so important. I talk about this in this article that I know we've talked about, Stefan, called the Bitcoin and the US Fiscal Reckoning, where the point is, follow the Treasury bond market. What we're seeing now is that over the last 10, 15 years, the share of Treasury bonds owned by foreign governments and foreign investors has steadily declined, and the share owned by the Federal Reserve has steadily increased. It would not be surprising if within 10 years those curves have crossed and the Federal Reserve has become a larger holder of Treasury bonds, effectively manipulating and controlling the market. That's not sustainable. That's Latin American monetary policy. Yep. And that is the thing that's really dangerous. And I know a lot of us in this room we're waiting for that moment when, yes, Bitcoin transcends the dollar, but there is going to be an enormous amount of economic and social dislocation that we in this room, this movement, is going to have to make sure that we're doing our best to mitigate, because it's going to be a challenging period of time.
So we're in a place now where perhaps less people want to hold US treasuries. You could say there's less global bag holders. So what kind of implications will that have? What kind of role does Bitcoin play? Matt, I'd love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think try to think about in terms of timescales and scenarios, since the moment we're living through is especially fraught. There's a lot of different ways it could evolve, and the global system, is never in a perfectly stable order. It always takes a lot of work to maintain that order, and when it starts to fray, you can get a lot of different sort of downside scenarios. And debt exposes you to fragility, and the US has an enormous amount of debt, so that makes our geopolitical position, our economic position exceptionally fragile. And the piece of the Jenga tower that's underpinning our global system is the US Treasury market. And there's a lot of signs there that it's not as healthy or safe and liquid as you would want in the global reserve savings vehicle. We've had a number of crises in the US Treasury market the past decade. The most, critical was in March 2020, where you saw essentially the Treasury market in off the runs, which are essentially freely traded in the secondary market, to basically go bidless, and the Fed had to step in and essentially guarantee it and just open up swap lines and essentially pour liquidity to keep the Treasury market functioning. And that to me is kind of the canary in the coal mine, right? Like the Treasury security, yes, it functions as a store of value for most, savings, both, foreign reserve managers, but also, independent retirees who want to put it what they thought was a safe asset. But also it's funding collateral in the global like euro-dollar trading market. So if you want to make a bet in sort of in the global system, you are usually putting up treasuries as collateral. It's essentially considered a form of money. And if people don't believe that it's actually that liquid, then the global system could just come to a halt, right? The economy, that's like the nightmare scenario for the Fed, whose job it is to keep the dollar system stable. And that's just not a healthy circumstance, right? You shouldn't be in a position where you have to constantly essentially bail out like the basic market upon which the global dollar system depends. So you need to find some way to transition out of that system. To everyone's point here, it's not going to be, like you wouldn't think that the treasury market currently as it stands is going to be something that can power American economic growth for the next 10, 20 years, right? We have to find something different. And Bitcoin is a kind of almost like manna, right? Like we did not come up with it, but here's a novel, neutral, global reserve asset that isn't in control of any one particular power, but that individual citizens and companies have secured for their own personal interests, but that is also driving a larger economic engine of innovation that accrues to our economy, happening on its own. And you place that in the context of what our major competitors are doing around the world is they're going back in time. They're going to gold commodity standard, which is what you do when you've got no open capital markets and you're essentially just trying to keep power. And that's the move they're going to make. They're going to go do it. They're going to try to push the world towards a gold commodity-backed standard, essentially, some hybrid mix of those things. And here's Bitcoin essentially as a strategic asset, a sort of ace in the hole for the West, if we can sort of take advantage of it, to leverage the fact that we have this neutral reserve asset that can help essentially rebalance our books, right? Essentially, as Bitcoin monetizes, it helps essentially restore our fiscal balance sheet, sort of as a nation. And if you go back to like the petrodollar, like to monetize the petro side of the petrodollar, oil had to like quadruple in price, and that had like major like consequences for the world, right? Like when your energy input costs go up, like the world suffers. And so that was the deal that Kissinger made was, okay, this is the cost to reset the system, had enormous negative externalities to monetize into a new regime. And here's Bitcoin doing on its own, and it's actually going to have positive externalities. It's going to have economic innovation associated with its monetization that's actually, doesn't hurt the developing world like like commodity inflation would. If you try to like monetize commodities, like you don't want to have wheat be a store of value. You don't want to have oil be a store of value. People need those to survive. You don't want your house to be a store of value. You just want it to be a good place to live. Here's Bitcoin. It's like literally custom made to be a store of value, and it's like perfectly aligned with our American values. So it's like kind of an obvious thing to sort of use Bitcoin to your own advantage and have it be a sort of a way to counterbalance our adversaries, but do it in a way that's consistent with our value system.
So Lynn, what role do you see Bitcoin playing, and what kind of shifts do you see coming?
So I think part of understanding how we got to this situation with the petrodollar system and the euro-dollar system comes down to understanding what are the properties of good money. And so prior to the system, there was gold, and it checked a lot of boxes for good money. It was scarce and had all the properties that many people here know, but it had weaknesses in terms of portability and auditability, verification, those types of shortcomings. And so despite the fact that it was good at holding its value long term, the fiat system could grow around it for out of convenience, right? And so it's easy to centralize and easy to introduce through military force and diplomatic deals, fiat currencies that can go around it. But even that system, for decades now, the problem there is that you also lack good verification. So a common problem throughout the whole euro-dollar, petrodollar market is that it's very hard to track offshore dollars. They're very opaque. And so because this is not a very auditable system, it's shortcomings with the money itself. And then in addition, because the money constantly devalues, there's a very strong incentive to take out debt on it and then use that as leverage. And so you have a system that's not auditable or not very auditable and then encourages more and more debt accumulation. And so we find ourselves in the situation that we're at now. And so Bitcoin represents, a hope that there's maybe is a money that is good enough, that basically it checks more of the boxes that gold was not fully able to check. So you have the same type of scarcity, but then you also have better portability, better divisibility, better verification. And we're 13 years into this monetization process. And one of the most bullish things about Bitcoin is that there are pools of capital that can't even realistically buy it until it gets bigger. And that was the case, 5 years ago, corporations, pensions, insurance companies, Bitcoin was too small, too volatile, too risky for them to even really look at. But when it becomes a multi-$100 billion asset, suddenly those large pools of capital can just start looking at it and say, do we want 1% positions? Do we want 5% positions in it out of our portfolio? And when you get even bigger than we are now, right, then you can start looking at the sovereign level. And they can start looking at it as a reserve asset and see how it compares to their other ones. How does it compare in terms of their ability to self-custody it? It's got, censorship-resistant payment rails built into it, in addition to, in the long run, better scarcity than gold. And so if it continues to grow into that and keeps having that Lindy effect build up, I don't see why it wouldn't eventually be part of a number of countries' reserve assets.
I want to amplify that point real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Go on.
The price of Bitcoin relative to the US dollar really does matter. And the reason why it matters is because let's say the market value of all the Bitcoin in the world is 10 trillion instead of 1 trillion, plus or minus. That's when you start to have a situation where the liquidity of Bitcoin for large institutions, for governments, for Deutsche Bank, for a country, they can start to buy and sell Bitcoin at scale in a way that's competitive with the way that today they can buy and sell treasury bonds at scale. And what do I mean by that? That means if I want to buy $300 million of Bitcoin, I can do so without affecting the market price, right? That's what liquidity is. And the ability to do that at scale improves as the value of Bitcoin improves. So it becomes this virtuous cycle where if some countries start to adopt Bitcoin as part of their balance sheet, the price of Bitcoin goes up. That means the liquidity goes up. That means more governments can use it as a reserve asset on their balance sheet, and it's a virtuous cycle. So that is a really important part of the evolution of this market.
But I think the other fact that's important to realize is because the supply is finite, unlike public companies who, while the value of their stock goes up, issue more stock to raise more capital, you can't do that with Bitcoin.
Right.
Nobody can do that. And the fact of the matter is, over time, more and more Bitcoin will be sidelined in reserves. And so now you have a whole other economy of monetizing these captive Bitcoin reserves and remonetizing them, which is going to build a whole new set of financial instruments.
And that's how you start to displace the dollar as a vehicle for credit.
Exactly.
We're not there yet. One point to make about the petrodollar, too, is the petrodollar agreement, the famous deal with Nixon and the Saudis in 1975, that came on the heels of us, the United States, leaving the Bretton Woods agreement in 1971, right? That's why he did it. And part of the agreement was that Saudis would buy treasury bonds at a preferential rate. Right, but think about this. What was the federal debt back in 1975 compared to the size of the global petrochemical market? Compared to now, right? The federal debt has exploded. The Fed's balance sheet has exploded. The oil and gas market has grown, but not to the same degree. So I would argue that the financialization of the global economy makes what's kind of at a micro level happening with the specific exchange of oil and currencies relatively less important. It's still important, but relatively less important compared to some of these other things that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
One other point I was going to add to making a lot of comparisons, conceiving of Bitcoin as a novel reserve asset, and the relevant historical and current analogies is gold and treasury securities. But it has a very fundamental, unique property, which is that individuals can hold it, and they can hold it at almost any size.
Yep.
So, which is not the case with treasury bonds. To buy a treasury bond, I don't know how many people in this room even know that they may hold a treasury bond, but it's an obscure thing that maybe is a part of their Schwab account, but it's mostly held by institutions and countries. So when you have a system where the dominant reserve asset can really only be held by major pools of capital and nations, that sort of structures the power system in that direction, centralizes it. Same thing with gold, right? You have to have centralized custodians and then have all the protection and then essentially the seigniorage benefit from being able to issue paper claims on that. So that typically is how gold standards fail. Bitcoin is fundamentally different because it's a digital bearer instrument that can be held on a cell phone, so you can have reserve asset for the people. And you can have developing markets that don't have to rely on a central government to be, say, fiscally sound or sort of be forward-thinking to adopt the Bitcoin standard. They can just do it on their own. And so that's something you didn't have before historically. That's now enabled by technology. And I don't think we know exactly what the implications of that are going to be in terms of the knock-on second-order effects to those political systems as individuals in those different countries adopt their own vision of what a future reserve asset should be for themselves. It can hold, as little as a few dollars on their phone. And that's, I think we need to think about the longer term implications of that, in addition to the sort of the global kind of state-to-state interaction.
Yeah, I love that point about Bitcoin, the reserve asset for the people. Lynn, I want to throw it to you. You have spoken a little bit about the way the economy has shifted. And so let's say we're seeing a relative decline in the petrodollar. What kind of economic shifts do you think we will see, perhaps in the U.S. economy and the economy abroad?
Well, the upside of the arrangement is that the United States is potentially able to reshore some percentage of what they've offshored, right? So the U.S. has had to become structurally uncompetitive in terms of physical exports in order to export a number of dollars to support the petrodollar system. And if that starts to unwind, that gives the U.S. a chance to close its trade balance, which is one of those things that's very uncomfortable when it happens usually. It usually comes with currency devaluation, inflation, things like that. But on the other side of it, when you're on, when people can hold good money, when you can have this situation where you can actually make things at home because you're kind of you're pricing things in a global standard rather than having your currency be the heart of everything, that's the upside of the system. The downside of the system is that, we kind of all suffer from recency bias, or a lot of analysts suffer from recency bias, where we go through like a 10-year period and we think that that's how things are now, and then we're always blindsided by the next 10 years. And so, especially commodity cycles go through these big, capex cycles where they're oversupplied, and then they're undersupplied, and then they're oversupplied, and these tend to be these 10, 15-year cycles. And this whole past decade and a half has been this period of structural commodity oversupply, at least for most commodities. And I think what we're entering is a period of, more commodity scarcity, more commodity uncertainty, combined with that kind of breakdown of the global order. And so it's much harder to maintain the current system, as it was in a more inherently disinflationary regime. And so I think that we're kind of going through this period where having your own kind of self-custodied money, including one that can be then sent in a censorship, it's hard to stop the payments, censorship-resistant way, is something that both on the personal level and on the corporate level and on the sovereign level is useful. And that's why the the quote-unquote total addressable market of the Bitcoin network is huge, because you're not just going after the gold market, you're also going after the the payment rails, and you're also going after even some part of that we've monetized so many other assets. And so I think one of the things to realize is that if Bitcoin gets bigger, that can take a chunk out of other assets, at least in terms of inflation-adjusted forward returns. And I think it's one of those things why I start to view Bitcoin as something that even though it's volatile, having some of it is insurance. It's insurance. Even if someone's skeptical about it, you want to hedge the fact that maybe it takes off more than you think. And if your other things kind of get partially demonetized, you have that access to it. So I think there's going to be a lot of winners and losers in that transition, and it's not going to be pleasant, it's going to be messy, but the world can kind of rebalance after kind of these decades of always kind of tilting to one side, where the U.S. is running bigger and bigger deficits, the rest of the world is running surpluses, but then they have their own issues, and you have this kind of it's constant devaluation of currencies, people unable to access good money, especially in emerging markets, and this potentially can address so many of those things. And it's one of those, I think every couple years we kind of can even see further out of what it can look like. I think it's one of those things where, we may overestimate what can happen in 1 year, but then underestimate what can happen in 5, 10, 15 years, because it's kind of an exponential set of changes that can occur if this monetization process stays on track.
Excellent. So we've only got a few minutes left, so probably, yeah. So, as you mentioned, it's going to be messy. The elephant in the room also is inflation. So, what kind of impacts are we going to see with what's going on the petrodollar? What impact is that going to have on the quality of life? Maybe just a minute or two each. Fred?
I think we have yet to see the real type of inflation that we're going to see when there's a food crisis, because fertilizer costs are going way up, because a quarter of the world's wheat supply is located or created by two countries who are at war with each other. Energy costs, we're early on in this game, and there are things that are going to move through our economy that are going to create fairly large dislocation, and unfortunately it's going to create a lot of social issues. And I think what people have to be prepared for is the fact that hard assets will retain their value. Goods, commodities are going to go way up in price, and wage inflation won't keep up with it at all. And I think we all need to be prepared for a period of considerable concern here for the economy and for jobs, where right now there's this excess demand that we're kind of fulfilling. It's hard to fill jobs. Unemployment is decreasing. We're going to hit a point where all of a sudden that reverses. And that's coming very quickly. And I just think we need to be prepared for that. Yeah.
First of all, to answer the question, I want all of you to give yourselves a round of applause. Can we do that? The reason why I say that is because the most important thing we can do to avoid or mitigate the social problems, the very serious social problems that you just described, Fred, is for as many people as possible to own Bitcoin. And that is the work that all of you are doing, whether you're working for a company that's trying to make Bitcoin easier to use and more accessible, or you're orange pilling your friends. That is the thing that we all have to do so that as many people as possible in this country and around the world can avoid the effects of inflation, because it's going to get worse, not better. As many of you understand, the official inflation statistics are understating the problem. The cost of housing, the cost of healthcare, the cost of higher education, a lot of the things that my think tank works on trying to mitigate at the microeconomic level, inflation is going to really swamp that, and it's going to be really hard. And we all have to do as much work as possible to get as many people as possible to own Bitcoin.
Here. Yes, I think we're in for just a generally inflationary decade, both because of these unanticipated shocks, like the Russia-Ukraine invasion, which has taken off a huge chunk of the commodity and energy supply from the market, which is just going to lead to kind of a stochastic sort of increase in the price level for those commodities. But I think what that now is also going to precipitate is a geopolitical reordering, kind of a reversal of globalization. For the past several decades, companies have just gone out into the world and set up operations overseas, and sort of seen an office in Shanghai, an office in Moscow, and an office in Sacramento as essentially just different dots on the map. Now those are fundamentally different, and they have to be reconceived in terms of the geopolitical risk associated with that. And so that means, and that's now going to be sort of state incentivized to bring those things home. And that's inherently inflationary. Like reshoring production, while good in net, is going to be inflationary. So you're both going to have these commodity shocks that are going to be sort of help to re-anchor inflation expectations probably higher than the Fed's target. But then you're going to have just like a persistent structural trend as the world deglobalizes to a certain extent. I don't think we're going to go entirely to a full form of autarky, like Russia sort of being forced into to a certain extent. But that's kind of the trend, sort of away from globalization, and that's going to take a lot to work out, and it's going to be expensive, and it just means everything is going to be going to take a lot more money to sort of finance, and that's going to make the cost of financing go up. And we have so much debt in the Western system that to a certain extent, like policymakers, while they won't say it overtly, they need high inflation. They need this debt burden to go away. And now they don't want runaway inflation. They don't want the collapse of the currency, but they can't have deflation at all. So net, they would like to have kind of financial repression, where you keep yields low and you let inflation run hot. You do that for several years, and you try to rebalance your debt ratios. That's like a Goldilocks sort of very narrow path. It's difficult to tread, and when there's geopolitical shocks, threatens to push you off that narrow ledge. And that's kind of the period we're in. Is that can the policymakers kind of keep their financial repression track going, or is a shock going to knock them one way or the other? Remains to be seen.
Sure. Lynn, you've got the last word.
Yeah, so we're running a long time here, but one thing I'll point out is that in history, commodity cycles have so much influence over human well-being and human flourishing, and basically in kind of a commodity-abundant environment, that's when people do very well, and when commodities get scarcer, that's when it's hard. And because of investment cycles and because of what we're seeing in monetary policy around the world and fiscal policy, we kind of have a number of imbalances here, and there's no smooth way through it, so the best people can do is protect themselves by understanding as much as they can what's happening in the world, and then owning what they view as scarce assets. And so I think that's going to be a test going forward, and it's going to be a very challenging environment. But hopefully, at the long end of it, after you get through that environment, you turn the next chapter and things turn up. So hopefully the people here can make that happen.
Excellent. So that's all we've got time for. Everyone, please put your hands together for our fantastic panelists, Fred, Ovik, Matt, and Lynn. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Marathon News Desk, hosted by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Q Gahimi, host of Bitcoin Magazine Live. I am joined by Peter McCormick, Michael Saylor, and Zuby after hearing an excellent panel on the unraveling of the petrodollar. Gentlemen, one of the things that we heard just now was the importance of whether or not Bitcoin as a medium of exchange actually matters versus a store of value. Zuby, we'll start with you. Where do you sit on this spectrum? Medium of exchange, store of value?
Why not both?
Love it.
It's both. Yeah, it's a currency. It's a form of money. We should be able to do both. I think with Bitcoin, a lot of the appeal is not having these limitations and barriers and people being forced to do things in certain ways. So however someone wants to use Bitcoin, that is up to them.
Awesome. Peter, same question to you.
Well, it can't be a store of value without being a medium of exchange. You have to be able to transfer value to actually store it. But I think what's going to happen is, for most of us now, it is a store of value, but the number of use cases for Bitcoin as a medium of exchange is growing as we continue to have physical cash demonized or removed, as we continue to have attacks on our use of cash or our use of money. People are going to find other ways to use money. So I think it is a store of value, but I think the use cases for Bitcoin as a medium of exchange will continue to grow.
Love that. I mean, look, we heard Jack Mallers' big announcement yesterday to expand the use cases for medium of exchange. Lynn Alden made a lot of comments about the importance of the decline of the petrodollar and what effects that's going to have on commodities as a whole as Bitcoin continues to adopt. Michael, I'd love your thoughts on what commodities are going to struggle as Bitcoin reaches mass adoption.
Well, I think Bitcoin is going to replace all the commodities that have been given a monetary premium. So I think that means as Bitcoin rises, people demonetize gold. I would say silver, but silver is so small, it won't be the biggest difference. I think people have, over the last 40 years, monetized the S&P index. And so I think that Bitcoin's going to demonetize the S&P index, and I think it's going to demonetize investment property, commercial real estate. I think the commodities that people are going to cling to, don't attack me, Schiff. They're going to get flat, Peter Schiff. Sorry, Peter. I think that the commodities that are going to do fine are going to be coal and natural gas and corn and soybeans and things people can eat that have utility value, and they won't be affected.
Peter, same question to you. What commodities are going to get affected by the mass adoption of Bitcoin?
I'm really not going to answer that question after Michael Saylor and add anything of value. But all I know is on a personal level, like property will still be important to me. I think people will still invest in property because land is a scarce asset. I think when something is scarce but has utility and has a usefulness and you can earn rent from it, I still think property may survive. But everything else, I would defer to Michael. I would ask him that question myself. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I asked it. One of the other things that we heard a lot about being discussed is just how large institutions who hold Bitcoin are going to deal with illiquid supply. Michael, MicroStrategy owns a ton. Peter, Bedford FC as well is holding Bitcoin in their reserves. Michael, we'll start with you. How are you guys trying to look at approaching that problem in the future?
I think 2022 is pretty transformational. I think that every institution in the world has been thinking about Bitcoin, and if they weren't in the last 3 months, they've been forced to. I think you'll see a consistent adoption of Bitcoin over the next 4 years by mid-sized institutions. And then toward the end of the decade, I think you'll see the mega institutions get in.
Peter, what is Bedford FC going to do as far as trying to drop big sats on getting maybe a massive striker or midfielder?
Well, listen, look, we're going to continue to accumulate Bitcoin. We have no intention of selling our Bitcoin. We're intending to leverage our Bitcoin to run our team. I think a lot of people are going to be coming in. There's not going to be a lot of supply. Michael's bought most of it. There's not much left. And maybe they're going to be knocking at his door asking
There's
for some
still plenty left. It's just, there's some for you, Peter.
A little bit.
Michael, talk to us a little bit about what you are seeing as far as the global market. We see a lot of stuff coming out of Russia as well. We'd love your thoughts.
I think the Pandora's box has been opened. Everybody is questioning their assumptions about Treasury reserve strategies and the world reserve currency that held true for 50 years. Once you open that box, you can't put the genie, or open the bottle, the genie does not go back in. I think that Bitcoin will be adopted and embraced by the United States as another reserve currency because it's technology. If it wasn't technology, then it would be viewed as competitive to the dollar. But because it is technology and it is 1,000 times better than the dollar as a store of value, I think it'll be enthusiastically embraced, not just in the US, but everywhere in the world.
We heard it on the stage. The US dollar is not a store of value. You know what is? Bitcoin. Guys, the next upcoming chat is going to be a fireside chat with Senator Cynthia Lummis, one of the biggest advocates for Bitcoin currently in the Senate. Stick around. Make sure you smash that subscribe button so we can hit 100K subscribers by conference day.
Who thinks we need more Bitcoin politicians? Yeah, come on. More Bitcoin politicians. How about a Bitcoin president? Well, coming up next is a fireside chat with one of the biggest Bitcoin advocates that I think we have in Congress in Washington, D.C., fighting for us, fighting for regulatory clarity, and for fair and educated legislation. There are some politicians out there, right, like Elizabeth Warren, who won't even take the time to just hear arguments during congressional hearings, right? And then others who have taken the time to study. And this next speaker is one that has really done the homework, and we're so, so grateful to have her here at the Bitcoin conference. So, without further delay, Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming, welcome. And she will be interviewed by Marco Santori, Chief Legal Officer of Kraken. Give it up.
Senator Lummis, thank you so much for joining me here, and thank you for joining all of us here. I thank you so much for giving the Senator a round of applause, but for such a champion of Bitcoin, for such a champion of decentralized technologies, and for such a champion for all of us, I think she deserves another one. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thanks.
Senator, I'd like to start off today by talking about your responsible financial innovation bill. Can we talk a little bit about what you hope to achieve, why we're doing it now? I have to say, I think we can all agree that there is a real gap between where Washington is today and where the ecosystem needs it to be today. So can we talk a little bit about the Responsible Financial Innovation Act?
Absolutely. So when I went to the Senate and realized how little was known there about Bitcoin and digital assets, we formed a financial innovation caucus. Senator Kirsten Sinema and I were the co-chairs. We began to hold information sessions for senators and their staff so we could start to have a dialogue. But then everything went fast forward when the infrastructure bill was brought to the floor of the Senate last summer and contained a definition of broker that was not consistent with how the industry works. And then it became very apparent to us and to all of you that Congress might mess this up. And so we tried to fast forward and craft legislation, even though we would have preferred to do more education for a while, but we didn't have the luxury of that time. So we crafted the legislation. In my office, it's pretty comprehensive. Put it out to some of the innovators in the industry in December on a very quiet level. Got some fabulous feedback, fabulous. And then just about a month ago, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York, who practiced securities law in New York, and of course comes from this huge financial headquarters state, decided to take an interest in this bill, and she just threw herself into it.
This is terrific.
It's so fabulous. So then, and she has a good staff that's also thrown themselves into it. So the combination of a member of the Senate who is interested and is willing to take a deep dive, plus a staff that can take a deep dive, has made all the difference.
So if this is groundbreaking. I mean, we haven't seen truly significant bipartisan efforts like this come out of Congress on crypto, I don't think ever. So how did can you give us an outline of the bill? Maybe just start at a high level and explain what are the issues that you hope to tackle.
Okay. Well, it's truly a legislative framework that we hope will provide the sandbox for innovation to occur, but also put some regulatory parameters so you all know the rules of the road. So it includes definitions. So we all understand we're talking about common things. It includes privacy components, consumer protection components, taxation components. It includes risk parameters, and it utilizes the existing structure at the SEC and the CFTC in order to demarcate where we're dealing with commodities and where we're dealing with securities. So Bitcoin is a commodity. The futures market, the spot market, and the trading will be at the CFTC. And so we want to ramp up the CFTC's capability of dealing with these issues. Then over at the SEC, when things are bundled as a security, they'll be under the auspices of the SEC. And we'll continue to use the Howey test, which has been around since the 1940s, to determine what is a security. Consequently, we are going to see the involvement overlaying this existing structure of some self-regulatory organizations. So we'll go into dialogue, Senator Gillibrand and I, with your industry, so the self-regulatory organizations will interface with the CFTC and the SEC to make this a robust regulatory framework that's able to adapt as things change. And you all know how quickly it's changing. It's just remarkable. You know, what Jack Mallers announced yesterday was just remarkable. Something that a year ago just seemed into the future. So you're innovating so fast, and we're just trying to learn and not put up roadblocks to your abilities to innovate and grow this industry in the United States.
So, as science fiction becomes science fact so quickly in this industry, let's talk about the road ahead. The Howey test has been around for a long time. SEC has been around for a long time. CFTC around for a long time. As things persist in Washington, they tend to entrench themselves, right? They tend to entrench themselves. People begin to rely on these things for their livelihood. and for their own successes. So you have to expect there's going to be some pushback on the road ahead, right? This is the democratic process. This is part of it. So should we expect that pushback on this bill? Where do you expect it'll come from? Where are the challenges that lie ahead?
There will definitely be pushback. I have thought that the pushback would come from Treasury because I had seen some hostility at Treasury towards digital assets and Bitcoin. Janet Yellen made the most positive statements just this week about Bitcoin and digital assets that I've ever heard her make. And I don't know what the turnaround is there with her, but finally we're hearing some indications that Treasury may be looking differently at Bitcoin and other digital assets than they had during the last year. So that's a good sign.
It's really welcome, right? I mean, this is
oh my gosh,
this has been a long going and a long and ongoing struggle between the industry and before anybody was talking about the SEC or the CFTC in this area, we were talking about FinCEN and the U.S. Treasury and their oversight. So to see this kind of turnaround is it's historic. It's historic.
And there are other sources of pullback and pushback that are apt to crop up, and we'll deal with them when they come. It would be helpful to us, to Senator Gillibrand and I, if when you identify areas where you see a growing or emerging threat to our ability to put together this regulatory framework, if you would give us a heads up, because we don't always see what you see. We're trying to generate support in our respective caucuses. I stayed in touch with the White House. I wanted them to know what we were thinking and doing. I've met with Gary Gensler. We've tried to meet with a lot of the regulators. We gave them the bill. We want their feedback too. So I've been trying to be pretty transparent about what we're doing and get good feedback before we introduce the bill. Senator Gillibrand is right now vetting the bill with her constituents in New York. I had hoped that the bill would be filed for introduction this month. We may want to wait just a little bit longer in order to give Senator Gillibrand time to have her constituents vet it. So when we do introduce it, it's had a good thorough scrubbing by the industries. We know that there's going to be pushback. Sometimes we just don't know where it's going to come from.
So knowing that there'll be pushback and looking back on the last decade of policy interactions between the Bitcoin industry and the broader crypto industry and Washington, certainly where we sit at Kraken, we've been involved in this conversation, but the thing that we've seen start to change the most is the partisanship over these issues, the partisanship over crypto. When the industry writ large started to engage in DC, we seemed better received by those on the right side of the aisle. It was the Republicans that were first welcoming of this new technology and of the industry being built around it. We've started to see that change a little bit. We've started to see some bipartisanship, but it's clearly not there yet. Bitcoin, specifically Bitcoin and crypto broadly, it's still not a bipartisan issue. Do you think we're headed in the right direction, or is this doomed to be a polarized partisan discussion?
I think we're heading in the right direction. You know, I think Senator Gillibrand's willingness to lean into this has just been enormously helpful. Senator Ron Wyden, who is the chairman of the Finance Committee, a huge assignment, very important in the Senate, is very interested, was hugely helpful during the debate over the definition of broker, and we continue to stay in touch with him and his staff about this. We're in touch with Cory Booker. We're in touch with John Hickenlooper. We're in touch with as many Democrats as we can get to engage on this subject. And we want to find the areas of interest that they have or the areas of concern they have.
Right.
Among the areas of concern is lately, because we're so focused on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there were concerns about whether Bitcoin and digital asset exchanges would participate in sanctions. And they have, and they've been robust players. We had a fabulous hearing in the Senate Banking Committee, on which I serve, to explain how companies like Chainalysis are able to track transactions in Bitcoin and actually ask the question, if you're investigating a crime or a transfer of monies in fiat currency or in Bitcoin, which would you rather investigate? And without question, they said Bitcoin. And so we want to help convey the message that we can have simultaneously privacy and consumer protection and be able to vet crime committed in digital assets. Furthermore, which was awesome about that hearing, we had a witness who is in Ukraine, and we asked him, would you rather receive help in Bitcoin or in fiat currency? He said, we can have Americans send us Bitcoin today, and we're spending it on medicine, on water, on food, and on protection the next day. We could never do that with fiat currency.
So that is not just a humanitarian point. That is the vision for a real economy developing with Bitcoin, right? It's not just a one-way corridor. It's not just a hodler's paradise. It's not just, a means of saving. This is an actual economy that's developing, and it's developing where people need it most.
Exactly right.
Right, so how long, the Bitcoin community has been pitching this idea of Bitcoin being a boon to those who need it so badly, to those who can't participate in the traditional financial system, to those who are in conflict zones, who can't use banks, who can't use traditional money transmitters. And for so long, it's been just that, right? It's been just pitches. The last month, though, is the first time, I think the first time in history, where we're seeing this at scale being tested in an empirical way. This is an actual empirical test of all of the hopes and dreams of Bitcoiners over the last decade or so. So from where you sit, what do you see happening? Who's using Bitcoin? Is it the good guys or the bad guys?
Well, just like with fiat currency, good guys are using it and bad guys are using it. The good news is the good guys are showing and demonstrating what a force for good it is, how it's so important for freedom, how people in Venezuela how people who are in Venezuela in a very repressive regime can preserve wealth and move wealth through Bitcoin, how people who are sending remittances from the United States to their elderly mother in El Salvador can do it faster and cheaper and safer than in fiat currency. Now we're hearing real-world examples, riveting examples. That was riveting testimony of this man in Ukraine. $10 million just went like that. And that money was needed like that. You see how fast this war is changing lives, ruining lives, giving people the ability to fight back. Bitcoin gave them the ability to fight back, to save lives, to send them water and find medicines and buy them immediately. And what we had been hearing in the U.S. Senate prior to that was that it would be used in dark ways, that it would be used by Russians to avoid sanctions. And it helped flip the dialogue when we started seeing what a force for good it is. So finally, members of the Senate, it's hard to pay attention to things that are abstract. And for most members of Congress, this has been abstract for a long time. They didn't have to learn about it because it seemed so futuristic and not particularly front and center with their constituents. That has changed dramatically in the last 12 months. And part of it's thanks to you all.
So let's take a moment and step back. I want to talk about a larger issue that is not limited to just one country. I want to talk about central bank digital currencies. I want to talk about, we can talk about the digital dollar. Boos from the crowd. Let's talk about a digital dollar. There have been a number of different visions for what a digital dollar could be. I suspect that a central bank digital currency is not a monolithic concept, just like crypto is not a monolithic concept. I suspect there could be and possibly will be a variety of formulations of central bank digital currencies, of digital dollars, digital euros, et cetera. How is Congress thinking about this? How are those on the left thinking about it differently than those on the right? What is the temperament on the Hill as to CBDCs at all?
Mm-hmm. Well, not very many people are thinking about it, and for a long time it's been just trying to evaluate the pros and cons. But one of the things that's helping inform the debate is the existence of the digital yuan, because the digital yuan is direct to consumer. It's being used as a tool of surveillance, and the U.S. Senate's aware of that. So, and by the way, the Fed is aware of that. I've had this discussion with Jay Powell. And I think that what may happen is stable coins will be enabled. We discussed stable coins in our bill. Senator Toomey also has a stable coins bill. If there is a digital product that is direct to consumer, it would be a stable coin as opposed to a CBDC direct to consumer. And yeah, I agree. I think that's a much more American way of adopting this technology as backed by a U.S. dollar. So
the prevailing vision then, just to clarify, would be a sort of a wholesale central bank digital currency that faced banks and central banks, but the digital dollars in our pockets would be a private sector effort, an effort that looks a lot like stable coins today.
Yes, so absolutely right. So as you know, currently the Fed provides U.S. dollars to its Federal Reserve regional banks and to and then they provide it to banks. They also provide U.S. dollars to like the IMF and the Bank for International Settlements and central banks around the world. That could still be true if we had a CBDC. That would be their audience for faster and cheaper transmission of US dollars. But I think the prevailing wisdom these days in the US Senate anyway is that be the limit of the use of a CBDC, that anything that is direct to consumer would be through a stablecoin type of mechanism that either is FDIC insured issuing, or in our bill we provide for 100% hard asset backed institutions could issue stablecoins.
I think that anybody who is skeptical of the politicization of money would have to share that viewpoint. There's so many ways that a public retail central bank digital currency could become the tool of, well, politics instead of the tool of people. But Senator, I would love to keep you here for hours, and there's so much to talk about, but thank you so much for joining us. Please join me in giving the Senator a hand and thanking her for joining us.
Welcome back to the Marathon Live Desk powered by Bitcoin Magazine. My name is CK. I am the managing director of Bitcoin Magazine and really excited to be joined by an incredible panel once again. What an incredible conversation we just heard from Senator Lummis. She touched on a lot of things, but I think I want to start off with the bill that she is teasing. You know, I don't know how many details y'all have heard of this bill or what is being teased specifically, but what's the impression of this Bitcoin forward, mining forward initiative that she's pushing? Michael, let's start with you.
She's enthusiastic, she's engaged, she's carrying the torch for the entire Bitcoin community. And I think she views it as an opportunity for her legacy to be bringing Bitcoin to the mainstream and to America. And the bill's comprehensive and it's going to catalyze a lot of constructive dialogue on Capitol Hill.
One of the interesting things I took out of that when I heard her referring to the people she's talking to, she mentioned she's talking to Cory Booker. As I understand, he's a Democrat.
Yes.
And she's a Republican. I mean, this is one of the ideas we talk about with Bitcoin. It should be apolitical. It at least should cross the aisle. And I think she recognizes that. So I think one of the good things is that she's trying to avoid Bitcoin becoming like some partisan issue.
Zuby, do you want to touch on this? Is partisanism in Bitcoin something that is relevant in the UK?
I don't know, man.
They all hate it.
I'm skeptical about Bitcoin getting in the hands of politicians in general. Something about it just makes me a little bit concerned. I'm an outsider. I'm from the UK. I'm not a Democrat nor a Republican. Of course, any bill passed that's favorable, potentially that could be good, but someone who leans more libertarian, I'm just, I don't know, something in my gut is weirds me out a little bit about, I'd rather it just stayed out of that realm, ideally.
Is there such thing as regulatory framework that is productive? Is that something that exists, or should regulators just leave Bitcoin alone?
I think that when institutions see that this is embraced by Capitol Hill and there's support in Congress and the Senate, then there's an avalanche of institutional capital that comes into the space, and all the haters go away, the media turns positive, everybody relaxes, and that's what we need to grow by another factor of 10.
And you can have regulation that becomes totally unproductive, and that's the things we want to avoid.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the concern there. And, you know, before legislation, there needs to be education. I mean, she herself brought up that point. So if the people who are creating this legislation don't themselves really properly understand Bitcoin, and it takes a while to understand Bitcoin, and we're all still learning, then I don't know. That makes me, it concerns me. It does concern me.
Cynthia Lummis is from Wyoming. She's an American, not an Americant.
I know, but she's one of the whole system. And it's good having one person who gets it in the system, but what about everybody else?
Well, there is a growing understanding of Bitcoin within the system. I think we've seen a number of senators, primarily on the Republican side, but an increasing number on the Democrat side, who are starting to understand this. Also, it's become a hack.
Yes, I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's become a hack. They've realized, look, a number of voters own Bitcoin. What is it, one-third?
But like, look, let's be real. These people, like, they get everything wrong. Like, everything they've done over the past 2 years has been wrong, and every single policy has been wrong. So pardon me for being a little bit skeptical about them getting this right. And this is not U.S. specific, with the people in the U.K. or elsewhere as well, who, again, get everything wrong all the time. I'm not optimistic about them getting this one right. Sorry to be. I'm an optimist, and I'm pessimistic about this. So I don't know.
So
I will pray.
one thing is for sure is that Bitcoin has captured politicians and central bankers' attentions, and now they are actively moving against it. We have very little time left, but I want to get y'all's takes on CBDCs, yuan, stablecoins, the other aspect of the crypto sphere that is really very relevant today.
There's not going to be any CBDC in America. The Fed doesn't know how to do it. Congress doesn't want it to happen. It's all going to be private sector stable coins, and they're going to circulate much more rapidly than anybody expected.
CBDCs are hell. We should fight them as much as we support Bitcoin.
Fight CBDC, support Bitcoin. Zuby, last word.
Agreed. I'm not interested in it. Keep it away. Bitcoin, just Bitcoin. We don't need all this other nonsense, man.
All right, y'all. This is an interesting conversation. A lot that we weren't able to hit on, but Cynthia Lummis, very thorough, and I'm very excited for this next keynote from Mike Novogratz. For anyone who wants to learn more about Cynthia, we have an incredible segment in the El Salvador edition of the Bitcoin magazine where we spoke to her. So check that out. You can catch it at the store or on our website. And with that, that is all we have. And enjoy Mike Novogratz.
Here on the Satoshi Nakamoto stage. Take your seats. I am super excited to introduce this gentleman. I'm still working on trying to get him on my podcast. Last year, he was backstage in a really cool purple blazer. He's one of the best dressed guys in Bitcoin. This year, he's got some cool sparkly shoes. He is the CEO and founder of Galaxy Digital. Mike Novogratz, give it up.
Wow. Good afternoon, Bitcoin Nation. You know, I've lost my voice. I was here on Tuesday. I was the first speaker on Tuesday, and I literally spent the last 3 days doing nothing but talking about Bitcoin. I might have been celebrating a little too much as well. There's a lot to celebrate, to be honest. If you think about what's happened in the last 13 years, Bitcoin is now a sovereign state of 150 million people. I want you to think about what that means. It means there's 150 million people around the world that have taken some of their hard-earned wealth and have put it in this digital gold. They've trusted not a government, but you, but us. This trust in community is a radical idea. 150 million people in almost every country in the world. And so I want to spend a little time today thinking about how did we get here? How did we create the single greatest brand ever made in 12 years? Think about that. The single greatest brand ever in 12 years, $1 trillion brand with no CEO. I have a niece that thinks I'm the president of Bitcoin. And I have to tell her, no, there is no president. Michael Saylor got close. There's no president of Bitcoin. There's no CEO. There's no Duke, right? You are Bitcoin, and we are Bitcoin. And so I want to go back. How did we get here? And then spend the second half of my quickly rotting away time talking about what I'm seeing and where we're going. And so Satoshi, she wrote this amazing white paper, and she did it. Hey, you know, when someone's anonymous, you can pick who you want to pick. In response to the fact that trust was breaking down. We had the great financial crises where the world kind of fell apart. And the governments came together and they bailed people out. They bailed corporations out. But the medicine they gave, right, free money, just exacerbated the gap between rich and poor. Inequality is always the Achilles heel of capitalism. And so Satoshi saw this. She saw it with the world breaking down like that, there'd be a move to populism. So what's populism? Populism is when governments spend to keep people happy. We had a populist right president, Donald Trump, who blew out the deficit. Now we got a populist left president in Joe Biden who's blowing out the deficit, right? It's not just in the US. Around the world, people are spending money that they can't pay back. And so Bitcoin solves this. It provides at least a hedge for people to take some of their hard-earned worth and store it in something safe. I said on Tuesday, it should be a human right for people to have a place to store their hard-earned worth, right? Bitcoin solves that. What's amazing is the story is a story of storytellers. So how does Bitcoin go from a small little idea to this massive thing? It does it because every person in the community has a role to play. Early on in my Bitcoin journey, I met a guy named Alex Marcos. Alex was one of the best traders on Wall Street. He started a company called Hudson River Trading, one of the flash trading guys. And he'd made so much money, he left to do something else. And because he was a great coder, he became a Bitcoin core developer. One of those guys that sits around and tries to make sure that the code is safer and you can improve the code. He also gave money, he gave a Bitcoin to every student at MIT. That experiment probably in 2014. And so I said, Alex, you're like a philanthropist. And he looked at me like I was crazy. He said, what do you mean philanthropist? He said, I own a lot of Bitcoin. My job is to do whatever I can to make this community better. And it dawned on me then, Satoshi set up a system that you do well by doing good, right? For me, I come from a long line of storytellers. I was a macro investor my whole life. We try to see around corners. We try to understand the trends in the world, put big bets on them, and then tell stories. And so my role has been telling stories, trying to pull people into the tent, right? But that's been a role where people in every village have done, right? There have been storytellers pulling people into the Bitcoin community, telling them how it works. And as more people get comfortable, the tent grows and fills. I look at this tent today, it's double the size of last year, right? If we keep growing at this pace, you know, watch out. So let's talk about this year because my clock is ticking and what makes me excited. You know, I often say Bitcoin is a report card on financial stewardship. When I see countries like Turkey, who had horrific stewardship in President Erdogan, right? And you see their currency become waste paper, Bitcoin's really important. And so as we see trust break down, and we're seeing it, right? Russia had their assets frozen. And so what used to be a risk-free security, treasuries, really aren't risk-free to Russians. China's looking at that same way. And so we're seeing trust break down in the dollar, trust break down in risk-free securities, and we're seeing examples of countries where poor stewardship ends up wiping out the wealth of the whole country. So we've seen that in Russia, in Venezuela, in Iran, in Turkey. And we fear that in the West, right? We fear that in the US. We've run deficits that we can't pay back. Now, in the short run, Chairman Powell is acting hawkish. and he's behaving hawkish. And so when Bitcoin came down this year, it didn't surprise me, right? We have a central banker who's acting like a central banker should. The question you have to ask is, how long can that last in an environment of populism? And so we're going to watch. I go to bed and I pray that the stewards of the U.S. do a good job with our economy, right? I don't want Bitcoin next year to go to 2 million because it would be the U.S. and Europe breaking apart, right? No one wants that. When a country's currency breaks apart, civil society gets lost. And so Bitcoin acts as this amazing, gauge on the dashboard. Every central banker now has to look at it because they know if they screw their monetary and fiscal policy up, there's this alternative. And so I think we're going to continue to get adoption. I see it every day in our business, right? Sovereign wealth funds are now buying Bitcoin, right? Big pension funds are now buying Bitcoin. This revolution that started with me and you, started with individuals, is now moving to institutions. And we're going to slowly see that adoption go out and go out and go out. It'll accelerate, right? If stewardship is terrible, it'll pause when things do better, right? So we also are moving into a digital world. So you've got stable coins now, right? Dollar-based stable coin, Chinese-based stable coin. One of the most interesting things we saw this year was Luna, right? Do Kwon at Luna, a friend of mine, I think I'm the only guy in the world with both a Luna and a Bitcoin tattoo. He decided to back his stable coin with Bitcoin. It's pretty interesting, right? So now we've got the Terra Luna ecosystem. His UST is being backed with Bitcoin as a reserve currency. That might foreshadow what central banks do. I know a lot of people in the audience say, we don't want stable coins, we just want Bitcoin. Let me tell you, this thing is an evolution, right? And so people always used to buy dollars and stuff them in their pillow, right, overseas, if they were worried about their own currency. As we move digital, now people can put Bitcoin in, but people still might feel comfortable in dollars. And so getting people into a digital world, onto digital wallets, is kind of a way in time that allows Bitcoin or any other store of wealth to exist. And so I think you're going to continue to see that grow. I think 93 countries in the world are working on their own stablecoin, their own central bank issued digital currency. That's a good thing. And watching things like Terra, who are building reserves in Bitcoin, can only mean one thing for Bitcoin. It's a good thing. Anyways, guys, I'm running out of time. I want to end with one thought. Every single one of you has a role to play in this community. And so, I don't want to have a whole bunch of free riders. Your role is to bring people into the community. Your role sometimes is as a miner, as a core developer. Figure out how you can contribute and contribute. Thank you.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to the Marathon Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. We have Alex joining us back on with Michael Saylor and Peter McCormick. What an interesting conversation or a presentation by Mike Novogratz. A lot of similar themes to the Cynthia Lummis conversation, surprisingly, and obviously talking about Luna foreshadowing what central bankers might do is very interesting as well. Peter, jump in. What were your thoughts?
Well, I think he rightly points out that a lot of countries are looking at creating stable coins. He did mention CBDCs. I think we've all agreed that they are evil and bad. But that idea that countries are moving to stable coins, I think is obviously a massive growth area. I'm not that interested myself. I don't hold them. But if that is a route into Bitcoin and it leads to people buying more Bitcoin, I think Saylor would agree with me that's a good thing.
I think he points out that risk-free treasuries are no longer risk-free, and that's a $100 trillion problem for the world. And Bitcoin is emerging as the low-risk, risk-off, risk-free crypto asset. So I think that we're going to see more and more companies and securities adopt the Bitcoin standard. And I think he's highlighting that. And I think it's a great trend to see everybody adopt the Bitcoin standard.
So he just, and I heard him say that central bankers jumping into CBDCs is a good thing. Michael, I heard you say stable coins as a rebuttal to that.
Yeah, he was saying that the entire stablecoin industry is exploding, and the fact that there's a stablecoin backed by Bitcoin. The stablecoin that is backed by Bitcoin is the fastest growing stablecoin. It's up 500% in 4 months, and so there's a trend here. What happens if $1 trillion worth of stablecoin gets backed by Bitcoin and it creates $500 billion of Bitcoin demand?
Is Tether backed by Bitcoin? Is that speculation?
It's backed by a basket of assets.
Basket of assets. Okay. So one other thing that really aligned with...
if anybody from Tether is in the room, I think you should adopt the Bitcoin standard and back Tether with Bitcoin.
Boom.
Okay.
100%.
Can they reverse
adopt the Bitcoin standard? I don't know how New York regulators would feel about that. And on the flip side, Bitcoin aligns incentives. That was a theme from Alex, or from the Alex Morcos story. I believe that Bitcoin aligns incentives. What are your thoughts on this introduction of Bitcoin? Doing well by doing good. Alex, haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I think it's great. I agree that everyone may have a role to play if they choose to. Bitcoin is the only open and permissionless network that everyone on Earth can take place in if they want to. They can get some. It's the sovereign wealth fund for all of us. And it's great. What I'm hearing when I listen to Mike Novogratz is not enough Bitcoin signal, though. When thinking in fiat terms, I believe you're priming yourself to trade out of the greatest asset of all time. So I would just finish by saying 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah, when you take the red pill, you don't consider about when Bitcoin is $1 million, you consider about the fact that you won't need to sell it.
100%.
Bitcoin aligned incentives. What do you think of that, Michael?
I think that everything you attach Bitcoin to is going to be better, stronger, more robust, more global, more egalitarian. I think we're in a massive transformation where every institution, government, and product and service can be enhanced and improved with Bitcoin until we'll get to a point where it must be built with Bitcoin and you won't have the option.
I think the alignment of incentives with politicians is super interesting. Zuby mentioned before we can't trust them, but Bitcoin has become a hack for politicians. And for those who adopt it and those who get behind it, once Bitcoin takes over, they won't be able to disentangle themselves from that. So we end up having aligned incentives with the politicians, which ends up being a good thing for us, for humanity, for debt, for everybody who has a chance to adopt a Bitcoin standard.
Okay, last question. Does Bitcoin Trojan horse via central banks and regulatory just entering in and becoming appealing to those folks?
Makes them irrelevant.
I don't think they're the primary driver. I think the free market everywhere in the world is going to be embracing and driving Bitcoin, whether or not the regulators are supportive.
All right, it doesn't matter what the regulators think. Alex, last word.
Bitcoin is the greatest tool in the monetary market. You're going to see everyone you know and like, and even those you may not care for, attach themselves to it. It's all good for Bitcoin.
All right, y'all. That is all we have. The next segment is going to be with Elizabeth Stark. It's a fireside chat about Bitcoinizing the world with the Lightning Network. A huge thank you to Michael Serra for joining us for this analysis. Thank you so much. And thank you to Peter and Alex as well. All right, that's all.
For this next discussion. How many of you guys go to BitDevs meetups in your city? Yeah? BitDevs meetups. All right. Well, the speaker, who's very, very well known, a legend in this space, met the other two speakers at a BitDevs meetup in New York City. And they happen to be now the two youngest speakers at the Bitcoin conference. So make them feel at home, make them feel welcome. They are repping the young women entering this space. So I am so excited to introduce the founders of Generation Bitcoin, Autumn Domingo and Ashana Mishra. Come to the stage. Yes, give it up. Oh gosh, I wish I was a teenager when I learned about Bitcoin. 17 and 14 years old, my friends. And they're gonna be talking to the one and only, the legendary, the CEO of Lightning Labs, Elizabeth Stark. Let's talk about Lightning.
Thanks so much, Natalie. I am so privileged to be here today with my friends, Autumn and Ashana. We met in New York City at the BitDevs meetup. By the way, shout out to the incredible organizers of all the Bitcoin developer meetups around the world. And I was blown away. I was like, who are you? And what are you doing in Bitcoin? This is incredible. So we became friends. I learned more about their work. I saw them give a talk last week in New York City about their new project that we'll hear a little bit about. And then we'll go to a fireside with me. So first, I'd love to hear a little bit about how you both got interested in Bitcoin.
So at the beginning, or at the end of 2020, my dad got into Bitcoin, and he just wouldn't stop talking about it, and to the point where I was like,
thing.
Please, I've had enough, you know? But then of last year, in August, I went to the Austin BitDevs meetup, and I'm really interested in UX design. So I met the UX designer for Unchained Capital, and I really saw how UX and Bitcoin can collaborate and help create this space. And so from there, I've just been a nerd and just wanted to learn more and get more.
We are all nerds in Bitcoin. Ashana.
Yeah, so I read the Bitcoin Standard in the summer of 2021.
Shout out to Safe.
And I got really interested in the more technical side of Bitcoin and started learning about it by reading Mastering Bitcoin, so shout out to Andreas. And I wanted to figure out how to start writing code for Bitcoin, which is not a really straightforward thing to do. So somehow I ended up at a BitDevs meetup, and that's where Autumn and I met.
Amazing. And you've both been contributing to Bitcoin, so tell me what you've contributed.
Yeah, so right now I am a content creator and UI UX designer for Ladies in Bitcoin, founded by Sarah Satoshi. And I have also, Ashana's been working on a testnet wallet, so I've designed the UX for that on Figma. And then I co-founded Generation Bitcoin.
Amazing.
Yeah, so as Autumn mentioned, I've been working on a testnet wallet since, I think, January. It's been really a fun project to work on. And I've also been trying to sort of get familiar with Bitcoin Core. So I actually committed a test case to Bitcoin Core, which was merged just last week.
So the youngest known contributor to Bitcoin Core right here. Don't we all wish we were like Ashana when we were 14 and Autumn when we were 17? And you're running a Lightning node?
Yeah. So we were actually gifted a Lightning node last week at the BitDevs meetup. So huge thanks to the organizers for that. And yeah, so we've been running LND.
All right, and you founded this group called Generation Bitcoin, which I learned a lot about last week. Quickly, tell us about what you're doing there.
Yeah, so Generation Bitcoin is a community focused on kind of supporting teens to learn about Bitcoin and dive down their own rabbit holes. And so how we do that is we decide on resources we read, then we meet up at weekly meetings, and then from there we have peer-led presentations. Like if you are interested in privacy or mining, you're totally welcome to do a presentation on that. And And then in the near future, we've gotten a lot of support, so speakers will come and talk to us about topics, like certain topics.
How many people here in the room either themselves or have kids that want to get involved in this group? Raise your hands. Okay, amazing. How do people get involved?
Yeah, so we have a website in progress right now, but as of now, the best way to learn more about us is to go on Twitter, and we're at GenBitcoin_, and we have a form that you can fill out if you're interested in joining. But we also just post threads about our meetings and stuff that we're doing, so you can go check us out there.
Incredible. All right, well, now I'm going to pass it to the two of you to ask me a few questions.
Yeah, so we were curious as to what a Bitcoinized world would look like in your opinion, and what role Lightning would play in that.
So I like to create memes. Number of people go up, Bitcoin for billions, not billionaires. And I was thinking recently, you hear the word dollarize, and it's a verb. And we think about hyper-Bitcoinization, but why haven't we yet made Bitcoinize a verb? So I've decided I'm on a path to make Bitcoinize a verb and really have it ubiquitous globally around the world. And I'm founder and CEO of Lightning Labs, and huge shout out to the entire Bitcoin Lightning community, the passion in this world. And to me, what this means is giving access to people globally, getting this technology out there, enabling people to use it, and bringing financial freedom to the world. This is something that I deeply care about. I know everyone here also cares about that. But in a Bitcoinized world, I believe we'll have a scenario where people have access to financial services. They don't need to pay extremely high fees, or banks or credit card processors taking massive amounts. They don't have to deal with issues like hyperinflation or authoritarian governments taking away their money. They can seamlessly embed and send money on the internet, both enabling use cases that weren't previously possible, like many of the things that the Lightning community has developed, and access for those who previously didn't have it. So we've already seen, even in the last year, so much of this Bitcoinization. And the goal really in the future is, with Lightning as a layer 2 open protocol with instant high-volume transactions with low fees, we're going to make this technology ubiquitous like the Internet of Money, right? What the Internet did for access to knowledge and information, Bitcoin and Lightning are doing for access to financial services and for freedom money.
Awesome. Yeah, so another question I had, so I've heard about the 4 phases of money, right? You have the store of value, then you have the medium of exchange, then you have the unit of account, and then the global reserve currency. And so my question was, does the implication of the Lightning Network mean that we are making that shift into the next phase, which is medium of exchange?
So we hear a lot about the concept of number go up. And in reaction to that, and actually at the beginning of 2021, where there was a lot of frenzy and hype, I personally got quite frustrated when my goal is really to bring this to billions. Talked about this last year at the conference with the incredible Lynn Alden. Shout out to Lynn and her wonderful macro research. And she's amazing. And from my standpoint, the idea that Bitcoin is solely a digital rock is outmoded, right? We actually heard yesterday at the conference from Peter Thiel, who said, Bitcoin can't be high velocity. Bitcoin is merely a store of value. Someone needs to tell him about Lightning. Happy to do so if he wants to learn, right? So clearly with Lightning, the idea is it's transactional. It enables people to send and receive. It opens up access to people globally. It's interoperable. We heard yesterday from Jack Mullers about the great work he's doing with Strike and getting this embedded in payment processors. So the idea that Bitcoin is merely a store of value is completely outdated. We had Bitcoin, the asset, at the beginning. Now we have Bitcoin, the monetary network. And you mentioned global reserve currency. Well, we're very much headed in that direction, and that is what Bitcoinizing the world means. But it's not merely for a store of value. It's going to be this medium of exchange and this way for people to transact globally. So we've seen a huge amount of progress, even in the last year, and it's really only the beginning.
Awesome.
Yeah, so when I tell my friends that I'm interested in Bitcoin, I usually hear, oh, what about XYZ other cryptocurrency? I'm sure we all have. But I was curious as to what sets Bitcoin and Lightning apart from this world of crypto.
Definitely. There's a lot out there these days, and I think there's so many qualities that set Bitcoin apart. So first of all, Bitcoin is the most secure cryptocurrency. It has the most users. It has a massive network effect. It has the most hash power, backing it up. It has the most liquidity, right? But as a community, we are so passionate. The amount of just people that love this, that spend their nights and weekends. So for example, here at the conference, we have Andy Schroeder, the engineer who integrated Lightning into his Tesla. He was so passionate about it that he actually reverse engineered, bought a Tesla, reverse engineered it, and you can actually see it this year here in the exhibition hall. It's that kind of passion that I think really sets our community apart. So first of all, shout out to the community and all the builders and the makers and people that are just doing this because they love it. We also have people that deeply care about the global implications, the human rights implications, the Human Rights Foundation, incredible people globally. This is not something that's merely in the US. It's not just in Silicon Valley. It's not just in New York. This is a global technology. And importantly, Bitcoin and Lightning have what Lynn Alden, again, my friend, calls a high utility to speculation ratio. We see a lot of other things out there where it's basically just gambling, frankly. There's a lot of speculation, and it's tokens upon tokens upon tokens. With Bitcoin and Lightning, we really care about solving real problems for real people, making this technology accessible, and finding these use cases around the world. And therefore, the utility is much higher than the speculation, which means the global impact for what we're building has far more potential to be the decentralized money of the world. And that's really what sets us apart as well.
That's awesome. Your answer to the last question kind of leads into my next question, which is, what are the global implications and use cases around the world for Lightning Network?
Yeah, so sometimes people in the US say, well, I have a credit card, I have a bank account, and why do I need this technology? Well, as it turns out, there are many people, billions globally, that don't have access to this financial system, and frankly, they should have something better. They should have something that's faster, that's cheaper, that's more interoperable. So what really, the implications here are that this technology can be used around the world. And in the Bitcoin and Lightning community, we have incredible entrepreneurs in places like El Salvador, and by the way, the pioneering country making Bitcoin legal tender. Shout out to El Salvador. Guatemala, Argentina, Brazil, Ghana, Nigeria, Vietnam, all of these emerging markets. There's something really key about the emerging markets, right? So in a place like El Salvador, maybe 20 to 30% of the population has a bank account. But how many people have mobile phones? The vast majority. Nigeria is a country where 70% of the population is 30 or under. My co-founder, Lalu, the brilliant technical mind, goes by roast beef on the internet, is Nigerian American. He has family there. He talks to them. This is a digital population. These are people that want native internet money on their phone, and they don't need a bank account, right? And they can leapfrog over the legacy financial system, which is outmoded, which charges super high fees, and use the future and have access to it. So last fall, I was here in Miami at the Oslo Freedom Forum, which was held in Miami by the Human Rights Foundation. Met an incredible human rights activist and DJ named DJ Switch, and she's from Nigeria. She, on her mobile phone, recorded this crackdown on protesters in Nigeria. She had to leave the country. The government was going after her. She came to the US, and the government tried to shut down her bank accounts. Now, in the US, this doesn't happen as much, but we've even seen this happening in Canada and elsewhere. It's closer to home. And we told her about Bitcoin, and she said, okay, this sounds really interesting. How do I get involved? So my colleague, Jacob on my team, said, okay, get your phone out. Got her on a Lightning wallet, shout out to the Moon, the developers, and instantaneously just sent her like $10 worth of Bitcoin over Lightning. And she stared at her phone, and she said, oh my God. And we were like, oh, what? She said, oh my God, I didn't have to open an account. The government cannot take this away from me. And that really inspired me, because what I realized is you have to show people the power of this technology. They need to see it visually to understand how powerful this is. And for everyone like the incredible DJ Switch, by the way, she's also an amazing DJ. Check out her Instagram. This opens up access for people globally so much where the legacy system just cannot do so, and we're giving them something far superior with far greater access that's really going to open up many opportunities. That's awesome.
Yeah, so yesterday, Autumn and I got the amazing opportunity to meet Roast Beef, who, as you guys probably
Man,
know,
the myth, the legend.
has been working on Taro. And we talked about how it works, some of the use cases, and we wanted to ask you what the significance of having stablecoins on the Lightning Network is.
So, as mentioned at Lightning Labs, we have been working on a proposal for the Bitcoin community in the form of a BIP, a Bitcoin improvement proposal, to issue assets over Bitcoin and Lightning. And first of all, we deeply believe in Bitcoin, and we believe this will help the future of Bitcoin. We've put it out to the world. There's a technical specification. We're soliciting feedback. Thank you, by the way, to all the developers that have already reviewed and commented. And importantly, it uses Taproot, the recent upgrade to Bitcoin. And when Taproot activated in November, I think it adds greater privacy, which is great. It adds contracting functionality. It adds some degree of efficiency to Bitcoin. But people were wondering, what exactly is Taproot going to do? And it actually uses the tree structure from Taproot to be able to issue assets. So it opens up this whole new world. But we deeply believe this is good for Bitcoin, and here's why. So in emerging markets, and Alex Gladstein has been working on this and has actually a bounty about the ability to have Bitcoin native and backed stable coins. Sometimes people want the stability of fiat. They might be in hyperinflationary environments. But it also makes it really easy to Bitcoinize people, right? Because let's say you're in an emerging market, maybe El Salvador, and you have dollars in your wallet, but as we see today, there's here in the U.S. something like 8–10% inflation, on the books, but it's actually far greater, right? So now you can seamlessly go between, say, a USD stablecoin and Bitcoin, which is key. And importantly, it uses the stability and security of the underlying Bitcoin blockchain, but then you can move the assets onto Lightning to enable the instant high-volume transactions with low fees. And today, you see things like stablecoins on other chains, and some of them go down for like 18 hours at a time. Other ones have extremely high fees. Well, guess what? Bitcoin doesn't go down, and Lightning does not go down. Bitcoin has like 99.99% uptime, over 50,000 nodes, according to Luke Jr. Lightning has over 33,000. And this is, by the way, the most secure, the most decentralized, and the most stable global monetary network. So the goal here is, well, we believe in Bitcoin as the power of a global monetary network. It's the internet of money. It enables you to natively embed value. The way that you send a photo on the internet today, you should be able to embed value with Bitcoin and Lightning. But what if all, say, the world's currencies actually use the security of Bitcoin, but importantly, routed through Bitcoin over the Lightning Network?
That's awesome. My next question kind of has to do with, I'm still understanding what Lightning is and how it works, and what Taro is and how it works. And so I was wondering if you can kind of go into what's the difference between transferring Satoshis through the Lightning Network, and what's the difference between how you would transfer Satoshis through the Taro?
Definitely. So it's funny. Sometimes people say, like, oh, is there a Lightning token? And as I have tweeted, the official token of Lightning is called sats. And you should stack some of those sats. And credit to Lalo for this brilliant design. But the way that we're thinking about it is you shouldn't have complexity in the network. This is actually a technology where you have it on the edges, much like the principles of the internet, where you move the complexity to the edges and you keep the middle, if you will, of the network simple. So it actually interoperates with the broader Lightning network. And the way that it works is you might have like Alice, Bob, Carol, Dave, Aaron, Fred. Alice and Fred know about, say, like a USD stablecoin or a peso stablecoin or whatever else, yen, euro. But all the nodes in between are only sending and receiving Bitcoin. So you're actually going from dollar to Bitcoin back to dollar. And it's all atomic, so it basically either goes through or it doesn't. And it's instant, and you have these conversion nodes. But what I think is significant here is Bitcoin becomes the global currency and asset of interoperability for all of the other currencies. And the more liquidity in terms of Bitcoin that you have in the Lightning Network, the more you can send and receive these assets. And it's not like the idea that you only send through a dollar channel or only send through a euro channel or a yen channel. No, it's all Bitcoin. Because what Bitcoin actually does is, it's this glue, if you will, that is able to connect all these other currencies And we're building out a protocol with feedback from the community. It's fully open. Whoever wants to integrate it can, to really make Bitcoin not only the global reserve currency, but the global transactional currency that everything else will be built on top of.
So sort of playing on that theme of future development, and just to zoom out a bit, what are you most excited for about the future of this technology?
Well, first of all, I'm excited about both of you as future leaders in this space, so thank you for joining me on stage. Truly, Generation Bitcoin right here. So this community is so incredible. I know we heard Kathy Wood and Michael Saylor on stage yesterday talking about the explosion of development in the Lightning world. And first of all, I am floored every day learning about what this community has developed and what people are building. There's so much creativity. There's everything from, very importantly, cross-border payments, streaming Satoshis for the creator economy. You have gaming, which is really big. For example, in Brazil, Lightning gaming is huge. People are earning more than they would in their annual income by playing video games, right? Video games is a career, if you will. You have people building a variety of payment apps. You have people building, trading, all of this. And the possibilities are endless, right? With the new protocol we've been working on, you can do really interesting new future use cases, but also with the principles of Bitcoin, right? So what you see in some other protocols is they take a move fast and break things approach, right? And then you see $600 million hacks. Well, that is not how Bitcoin operates, right? Bitcoin cares deeply about decentralization and security, as it should. And the way that, say, the core development community, and so grateful for all of their hard work, operates is, I think of it as proceed cautiously and build a secure base layer, because at the end of the day, when you have the global network effect of decentralized money, you need that to be secure. And then you look on layer 2 as Lightning, and you have that abstraction. You can build more complex things on layer 2 without sacrificing the security of the underlying base layer. So for me, first of all, there's so many exciting proposals for the protocol. For example, shout out to Christian Decker and the folks at Blockstream working on things like channel factories, where you can onboard many people in one on-chain transaction onto Lightning. We have really interesting protocol enhancements like PTLCs, which actually enable scalability and enable Schnorr signatures to be used over Lightning, and some benefits compared to the existing way that you send transfers on there. We have new routing functionality, and we also just have a whole host of applications that many of us haven't even envisioned yet. So for me, this talent is global. We see entrepreneurs all around the world. We see, Alex Gladstein today also announced with the Human Rights Foundation that they're actually giving away sats, the native token of Bitcoin, to people globally that want to onboard to Lightning. So I'm excited about getting more people on board, getting them excited, Bitcoinizing the world, and just enabling this explosion of developer talent in terms of the future of what people are building, because we've made a lot of progress thus far in nation-state level adoption. Twitter has integrated it. We saw major players like Kraken and Robinhood, but to me, it's really just the beginning. And I wrote 2 years ago that this is the decade of Lightning, and it's been quite 2 years thus far.
Well, thank you so much for inviting us up here. It was an amazing opportunity to be in front of you and talk to all of you and get to know you more. And so thank you so much. Oh, right. So being a young person in this space, I kind of was just wondering, what are the best ways for young people like me and Ashana to be interested in, introduced into Bitcoin and the Lightning Network?
So first of all, and we heard this from Novogratz, get involved, right? Bitcoin doesn't care. Bitcoin doesn't care if you're 14 or 80. Bitcoin doesn't care where you live around the world. We talk about Bitcoin being the honey badger of money. Honey badger don't care. And there's such a huge opportunity. You can be 5 years old and own Bitcoin. You can be 85 years old and own Bitcoin, right? There's no requirement. So what you can do is get involved, learn more about it, educate it, contribute, and also, for all those out there, join Generation Bitcoin because you are the future. Thank you so much. This has been amazing, and welcome to the future of Bitcoin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back with the Bitcoin Magazine coverage of Bitcoin 22 at the Marathon Live Desk. We are very lucky, lucky to have Stacey Herbert and Max Kaiser with us. Y'all had some trouble at the door. I know you want to talk about it. I'm so
we were trying to get in over there, and we couldn't get in. There's a very large man was picking me up and saying, "You can't come in."
No, this turned into like the Oscars, man.
It was like the Oscars. I had to say, go all Will Smith on his ass. And then, all hell broke loose. Then this young lady saved me. This beautiful woman in the white dress came in and plucked me out of the melee. She brought me inside to this desk, and here I am to tell the story.
And it was all over a woman, just like the Oscars, because I didn't want to put this on my wrist. I had it around my neck. And so they literally beat Max up.
They were like all up in my ass and shit.
Did you hit them back?
Yeah, I'm safe though because I have Bitcoin to protect me. Bitcoin is a shield. We got the rockets of the IMF. We got the ballistic missiles of the central banks. We got the Jamie Dimons of the world. We got all those shit posters trying to attack Bitcoin, but we got the ultimate shield against them all. We're going to win, and we're winning right now.
Okay, so going back to the panel, some of us just watched Elizabeth Stark discussing Bitcoinizing the world via Lightning. One of the key topics was this idea of leapfrogging, right? The global south, they don't have this payments infrastructure, the Visa, the MasterCard, all these things that we have that we think is great. It might be holding us back. Let's talk about leapfrogging. Stacey, I want to start with you.
Well, if you've been to Bitcoin Beach, you've seen what leapfrogging looks like. So Bitcoin Beach is a small community in El Salvador that had no banking infrastructure, no financial services available to anybody there. There was no ATM. There were no credit cards, bank accounts for any of the small businesses in the area. So what you saw is they leapfrogged that entire legacy system, and it's hyper-Bitcoinized.
Yeah, and I heard that Bitcoins, that in El Salvador, the influx of people that are traveling there is up 70% since the last announcement.
I mean,
so
that's
tourism.
Yeah,
Now,
tourism's up
y'all have spent
30%
enormous
in El
amount of time
Salvador, and the economy is growing. And before the Bitcoin was made legal tender, 70% of the population was unbanked. Now 70% of the population is essentially banked. So they flipped with the one act of
Who the heck is holding out?
you know, a few stragglers, they'll come on board. And now you've got a country that's fully on board, fully up. So Elizabeth Stark is correct in talking about how countries around the world can leapfrog, right? So they don't need the formal banking infrastructure. They don't need any relationships with any of the current banking folks. And they can just go right into having their own bank and being their own banker. So she's absolutely correct. Lightning's a huge part of that. And Lightning payments are huge. And so she's absolutely correct. And that's what we're seeing.
So Elizabeth talked about kind of like this conflict between just hodl your Bitcoin and then the fact that, you know, Bitcoin is such a powerful thing to use, right? What's this contradiction between hodl spending and using Bitcoin? Erica, let's start with you and then go down the line.
I feel like hodl is a mindset in the United States where you have a currency that's relatively stable, but when she's talking about these emerging nations leapfrogging as with their financial system, they actually need to spend their money, and so it's different in mindset because of where you live in the world.
Right, well, Bitcoin as store of value and hodling is the use case that made Bitcoin what it is, and its use as medium of exchange will increase. I think we'll see a lot more at a higher price, 1,000, 200,000 a coin, when people start spending their Bitcoin to buy cars and houses and things like that. But for now, it's okay to be using Bitcoin as a store of value, and the use case as a medium of exchange through Lightning is developing quite rapidly as well. But people are still going to hodl as long as every other asset in the world is going to underperform Bitcoin. Bitcoin will still be the best performing asset of all assets out there, so it's going to be hodled.
It's going to be hodled. Stacey.
Of course, those of us who maybe, spent some Bitcoin when it first went up to like $100 and you're like, whoa, look, I could buy an iPhone with 10 Bitcoin. You know, it's as much PTSD causing as like going through your security gates here with the whale pass. And no, so I think that's part of it, perhaps by the hodl, because everybody's gone through that thing of spending Bitcoin too soon. But we spend a lot when we're in El Salvador.
Does it hurt when you spend, or
No,
because
I'm always stacking, so it's kind of like net. I'm net stacking. Despite anything I'm spending, I'm still stacking more than I'm spending.
I guess, like, in terms of hyper Bitcoinizing, does going 100% Bitcoin, getting on zero, if you will, do you recommend it? Each of you, let's start with Stacey, but each of you, give me your take. Get on zero. Do you recommend it?
That's how I operate. I recommend everybody else, unless your risk tolerance is higher and you're willing to lose all your purchasing power.
Well, Ricardo Salinas said he's 60% now in Bitcoin, and I said, well, you're short. You know, you need to take an aggressive position. You know, be like Michael Saylor, be 150% Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think if you can afford it, then you should do it.
Get on zero, folks. All right, that's all we have for this. We have Fix the Money to Leave the World. This is an exciting discussion with Eric Weinstein. I want to recommend to everyone watching, smash that like button. Make sure to subscribe. And to everyone in the live audience, enjoy the next presentation.
A full house. I know the conference is running a little bit behind, so I'm going to get right to it. You know, my shirt says, fix the money, fix the world. Well, our next discussion is called Fix the Money to Leave the World. So, first I'd like to introduce Eric Weinstein, the Managing Director of Thiel Capital. And I'm going to allow him to do the honor of introducing the next speaker. So give it up for Eric.
Thank you, Natalie.
Greetings. Many of you may know me from arguing with Bitcoiners on Clubhouse. The main way I get in trouble with you guys is to take you super seriously, because that's how I see this. It's one of the highest agency communities that we still have. People dreaming, building, trying to do things that have never been done. So it's a complete privilege to be invited here without any fear of the conflict. Let me just get right into it. Here's how I get into trouble with you guys. I take what you say seriously. You say fix the money to fix the world. And my claim is that right now we're all sitting here with perhaps, I think, a 1 to 5% chance that Vladimir Putin is acting as the central banker of our atmosphere. That we could find ourselves in a situation with nuclear war. We are running unacceptable risks. And unless you're collectivists, and I don't know, do we have any collectivists in the audience? That should be completely unacceptable to you. Now, I warn you, Peter Thiel, my friend and employer, refers to me as insufficiently apocalyptic, because I think that there's hope and there are things that we can do to, in fact, diversify the existential risk that we are forced to run because many parts of our world are out of ideas. And so when it came to asking who we would want on this stage, I happen to have the privilege of introducing to you my friend and colleague. I've joined his project at Harvard University. Please give it up for Baird Professor of Science at Harvard, Mr. Avi Loeb. Avi, welcome. Have a seat. Avi, let me ask you a question. If I understand correctly, you were the first person to have identified material coming from other solar systems into our own. Is that in fact correct? NASA has certified this now and allowed us to discuss this?
Actually, the Department of Defense just tweeted a letter confirming what we concluded with my student, Amir Siraj, that indeed in 2014 there was a meteor that came from outside the solar system. And the good news is, in principle, we can put our hands on it. Because it landed on the ocean floor, probably, near Papua New Guinea, which is a beautiful sight.
I look forward to traveling there with you sometime soon. But let's get right to the point. The feeling that I have is that we cannot, at the moment, diversify this unwanted collective risk that we are all running, sharing an atmosphere with Peter Daszak, Vladimir Putin, and perhaps some that would despoil the environment to the point of being unrecognizable. What are our prospects for getting the heck out of here and diversifying into the cosmos?
Well, think of it as if we are sitting in the living room, and there are some people we don't really enjoy being with. And moreover, parts of the living room are on fire. So my suggestion is let's look out the window and check whether there is a smarter kid on our cosmic block, because in principle that could save us. And going to space is the best approach to actually maintaining the longevity of our culture. So space is really the future. And the reason I'm here with you in this Bitcoin 2022 conference is because there is some commonality. The government may own some data, classified data, that it collected over the decades about the possible objects that they saw and couldn't really identify. We established about half a year ago the Galileo project, which aims to look at the sky and figure it for ourselves, decentralize that information, basically allow everyone to see what we find in the sky. And my hope is that this fishing expedition will reveal very unusual fish, because Galileo Galilei taught us all 4 centuries ago that we should find the answers by looking through telescopes. We shouldn't assume that we are at the center of the world. Actually, the Earth moves around the sun, he argued. He was put in house arrest, and today he would have been canceled on social media, I'm sure. But the point of the matter is, we should look out and figure out what's going out in our cosmic neighborhood, so to speak.
All right, that was extremely professionally said. The question on all of our minds, you're talking about aliens, extraterrestrials in all likelihood. When you talk about this, maybe we're talking about an advanced version of ourselves come back to visit. Maybe we're talking about something that, a civilization that we know nothing about. Do you actually think the likelihood of this, I mean, you're a very serious man of science, that the likelihood of this is high?
Yeah, I think so, because what the message that the universe gives us over and over again is that we are not central players in this play. We used to think that we are at the center of the world, that we are the smartest, that what we have in our backyard is unique and privileged. And now we know that half of the sun-like stars have a planet the size of the Earth, roughly at the same separation. So even what we find in our backyard is not unusual. And what makes us think that we are the smartest, that Albert Einstein was the smartest scientist that ever lived since the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago. There are so many planets out there, more than the number of grains of sand on all beaches on Earth, that could have given reason to a scientist smarter than Einstein 1 billion years ago.
Let me ask you a question about that. We have a situation where there's an island in the Andaman Island chain in the Indian Ocean called North Sentinel Island. We think that there are probably about 300 islanders. They don't know that they're claimed by India. India won't let anyone land on this island. And they're probably thinking that they have a Fermi paradox. They see ships in the distance. Occasionally, they get a visitation. They kill whatever it is that lands on their shores. Is it possible that the explanation for so many possible civilizations and worlds, none of them having conclusively visited us so far, is that we're in fact owned by something else, claimed, and we are the North Sentinelese, and that maybe we're scaring the heck out of whoever owns us by being far more advanced rather than humble? Maybe they're sort of surprised that we were able to detonate a few devices that got their attention. What do you think?
Well, my basic premise is that we are not that significant in the big scheme of things, and that's why, you know, we don't hear from them very clearly. But I do believe that smarter cultures exist out there, and the only way to find out is by looking up and not assuming that we are the smartest kid on the block. And we haven't done that. Astronomical observatories were only able to identify objects as big as a football field from the reflection of sunlight over the past decade. So asking where is everybody without searching makes little sense. And we have been searching, for example, for the nature of most of the matter in the universe. I must say it's quite embarrassing that when we study the universe, we don't know what most of the matter is. It's called dark matter. It's 5 times more abundant than the stuff that we are made of. And we don't know what it is. And we are investing billions of dollars in the search for dark matter. We haven't found it for 40 years. However, we haven't funded yet a search for equipment just like the one we sent to space in the form of Voyager, New Horizons. You know, another culture could have done that 1 billion years ago, and it could have been AI astronauts, some equipment that has artificial intelligence capable of making decisions without any guidance from the senders, because the senders may have died by now. And we should be open-minded and search out and learn from them, because it's possible that our knowledge of reality, including what we learned over the past century from physics, is incomplete. Maybe they're using the dark matter as rocket fuel. Maybe the vacuum is being harnessed. We know that the vacuum is important for the accelerated expansion of the universe. Our knowledge is incomplete, and by looking over their shoulder, we might figure out what we're missing. And one thing we are clearly missing is being open-minded. We are too focused on ourselves, and we fight with each other. My hope is it will inspire us. By finding a smarter kid on the block, we would realize that the differences among us as humans are meaningless, that in fact we should treat each other with respect as equal members of the human species.
Let me idealists. So let me ask you a question about this. What if I have faith in our system and I say, well, surely Harvard University, the US government, the Department of Defense know what they're doing. Are you having this data that our government apparently holds shared with you as an esteemed professor of astrophysics at Harvard?
No. And I don't want to see classified data, because that would limit my ability to communicate freely.
But why won't they unclassify it? If we are potentially under a threat, as they now tell us, wouldn't it be completely psychotic not to share the most important data with the scientists? There's a scene in the movie Airplane where they're trying to get this plane to land on the runway safely, and it says, should we turn on the landing lights? And the guy in the control tower says, no, that's just what they'll be expecting. Are we not cutting ourselves off at the feet by not sharing the most important data we have with people of science?
Well, first I should say the sky is not classified. That's why all of us can look at it with modern telescopes. We shouldn't wait for the government to release its data. It's just like this play by Samuel Beckett, Waiting for Godot. You can wait forever for it to be declassified. But instead, let's get our act together. For a relatively modest amount of money, we can do the job. Now, you can understand why the government is not releasing most of the data they have, because it was collected by very sensitive sensors. And the government doesn't want adversaries, other nations, to know about the capabilities of the US to monitor the sky against, for example, ballistic missiles and other threats.
Sure.
And as a result, the data itself, which could be of scientific interest because it has nothing to do with borders between nations. If an extraterrestrial equipment shows up, has nothing to do with the internal fights we have among nations. It has to do of something well beyond our narrow-minded point of view. So even though they may have information, they will not release it because the sensors that were collecting this information are classified. And the second reason for the government not to deal with that in an open fashion is because they are not scientists. They are worried about national security threats, and they focus on that.
Oh, but surely at some point you had people like Richard Feynman, Hans Bethe, Niels Bohr working with the government on physics problems for national security. And my question to you is, from my dealings with this topic, and I didn't believe any of this 2 years ago, what I've heard is that whatever it is that's out there appears to be particularly interested in our military. Now, I don't know whether that's a psychological operation to scare the Russians and the Iranians, what have you, or whether the idea is that it's very weird to study something that might be much smarter than you are. Normally, we study things that are much less smart than we are. What do you think about does it change science to ask questions about something that may be evasive and more intelligent than our best scientists?
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's what we do in the context of dark matter. And if we invest billions of dollars in the search for equipment from other civilizations and find nothing in 40 years, we would be exactly at the same point where dark matter searches are right now. The Large Hadron Collider cost $10 billion, and it was looking for the lightest supersymmetric particle, as the nature of dark matter, didn't find it. Now, you have to understand how the government works. The government works in a system that is opaque. In other words, even different parts of government don't know about each other. And you would find people that don't even know that the data exists. And in fact, President Biden signed into law a new office in government that will start operations in June and will try to assemble the data from the different factions of government on this issue of unidentified aerial phenomena. And what this demonstrates is the government is willing to put money at last to coordinate the assembly of data. There was a taboo about discussing this subject and ridicule from the scientific community, and now the government is willing to put money into it. But academia is lagging behind. And my point is, science is about open data. It's transparency. It's exactly the opposite of the fog that surrounds all the information that the government holds. So let's forget about asking the government to declassify data. I don't want to see classified data.
I understand that, but many of these people are very focused on the issues and problems of centralization, that somebody is going to take a paternalistic view of what's good for you, what you're allowed to know, what you're allowed to do. And so the question in some sense is, let's imagine that it was completely unacceptable to you to live in some situation where other people had veto power over your life, whether it's Xi, whether it's Putin, potentially Biden, potentially Khamenei. In that situation, what is the cost of trying to find out whether or not it's possible? Because if somebody can visit, we can leave.
Right.
Now, at the moment, under Einstein's general relativity, it's very difficult to get any place quickly because of the speed of light. Am I correct that if we can break into new territory, which includes Einstein's theory but doesn't stop with Einstein's theory, that it is at least possible that it is much easier to travel the cosmos than we imagine?
Yeah, in fact, we know that Einstein's theory is incomplete because it breaks down. It breaks down at the center of a black hole, and it breaks down at the Big Bang, the beginning of the universe. And we know that it's incomplete because it doesn't incorporate quantum mechanics. Now, there were people working for decades trying to unify quantum mechanics and gravity, starting with Einstein. And if you ask them to make a forecast, a prediction for what happened before the Big Bang, what is inside a black hole, they would not make it because we don't have the knowledge at the moment. And I actually thought about the issue of a black hole just because I had a flood in the basement of my home. And I noticed that the sewer, the pipe, was clogged by tree roots. And that led me to think, what happens to the matter that falls into a black hole? Does it get clogged? Is there an object in the middle? Or does it go somewhere else, to another universe? So actually, I was talking about it with a plumber. And you know, we don't know the answer. There may be an object in the middle that collects everything that falls, or it may go somewhere else. And what I would say is the breakdown of Einstein's theory of gravity may allow an advanced scientific culture to do things that would look like magic to us. The technological gap between us and them would resemble a caveman, a cave dweller, finding a cell phone. Of course, the cave dweller would argue it looks like a shiny rock of a different type that I've never seen before. But you know, once he presses a button, he would record his voice and then realize that it's not a rock. And a cave dweller going to New York City and seeing all the gadgets would not allow that person to reverse engineer everything that he sees. So my point is, if the technological gap is huge, you know, we just don't know what's beyond our knowledge. And the point is, our knowledge was accumulated only over the past century. Quantum mechanics was discovered just a century ago, and now all the gadgets that we use are based on our knowledge of quantum mechanics, just century old. So who knows, within a century, 2 centuries, what we're missing?
Well, I think that there's a paradox, though, here, which is that if you look at the time between, let's say, 1902 and 1952, when the hydrogen bomb was introduced, the amount of change was inconceivable. There were people who actually were Civil War veterans who lived through the hydrogen bomb in 1952, who saw action in the Civil War. That's the distance between those two times is inconceivable. But in some weird way, with the exception of things that involve screens, you can't really easily tell in a room whether you're in 1973 or the present, other than style issues and screens. So we've lived in a time where things haven't moved very much.
Right.
But on the other hand, it took us only 20 years to get from the discovery of the neutron in 1932 to being able to unleash the power of the sun on Earth.
Right.
Now, in a certain sense, this community is dedicated to the person who solved the double spend, or the team or whatever solved the double spend problem, which you and I might interpret as a conservation law, effectively taking the physics of conservation of energy or angular momentum or matter and energy together. If you think about it, in a certain sense, the Bitcoiners are the first people to push into the logical layer the constraint of the physical world, which is conservation. Is it possible in some sense that what we need to be doing is to be creating an as-if complete physics inside of a computer based on Satoshi's initial ingenious observation that this was even possible?
Quite possibly. What I would argue is that in the future, artificial intelligence might serve a very important role in science because it will not be driven by its ego, the way scientists were in academia for many decades. And when you are paying attention to evidence and trying to infer what it means, you use nature to guide you. You know, our imagination is not as big as nature's imagination. I mean, we were surprised by quantum mechanics. We thought that we know everything about reality from classical physics. And, you know, obviously, it was incomplete. So in much the same way, we are driven towards believing much more of ourselves than we actually deserve to be believed. And an artificial intelligence scientist might not be that way, might pay attention to all the data available and try to infer what it means and look at anomalies, because anomalies, unusual things that we see in the sky, for example, carry the potential for enlarging our knowledge. And one such anomaly was discussed in my book, Extraterrestrial, and that is this object Oumuamua that was discovered in 2017. And to me, it was a wake-up call. We really need to pay attention. Look through our window. Perhaps there are smarter kids on our block. And I think doing it ourselves shares this vision of Bitcoin that, let's not wait for others to do it for us.
So I just checked today about who the top 3 wealthiest individuals may be on our planet. And I noticed that the person who is probably the wealthiest individual is terrifying number 2 and number 3, which would be Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, right? And so both of these guys, and number 2 and number 3, are trying to figure out how to liberate the planet from the tyranny of being stuck on this one rock with rockets. If we were to dream a little bit bigger, and we were to do, as you say, with the Galileo project, or SETI is the group that's trying to listen, or some of us are trying to actually innovate in fundamental physics. If one of these projects could work, could we leapfrog over rocket technology, which is only going to be able to maybe get us to the moon and Mars in terms of habitability, which is not a lot of diversification? Dream with us, what might be possible if we were able to learn that some other civilization had mastered spacefaring? How quickly could everything change, given how quickly things, maybe not recently, have changed, but Bitcoin is the one big thing recently that really upended what we thought was possible. What might be possible in terms of completing the diversification project that Bitcoin has begun?
Yeah, so I think we should change our focus from commercial interests to saving humanity, in a way. And when I was with Jeff Bezos on a panel at the Ignatius Forum in the Washington National Cathedral a few months ago, he was talking about bringing people to space, but that was a business plan. And if you try to move into space, you shouldn't think about the business plan, because you should be driven by spirituality, by exploring the unknown, because what we know is very limited. That's a sense of modesty that we should exhibit when going to space. If you lift your body by 1% of the Earth radius, that's not very impressive. The universe is 10 to the power 19 times bigger than the Earth radius. So just going 1% of the Earth radius above the ground, that should not be your ambition. Your ambition should be going outside the solar system, learning what is out there. There might have been someone out there that knows much more than we know, and we could save ourselves. There could be, actually, there could be leaflets through our solar system telling us what to do, and we just don't read those love letters in our mailbox because we don't look out. And only over the past decade, we were able to look for an object as big as a football field. And frankly, NASA never launched a rocket as big as a football field. So there might be a lot of smaller objects passing by in the dark, and we keep obsessing with what the dark matter is. That will have little influence on our daily lives. If we find an extraterrestrial technological relic, it would change everything. It will change our perspective. It could give us a meaning for our life. For example, if our life here on Earth were seeded by someone else, finding about the existence of that someone else is just like the experience of an orphan finding information about lost parents. That could be dramatic. So we keep playing in this sandbox of fighting among each other, between ourselves, trying to conquer a piece of land here or there. These are very localized ambitions. We should, instead of thinking about commercial benefits, we should think in a bigger context.
Maybe, but one of the genius things about Bitcoin is that Bitcoin recognizes that humans are humans. We're driven by status. We are driven by ego. And Bitcoin is, in some sense, a process by which intelligent people have been able to convert sort of base human desire into something which is very collaborative, as much as they can be very aggressive. If you haven't met the maximalists, you will. The amazing thing is that by appealing to our base nature, it also appeals to our desire for liberty and freedom. So one question that I have is, how would we dream about the Bitcoin community, which may be getting richer and richer and richer if Peter Thiel is correct about the amount of headroom that Bitcoin has to run? It seems like only the richest 2 people on Earth have liberated themselves from the status issues, the consumption issues. If we were to bring that down, and so people could start allocating smaller amounts towards a Hail Mary pass for humanity to survive, how would we start to allocate those dollars, because it's going to get paid for in fiat, but from Bitcoin, in order to improve our chance of decentralization so that we're not dependent on Vladimir Putin's good behavior or whether Exxon has sold so many barrels of oil that it processed? How can a community that actually cares both about humanity and about material well-being get involved? I mean, we're not asking for anybody to contribute, but how would that work?
Yeah, so first I should say the biggest thrill that I have watching the audience is the age of the audience. I really like young people because they don't carry baggage, okay? They think ahead. And, you know, over your life, you rub against people, and then even though you had some unique colors when you were born, just like seashells on the beach, rubbing against a lot of people, you know, takes away your special colors. And that's why young people represent to me a more authentic community that could push our frontiers forward. So I really am delighted to see the young. And in terms of the way to proceed, it really is about what motivates us. And I think if we define the goal as saving humanity, not just fixing the money. Fixing the money is an intermediate step, of course, decentralizing and so forth, but also decentralizing our knowledge, not allowing authority or government to control what we know. That is extremely important. And science is all about sharing information. And I think as long as we have the correct guiding principles, we'll reach very far. But if we are driven by our ego, by maintaining our territory, by gaining territory, in a zero-sum game kind of situation, then, you know, it will be as boring as our past history was.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I would say in closing that what I found is that even though this community can be very aggressive and has its own immune system, it's also got some of the most forward-thinking people, the most agentic people, and we don't have all the answers on this question, but I think it's a great sign that this conference, which is sometimes talking about custody and payment processors and the like, is also willing to dream a bit collectively. This is the best form of collectivism, is to think about different ways in which we might solve this problem. And I would say that this is also, to me, precious because it's one of the most agentic communities anywhere. It's a community that has seen a miracle in its lifetime transform many lives and see people come together where I doubt very few people would have imagined a conference of this size might be possible. So I just want to say on behalf of us both, thank you guys for entertaining a really far out idea as your closing panel. In part, we're turning to you because we don't know exactly what to do with the amount of degradation inside of our enterprise. And if I am insufficiently apocalyptic, as my friend Peter says, it's because there are possibilities within physics, astronomy, looking up, daring to dream and believe that may in fact liberate us from the great threats that even fixing the money will not actually fix this world. But if it allows us to get off the rock and off the planet, I think we have a fighting chance. So I want to say thank you guys for having a great conference.
And let's make the
powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I am here with Stacy, Max, and now Catalina Castro. So really excited to jump into this panel. Wow, what a wide-ranging conversation. We talked about dark matter, we talked about artificial intelligence, we talked about Hail Marys to save humanity. I want to hear about what you all think about this. I'm going to start with you, Catalina, since you're new to the panel. Welcome,
Sure.
and what was your high-level takes?
They highlighted a couple things that make sense for the new people joining the Bitcoin community, such as like how financial systems are based usually on faith, and what Bitcoin is bringing to the table is that it's backed by math, science, and cryptography. I really like that. And yeah, talking about money, he said that we need young people think ahead. So I think we need to encourage more people to read the Bitcoin white paper and study the fundamentals. As an Argentinian, we face the limitations and the censorship and the control of the government every single day. We have over 50% of inflation yearly. We have had that over the past decade. And yeah, it's a different reality. So we face that every single day.
You can't go to space when you're fighting with hyperinflation, that's for sure. Max, let's go to you.
Well, those guys completely missed it, really. Bitcoin is the God particle. And, let me tell you how it all got started. In the 1990s, during the SETI at Home project, the God particle of Bitcoin came in through the SETI project. It informed the minds of Hal Finney, Adam Beck, and Nick Szabo. And then the cypherpunks went on to create what was in the God particle that became Bitcoin. Then a Genesis block was born on January 3rd, 2009. And now we're living in the cosmic God consciousness that is Bitcoin. So these two guys seem to be blind, completely blind, as to the reality of Bitcoin, how it's expanding the universal consciousness, how perfect money is the perfect price discovery that we need to have perfect trade and perfect humanity here on planet Earth. If you want to describe that you do not know anything about Bitcoin, listen to those two guys, because they absolutely had nothing to do about it.
Well, if I didn't think we can get more cosmic and whack, but here we go. We're going to the moon here. Stacy, why don't you close this out?
Right. At Bitcoin 2011, the first Bitcoin conference in Prague, I heard a very similar speech where Amir Taki talked about Bitcoin, aliens, and space travel. But you know what? He had to spend 1,000 fucking Bitcoin on Silk Road to give that speech. These guys didn't spend any money on any Bitcoin on Silk Road.
Wow. No, I mean, it's obvious, I think, that they aren't full Bitcoiners, although it was a very, very interesting conversation. Generally speaking, though, when it comes to getting away from the planet, I think Bitcoiners want to save the planet. So I think Bitcoiners are all about Earth. And we're going to wrap this one up. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to tune in to our closing notes. Thank you.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
2022 coming to a close. Are you guys having fun? Yeah, it's Friday night, and the conference isn't over. We've got Soundfest tomorrow. And guess what? You can already purchase your ticket for Bitcoin 2023. Did you know that? You can pre-order. b.tc/conference/2023. You know, I came here last year for the first time, and I was blown away. I thought it was the biggest conference. I heard the year before that, or before the pandemic, 2019, about 2,000 attendees. Today, more than 25,000 people. The scale of this thing is massive. Amazing. And it's all because of BTC Inc. So I'm so proud, I'm honored to introduce the CEO, David Bailey. Give it up.
Hello, hello. You know, Satoshi once said it might be worth getting a few Bitcoins in case this thing catches on. Do you think this thing's catching on? Huh? Is it catching on? I think so. So, you know, there's a lot of things I hope you take away from this event. The most important to me is that you realize Bitcoin's not just a technology. Bitcoin's not just an asset. Bitcoin's not just an ideological movement. Bitcoin is a rebirth. It is a rebirth of our society, of our economy. It is the rebirth of humanity. And there's nothing more important happening in the world, other than maybe the heat death of the sun itself, than Bitcoin. So I want to thank all of you for being here and being a part of that. But as with all rebirths, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. We are not done. We are all in, and we're going to keep going until every person on this planet, everywhere in the world, in every country, is free from the slavery of fiat, all right? You know, I asked my team to go as big as they could this year, and I think they delivered. We only had to gamble our whole company to do it, but I think they delivered. Can we give a round of applause for the Bitcoin Magazine team, the Bitcoin Conference team? So there's several people I want to thank, but before I do that, you know, you in the chairs, on the live stream, you are our partners in this event. You are our collaborators in the Bitcoin movement. Behind every cool announcement, behind every country adopting Bitcoin, behind every football player stacking sats, is some random Bitcoiner evangelizing the message of freedom and making those things happen. And so my ask to the Bitcoin community, my ask for people around the world listening to this, is to help push Bitcoin forward, help make this happen. Come tell us the dope shit that you're able to make happen for Bitcoin, and you'll be on this stage next year sharing it with the world, all right? So can you do that for me? So there's some quick people I want to thank for this event. It was not easy, folks, putting this on, I gotta be honest. So I want to thank the vendors who slaved away at this. Trade Group, Reaction AV, Paperlight, Studio B, ESP, Coalition, the Miami Beach people, the Convention Center. There was 1,000 people on site working this week to make this event happen. 1,000 people is almost bigger than Bitcoin 2019 by itself. It's pretty crazy. Our speakers, our sponsors, our attendees, thank you for being a part of this. I want to thank Jack Dorsey and Cash App for being such good advocates of Bitcoin and for supporting the event. I want to thank Mayor Suarez for pulling us into Miami in the first place. I want to thank President Bukele and the El Salvadorian people for leading the charge. Thank you. I want to thank Jack Mallers. Jack Mallers, just a young guy an everyday Bitcoin pleb, and he's out there making it happen. So thank you, Jack. I want to thank our brothers in arms, Dr. Ron Paul, Ross Ulbricht, Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, and Hal Finney. Thank you. And I want to thank the one and only Satoshi Nakamoto for setting us all free. Thank you. So, now that I have that business taken care of, there's still one more day of this event. This was the business time. This was the building time. Tomorrow is the party time. We need to show the world that Bitcoin is the best party in the world, all right? So tomorrow we have a full-day music festival, some big talent, Killer Mike, Big Boy, Logic, CL, we got killers. All paid in Bitcoin, all Bitcoiners, all part of the movement. We have an awesome comedy stage as well, so we got a little bit of something for everyone. But be here tomorrow, party your ass off, okay? That's it. Thank you. We have a small video we want to play real quick. Get your tickets, people. We'll see you in 2023. Thank you. Party on.
Check it.
Delivered by our fearless leader, David Bailey, the CEO of BTC Inc., the man who made this all possible. You are tuning into the recap of Bitcoin 2022 from the Marathon Desk. I am joined with Max and Stacy, and now my colleague, Pete Rizzo, editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine.
Happy to be here.
Bitcoin is rebirth. That is what David Bailey led with. Let's go to you, Stacy.
It definitely is Renaissance 2.0. This is something I have argued for the past few years as well. I know everybody else is thinking that. Hard money attracts bright people, the smartest, best brains in the world. We saw that back in Florence. We're seeing that in El Salvador today. And we're seeing that at this conference.
Where's my copy of Bitcoin is Venice? I need that for product placement.
Yeah.
Max.
Well, to echo what Stacy is saying, she's been saying this for a while. Bitcoin is a renaissance. So David Bailey is absolutely correct. And what got the renaissance going back 500 years ago was hard money, the florin, back in Florence. And Bitcoin is that hard money standard that will encourage creativity, scientific discovery, and we're seeing that happen. And this conference is a great example of that. It's a great conference. Bailey did a great job. Bitcoin Magazine did a great job. Pete Rizzo did a good job. You did a good job. I did a good job.
We're
Stacey
hired.
did a good job. Yeah, we did a good job, baby.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, I love the messaging, right, coming out saying this is just the beginning, that we're all in. I think there's a lot of people maybe from home looking at this event with diminished expectations, thinking that it was going to cause some huge euphoric market pump. So just David coming out and reminding us, shouting out to Satoshi, there's still work to go, getting ready, the slavery of fiat, beautiful messages to end this event, I think.
So the mission of BTC Inc., of the Bitcoin conference, of Bitcoin Magazine, according to David Bailey, is to free every person on the planet from the slavery of fiat. I want to go to you, Max.
That's absolutely true. Somebody asked me yesterday, doesn't Bitcoin just let rich people hide money? And the answer is no. Bitcoin lets poor people hide money.
Really?
Absolutely. Because if you're a rich person, you can always hide money. That's always been the case throughout history. Rich people can always hide their money. But poor people have never been able to hide their money. They're always being...
Socks, mattresses.
Well, their money is being...
Inferior technology.
Through inflation, it's being stolen. Through confiscation, it gets stolen. Through outright banning, it gets stolen. But now if you're a pupusa seller in El Salvador, you make $5 a day, and you got $2 or $3 at the end of the day, you can put it on Bitcoin, and it's good for life. It's hard money. And I met a lot of people in El Salvador who are $5 a day pupusa sellers, and they looked at me, and they held up their phone, and they said, I've got $50. Like, they've got 20 million for them. And I'm like, right on, brother. This is the beginning of the revolution.
Stacey. In fact, Max and I flew recently with Ricardo Salinas in his private jet, multi-billionaire, a tycoon. And I said that to him, I put that to him, that in fact, fiat money also enslaves them, the top, right? Because it is an unfair system. They are quintillionaires. When they do have all those assets, they do unfairly benefit. But you see that with all the billionaires in the room in the past few days. They're walking around like plebs. Max is getting his ass kicked at the door.
Yeah,
like
I got manhandled at the door.
Everyone's even here, right?
Yeah, everybody. I called Ricardo Salinas the billionaire pleb.
I think he is the billionaire pleb. Yesterday we were saying he's not priced in.
No, strongest speech, I think, of the event. I think if you're just looking at the keynotes, I think, his was personal. He drew back to his personal family relationships, the struggles that his father went through, the struggles that he went through as an entrepreneur, and then just encouraging people to get in the industry and build, and then also framing the enemy, right? That the enemy is, it is this system that is just not working for people, right, around the world. And we heard stories from people at the conference, and I thought that was great.
Yeah, billionaires have this responsibility to change the system. They're constantly being petitioned. Hey, you've got a lot of money. Change the system, make some changes. But that's a burden they didn't really bargain for. With Bitcoin, the fact is no billionaire can change the protocol.
Right.
So it frees them up to say, look, I can't change the protocol. I'm just a guy like you trying to live my life, and we're
saying in the
equals.
existing system, we need the billionaires to make change, and in the Bitcoin system, impossible.
Exactly. And that's great for them. It's great for us. I mean, a lot of billionaires, may sound
Sleep better at night now
counterintuitive,
with
but
Bitcoin.
it's like I'm not really don't want to go into politics and make all these changes. Just buy Bitcoin and let the magic of the protocol work its way through the system.
Well, the elite of the fiat system, they meet at places like Davos and all those other secret meetings and have huge security details keeping the plebs away. Here at a Bitcoin conference, you see our future in how you could walk around equally with everybody in the same room. There's no differentiation.
Well, I do think that it is meaningful that Bitcoiners refer to themselves as plebs.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about a theme that was really echoed in some of the closing conversations that we watched earlier, which is that Bitcoin aligns incentives. And I want to bring this theme back up. I want to go to you, Rizzo. In a lot of ways, we've seen a lot of folks talk about what's wrong with the existing system and how it motivates people to do the wrong thing, billionaires even being controlled by it. How does Bitcoin align incentives, and are we seeing that manifest here?
Well, look, I think the beautiful thing about Bitcoin is the barriers to entry are low at all points of the network, right? I've talked a lot on the stage today about building the industry and getting in, and we need developers, right? And the barrier to entry is you become smart, you become educated, you provide great work, and you do good work on the protocol, you can overcome that. And if you look at the other areas, mining, there's tremendous innovation happening on the energy level, new ways to figure out how to mine Bitcoin mining. The barrier to entry is yourself, really overcoming that and getting involved. So I think a lot of talk about how Bitcoin is decentralized and what that means, but that means that you can get involved. The barriers to entry are there, they're low, but you can surpass them. And that's really what a decentralized system is, right? You can come in, you can get involved, you can make change, and you can push things forward.
Well, as humans, one aspect of our being that's underutilized is altruism. And Bitcoin actually allows altruism to come to the surface. And because it essentially monetizes peaceful behavior, because there's no way to coerce somebody's Bitcoin from them. It's unconfiscatable. So in essence, it demonetizes violence. And it's in place of that is going to become altruism and a more peaceful existence. And that's something that people don't yet see how that's going to impact humanity on a global scale. And I think that's yet to be revealed.
Well, actually, Nozomi Hayes also talks about the notion that the Bitcoin protocol converts greed into altruism. So your greed for earning some Bitcoin, for mining some Bitcoin, for accumulating some Bitcoin, that actually is doing an altruistic act of securing the wealth of that pupusa seller in El Salvador. You're doing the work for her. So that's altruism.
And strongly contrasted, which I think one of the big misses of this week was the Thiel panel, right, where he was comparing Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? These are these other cryptocurrencies. They're structures where that alignment isn't there, right? If you're pushing that protocol forward, that's enriching the people who presented the idea that maybe created those problems to begin with, right? So I thought he really missed the mark, whereas maybe Salinas was more of a hard hit. Yeah.
Well, I thought that, this also brings up the most recent panel that we watched, which was Eric Weinstein and Avi Loebs. And Max, I think you kind of nailed it. They were missing the mark a little bit, and they're still talking about Hail Marys to save the planet, like this just purely charitable deeds by the richest out there to make sure that humanity doesn't fall apart. And I just it shows that they aren't seeing Bitcoin as this thing that monetizes greed, that converts greed into altruism, that again aligns incentives.
Right, they're almost comically outside of the Bitcoin ethos and making comments that are remarkably off target. And they're humorous. They are the jesters of the space, and that's a fine role to play. The world needs jesters, and they are a couple of clowns.
Well, that's why I would describe the Salinas speaking. He was note perfect, right? We just didn't see a lot of people on stage who felt comfortable talking about Bitcoin, who felt comfortable talking to us as Bitcoiners. Salinas really connected. Other people missed the mark, but yeah, it was interesting.
Stacey.
Well, I also think that you're right that they obviously didn't see what's like when I look and I do see the end of the fiat system. I do see the end of the US dollar. And he seems to think that's apocalyptic, or I think that's the end of a dark ages and the beginning. You can't have a beginning, a renaissance into something better without that ending.
Well, we're used to disruption. We're used to small scale change, right? And I think I often say that Bitcoin, it's a real 0 to 1. You have to. This is going to be a massive change. We don't know what that means. Maybe we don't know all the way yet, but we know that it's going to be big.
I think on that note, we need to conclude. We know it's going to be big. Bitcoin 2022 was big. Bitcoin 2023 will be big. Tickets are available already for pre-sale. b.tc/conference/2023. You can scan the QR code. If you are watching live, make sure to go to our website. Secure your Bitcoin ticket, your Bitcoin conference ticket early so you don't pay those last-minute prices when you eventually FOMO in. And with that, I think we will leave you for now for a quick commercial break.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to the final segment on the desk at Bitcoin 2022, the marathon desk with Bitcoin Magazine. We have Q, we have Alex, and we have Fred Thiel, the CEO of Marathon Digital. Really excited to have you here to recap the event. Fred, how are you doing? How is Bitcoin 22?
Oh, Bitcoin 22 was amazing. This is way over the top, better than our expectations, anything we imagined. It's been a great conference. We love it.
Well, it means a lot that you all supported us and did this crazy idea to pull off this desk, this color commentary of the live stream for the largest audience of the conference, which is actually virtual. I guess, can you tell us a little bit about maybe behind the scenes of how that came together and tell us the story of this desk?
Yeah, it was really interesting because your creative team and our team were spitballing various ideas. And when this concept came up, everybody just said, oh my God, that is brilliant. We loved it. And it was super easy process. Concepts came out perfectly. The fact that it looks like a miner is awesome.
Yes.
And it was just a great idea. And we think this just took this to a whole different level.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, thank you so much for making it possible. I want to hear, what was your favorite part of the week so far? Any productive moments, anything, any highlights that jump out?
I think the highlights for me is the continued breadth and penetration that Lightning is having and looking at all the exciting stuff coming out on Lightning. I mean, you know, obviously Strike's announcements, you know, Jack's announcements regarding NCR and Shopify I thought were critical. You know, the fact that Lightning adoption is growing. This is a totally decentralized network. It grows organically. It's not driven by any central authority like other networks. And now we're starting to see this organic adoption growing. You're starting to see, you know, different applications being built on it. It's not just a payment rail. It can be used for all sorts of other things. And I think that is a key thing that will drive adoption, and adoption drives utilization, and it's just going to be great.
Yeah, I would add, I think Bitcoin 2021, Lightning, huge for the year, driving adoption, but I think the infrastructure that will be built on top of Lightning will continue to drive that adoption and make other assets and currencies available to people at home who are not as fortunate as us here in the US.
Yeah, the easier it is to use, you know, Bitcoin, to use Lightning, to use it for its various applications will just drive adoption. You know, it's what people are doing to make it easier is just going to accelerate things. So we're super excited with some of the stuff a number of the wallet providers are doing to make it easier, be easier to custody, self-custody especially, making that super easy. I think that's what we're going to see really drives this industry.
Absolutely. I mean, look, 2022 is going to be the year where you start to see Bitcoin make its mark as far as a medium of exchange. You're going to be able to walk into McDonald's and buy your Big Macs, Chipotle, Walmart. It's over. It is over. If you don't get it, you will soon enough. Fred, I know you spent had a couple different sessions speaking. Can you give us a little bit of highlights, just what you guys were talking about, what your takeaways were from your panels?
Sure. So yesterday we spoke primarily about mining in the public space. You know, the mining industry in the public space has grown dramatically. A few years ago, there was just a handful of us that were public. Now there are almost over 20 companies that are public. Obviously, being public drives access to capital, liquidity, the ability to really invest in and grow your network and infrastructure. Today, the panel on the Petrodollar I thought was super interesting because here's where we're finally seeing the impact of the weaponization of the dollar, right? This is the first time where a nation state like Ukraine, they were able to raise money, hundreds of millions of dollars, using Bitcoin, get it quickly, spend it quickly. The network operated flawlessly. There was very little impact to the price of Bitcoin when the $100 million went in and out. And now you're starting to see countries thinking, oh, dollars might not be a good thing to hold because they can be sanctioned, they can be taken from me. But Bitcoin is something, it's decentralized, nobody controls it. Maybe that's how I should hold my assets. So I wouldn't be surprised to start seeing a nation start putting reserves in Bitcoin, small percentage of it, just like what El Salvador is doing, and now we're going to see it in other countries. You know, Madeira came out in Portugal with their announcement. Prospero came out also with an announcement regarding legal tender. I don't think legal tender as a term is obligatory. I think simply starting to use Bitcoin as a reserve and a store of value is going to be critical. And the more the average person starts just putting away a little bit of money in Bitcoin, the better they're protecting their assets. You know, we're expecting a world, this was discussed in the panel this afternoon, you know, we're expecting a world where essentially inflation is really running at about 17%. And if you want protection from that, you just need to buy and hold Bitcoin.
There you go, guys. You heard it from Fred Thiel himself. Buy and hold Bitcoin to beat inflation.
So one of the themes that I thought really resonated for me at this event was the legitimization of Bitcoin. Can you kind of talk about the legitimization of Bitcoin, whether it be from institutional capitalists to just everyday people using Bitcoin as their payment rails?
So I think there are kind of three big issues here. One is 2 years ago, if you were to call Merrill Lynch, JP Morgan, any of the big banks, wealth advisory services and say, I want exposure to Bitcoin, it was like, oh, sorry, can't help you. That's a scary thing, shouldn't do it. Today, they're calling people and saying, hey, do you want Bitcoin in your portfolio? Do you know that if you have an allocation of 2 to 3% to Bitcoin, the Sharpe ratio, which is the risk-adjusted return of your portfolio, actually goes up, even if you have a traditional 60-40 split on your portfolio. So that's one thing. The other thing we're actually starting to see is Bitcoin is becoming an issue for voters. And this is a single issue topic where you see politicians, more savvier people, are realizing, oh, I have to have a position on Bitcoin because people under the age of 30 who are digital natives are actually voting based on what a politician is doing relative to cryptocurrencies because it affects their future financial freedom. The millennials today, they can't afford to buy houses. Interest rates are too high. They can't get mortgages. What are they going to do? It used to be that your home was your nest egg in my generation, and I'm a boomer, right? So now instead, they put their money in Bitcoin. It's a much better asset class to do it. The other part of legitimacy that you're starting to see is even people in the boomer generation now are actively looking at Bitcoin. How should I hold it? How should I custody it? Do I need to self-custody? And you're seeing all the infrastructure being built out. And again, it gets back to adoption, right? All that infrastructure plays out. All the big banks are starting to offer it. I wouldn't be surprised if you see a couple of the large prime banks, the B of A's, the Wells Fargos, starting to add Bitcoin capability to their mobile wallets within the next year.
I mean, I agree. I do think legitimization, and we have several companies that are trying to incept Bitcoin infrastructure and Bitcoin as an asset into the existing system. The other major theme of this event, and I think whether it's from the content, the mining-only stage, or whether it's from the fact that probably close to 50% of the sponsors at this event are involved in Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin mining is absolutely taking off. You alluded to the growth of public companies in the United States that are mining Bitcoin. Can you just talk about being a part of this flurry of growth in Bitcoin mining and what's next?
Sure. So think about the past 12 months. China prohibits Bitcoin, right? Over 50% of the global hash rate shuts down, transitions to the US, nothing happened, right? All this hash rate growth in the US, what's the implication of that? The US all of a sudden sees Bitcoin as a matter of national security. If the Bitcoin network is predominantly in the US, it's very important for the innovation build out in the US, but it's also very important to the US. Capital has now become very fluid for Bitcoin mining. You look at the amount of capital that's been raised by Bitcoin miners, it is billions of dollars has been raised in this industry. And that is a key thing that's going to continue to drive the build out of the network. So you've got miners are making a lot of money. It's a very profitable time to mine. The global hash rate is going to grow by over 80% this year, grow by another 50% next year. ExxonMobil is mining in 4 countries. You've got power companies that are starting to develop renewable wind and solar resources with Bitcoin mining as a load balancer for the grid. You have grid operators like ERCOT in Texas realizing the benefit of Bitcoin. You talk about legitimacy, every industry is getting into this.
What do you expect the future of at-home Bitcoin mining to be? I would say over the last year, we've seen a huge renewed interest in people taking it upon themselves to mine their own Bitcoin, KYC free.
Yeah, I think the challenge is how profitable is it, right? If you can find a way to make it affordable for people so they can participate in their own small way, whether that's spending $100 a month and buying into some sort of timeshare program on a consumer Bitcoin mining operation, or whether it's just investing in a fund that does Bitcoin mining. There are lots of ways to have access to it, but consumer mining is something that's going to actually grow. We're going to start seeing not a centralization of mining, but actually a diversification of mining. Microgrids in this country, small electrical grids in communities. You complement those with Bitcoin mining, and they can fund electrical generation in communities, right? A person who has a home in an environment where there's cooler climate, you have cold weather in winter, a Bitcoin mine can do two things. One, it can contribute to your economic prosperity, but it can also heat your home. All of the side effects, side benefits of mining start becoming really interesting. And with some of the new immersion technology, you can do it so it's not noisy, it's self-contained, and you can actually overclock, earn extra hash rate. So I think there's a lot going on in the consumer world that you're going to see. And really, you'll start seeing mining be distributed amongst millions and millions of individual miners versus centralized amongst big. There will still be industrial miners like ourselves, but even at our rapid growth rate, we'll be at 23 exahash this time next year. That's still only 7% of the global hash rate based on projections for next year. So when the biggest participant in an industry is just a small fish in a big pond, that's a great thing.
Not everyone watching at home is as in tune with what goes on in the mining industry as you are. I'm curious if you can maybe shed some light on something that you're paying attention to development-wise that we haven't touched on, that maybe the normal people like Alex, myself, and CK aren't thinking about, that you and your team are really focused in on.
So we're focused on primarily three things. One is, how do we make mining more energy efficient? So 50% of our fleet by this time next year will be 33% more energy efficient than the current state of the art was last year. So what does that do? It means we use less power, costs us less to mine Bitcoin, but also it allows us to be a better protector of the grid. The other thing we're looking at is funding research. We're spending a significant amount of money over the next 5 years in funding research at major universities to work also on looking at economic analysis of how do you make Bitcoin better relative to what platforms do you have to have? What type of infrastructure do you need to really grow this? And most importantly, how do we work with energy storage companies? How do we work with companies developing these next generation power generating technologies? What about nuclear, SMRs? There are all sorts of things that Bitcoin miners who have a lot of capital can deploy that capital to develop new companies and new brands. We've also started an incubator specifically to develop companies at layer 2. So companies developing for Lightning, companies also developing infrastructure. And eventually we'll start funding companies developing at layer 3.
Wow, I mean, it's amazing to hear about all of the initiatives that Marathon is doing in order to further Bitcoin. I guess, can you talk a little bit about why it's so important for Marathon to invest in the underlying technology before we have to close out?
Sure. So, I mean, for me, I have kids. Hopefully someday I'll have grandkids. I want the environment to be clean. I want the world to be a safe place for them. I want them to have sovereignty over their assets.
All right, so it's just about the future, and it's simple as that. Fred, it's been amazing having you here. I want to give you a last word just to close this out. Leave the Bitcoin 22 audience with one last reminder of what this event is about.
This event is all about education, knowledge, and growth. And by the way, buy some Bitcoin, hodl, save it for the long term.
All right, no better way to end it, y'all. Fred Thiel, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for supporting this effort to live streaming this conference to the world. And to everyone out there, make sure to subscribe to Bitcoin Magazine YouTube. Make sure to buy your Bitcoin 23 ticket, b.tc/conference. Make sure to buy your Bitcoin Magazine in print. And with that, to the moon.
you.